So NIL, for I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live July 1st, 2021, and it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14 months now. It's an interesting term because it's been co-opted to describe the NCAA's approach to student athletes being able to make endorsement money or be able to monetize any part of their name, image, and likeness, but it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. But there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in this space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete into that space, that's another 500,000. So brands that maybe didn't have a dedicated athlete strategy when there were 10,000 now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, are there ways in which you can monetize it? Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, we can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talk to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically when Mike Blewett says NIL, what he's referring to is just very simple. If a brand or any sort of anyone wants to use your school's name or your brand or anything with you, there is a deal for you that can be put in place, whether it's product deal, whether it's a paid endorsement. You can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So most of the people, when I talk to them, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before. And that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers and just get people event. I'm so excited to be here. I'm your host, Paul Santoro, aka Paulie Hype, and we have some spectacular collegiate esports for you this morning. We have Valorant, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Rocket League, and Overwatch 2. And this is the first regional event on the stop to the CECC in May. So without further ado, I am so excited to bring it to you, of course. I want to just take a look right now as we have some amazing casters on the day. let's just go down the line really quick. On Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, you can find that on Esports U2, and that'll be with Lyric and Laird. For Overwatch 2, that'll also be on Esports U2, casted by Dividing and Septilence. So happy to see my boys on Overwatch 2. Valorant, we will have here on the Esports U channel, and that'll be with Nerdy Bird and Chad Lantis commentating. And then we have Rocket League as well with J Turbo and Visionary. So I'm so excited for some of these games here on the day. Who will come out of the region as a top schools in each game? We have schools like Blaine College in the South, University of South Florida, University of Central Florida, KSU in Kennesaw State, UT Dallas and Arlington. So many amazing colleges in the South region. Only some of them will join us at the CECC for that grand final in May, which I'm so excited for. But without further ado, we're going to start the action right here on Esports U. But when Paulie Hype's in town, you already know the deal. Let's get the 10 seconds of hype going, baby. Woo! Today, this morning, this afternoon, it's college esports all over Twitch. And it's right here at Esports U. So without further ado, let's throw the action over to Nerdy Bird and Chad Lantis and get it started for Valorant on Esports U. Over to you guys.
All right, we are live. This is the CECC South Regional Qualifier. This is for $1,500 first place grand prize for anybody that know after this weekend. $500 for second place. We'll get 2 groups of 4, a lot of Valor action ahead of us. And I'm Chad Lantis. Joined by me is Nerdy Bird. And we are presented by the U.S. Army National Guard as well. You want to make sure that you can do more for yourself and your future. Soldiers in the Army National Guard can serve part-time while getting their degree and working full-time. It's actually a pretty sweet deal. Accelerate your path and visit nationalguard.com. The next greatest generation is now. And also what is right now is some discussion going into the Valorant cast. And Nerdy, what are you looking forward to the most today?
Honestly, I'm looking forward to determining our outliers in a good way, so to speak, because yes, we have a prize pool, but we are in group stage. We have Group A, Group B, and there are 2 teams from each group, which means 4 overall that get to proceed into tomorrow's games, which is going to be an even longer day for everyone. And I want to see the standout players from different teams, and then I want to really get a sense of who we are going to actually be wanting to be paying attention to tomorrow.
Yeah, collegiate Valorant is at a great spot right now because a lot of people are realizing, okay, the franchising happening in tier 1 scene, right? And like tier 2, what's going on there? Exactly, Ascension tournament was that. But we can go collegiate play and get some scholarships and pursue towards the future and compete there. So you're seeing a lot of really talented players who previously were going for pro player, like, let's just go collegiate instead and get our education on while also being essentially pro players, so that the level of competition in collegiate has just elevated rapidly from last year to this year. And it's the start of a new semester, still in those early days. I guess not really start anymore. We're in October already, time is flying. But it's still early on in the year, at least the school year. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how these teams come together and how these stars can really shine.
My only concern is, I understand this is still, you know, it's East Coast, but it's still relatively early for a lot of gamers. So there going to be some cobwebs that need to be shaken loose. There are going to be some sleep that's in the eyes still. Are we going to see performance just increase as the day goes on, or are we going to start out strong as everyone has downed their energy drinks and is ready to go at this very moment? I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, for me, in my 30s, it's like 10:40 a.m. This is like normal time to be awake, but I was a gamer up until literally like recent months of when I finally realized I need to make a change. Feels bad, but those gamer hours, those are still deep in my blood. I understand up until like dawn, and sleeping until mid-afternoon is like a normal thing for a lot of these players. So yes, like you said, that could be the case. Plus a little bit of rustiness. Maybe these players might have been focusing more on tests recently. That's kind of the thing at collegiate. You have to not just only grind Valorant all the time, so they can't always grind as much as they want to. So going into the first match of the weekend, we'll have to see if these teams can actually come out really strong or if they have a little bit of a slow start. But speaking of slow start, we've already a little bit on delays. I want to jump into the map pick bans and things like that to just kind of talk about what we're going to be seeing in this very first game of the day. It's between University of Central Florida and Texas A&M University, or TAMU, UCF. And then you see the map bans on each side relative to which team banned them, and it leaves us to this best of one round robin format. This map will be Ascent.
I am going to always never be surprised to see both Breeze and Icebox on that ban list. I absolutely adore Icebox, but it seems to be the bane of every Valorant player's existence. I'm a little surprised that we are seeing Fracture. Pearl, even with the recent changes, I'm still not a fan. So I agree with most of these picks for our bans. I don't know. I feel like everyone has a special place in their heart for Ascent because Split is currently gone.
Yeah, and also Ascent is kind of like that standard tactical shooter style. A lot of these players come from like CSGO, especially. This is a little bit more of a standard layout of a map, not so much like Fracture, especially not so much like Haven. Doesn't have the teleports like Bind. You know, it's not the wide open areas like Breeze. So it's the spacing and distances. It does have like a lot of familiarity for these players who grew up on something like CSGO before coming over to Valorant. So that's one of the main reasons why Ascent has been for a long time a very commonly found map to be seen. So with that said, going into this familiar map, I'm expecting both these teams to come out really strong today and really show us what they've got, because if you don't have good strats on Ascent, then I don't know what you're doing.
I always definitely feel like the biggest telltale sign of how well a team is going to perform is whomever has mid lane control the most on Ascent.
Yeah.
Because if someone needs to push a point, if they're default pushing and they're even trying to get a little bit of spam coming out and maybe get an early pick peeking through mid, whether you're on defense or offense, whichever team is able to control that lane the most can dictate where fights are going and which point is actually able to be taken or defended easier, because you're keeping an eye on almost all of the rotation space unless they go through spawn. On this map in particular, that control is so important that I want that tempo to start there, and I really want to see who has that lane controlled, specifically from the sniper perspective.
Yeah, that's not to say that they have to execute through mid, but having the mid control is the really important thing we'll be looking at. So that's a fantastic point. And looking at the agents composition as well, the big thing that really stood out to me first was Raze versus Jet. Jet was a long-standing pick to go with for Ascent, with that mid control, with the operator in hand, things like that. But with Chamber, the lineups these days, and even after the nerf, Chamber still feels overpowered. So that kind of holds that ground for a lot of the operator presence. You can also go for those cheeky peeks out through garage, things like that when you're defending. You can anchor pretty well as well. So the need for Jet has kind of gone away in recent times of Valorant, and Raze has come up a lot bigger. It has more utility to scout out for the team and has a lot more explosive, pun intended, options to be able to get on site and make some damage happen for your team.
My personal favorite pick here that's coming out, though I am terrible at playing him, is the KO pick. I feel like the amount of utility that he brings to any team is just absolutely amazing. The ability to take away someone's ultimate in the middle of it, especially when you hear that voice line start. The most hilarious thing that you can ever experience is hearing your KO on your team go, "Oh, you don't get that ult no more," and you hear them pop their own ultimate in response, plus the blinds and the mollies, especially some crazy molly plays that I've seen come out in Collegiate where a KO will just drop their molly and run straight through it, anticipating that this other person that the enemy player thinks that KO is going to stay back, and instead they're just running straight through their own molly to get the kill, and it's absolutely incredible to watch.
I love it too. And honestly, I feel like on that point of the suppression, this is the one agent that has a suppression option in the game. And with Chamber being so strong still, like you feel like you almost need to, because so many times part of what makes Chamber so strong is you can sponge utility from the enemy team really well with your rendezvous, but you're suppressed, you can't do that effectively. And a lot of people have the economic advantage of being able to just go with that sniper for free on the ult charge, or just have that headhunter to back up with, where if you just suppress them, you know, the Chamber is so less useful in comparison to other agents, because oftentimes they don't actually have a rifle in hand because they're running that tour de force or all those pistol rounds. They're just going back to the classics and that sort.
No charges.
One thing we do have to mention here is we also have that Sova coming out, which getting that recon information early on can be very huge. But if destroyed and what in lineups the Sova actually has in store for this map.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that shows if you're a main of that agent or if you're just picking it because it generally works better for your composition is if you have lineups or not, because that takes some lab time to figure out, and people don't bother doing that unless that's something they play on a regular basis. So we'll have to see what they have set up. A map that's fantastic for lineups because a lot of open areas. Challenging for B main will be the first place for TAMU. They're already pushing back, using green, pushing back and smoked off, made off, and that's going to be mostly open site. It's just Sniper Bros, but Sniper Bios, you know, it's life short. Short-lived was their life as well. Big control as we're talking about. OKO taking that, standing in presence, gets 2 for their efforts as well. Rudy able to answer back, but not before shooting the ball. And UCF in a 2v4 retake. It's looking really tough.
Just dropped it mid. Ghost in a tree, definitely running through that mid lane, was absolutely incredible and dominating for a few moments. But honestly, as soon as Chamber recognized how many people were coming up through B main here and had to use their teleport, I think their team rotated a bit too slowly in order to help take the re-engage here and rotated a little haphazardly.
Seeing a lot of confidence in this double Vandal pickup as well for TAMU. Okay, going with something that's newer for Chambers as well, ever since the price was increased for those Headhunter bullets. Going with that Ghost first round instead of Headhunter bias. Still worked out for them. They're able to get a Vandal now. You don't want to be too hasty. Falling in this round when they invested in Vandals would be devastating. It would swing UCF right back into this game. You see Akali with that Marshall buy-up, trying to get that mid control that you talked about earlier on before the game started. And they have mid control, but we'll have to see what they can do from this.
I very much so like the bait that we had coming out from Texas A&M.
Thank you.
They had the KO go drop the knife over on site A and then rotate back, but I think they got figured out pretty quickly. Molly's gonna cut off whoever is coming from CT there. The shorty though does help Chamber pick up 1, but it's not gonna be enough.
Almost got that rendezvous off in time. That would have been massive for them. OKO holds the angle. Rudy doesn't have much to do in that situation, and Marshall's not really a gun you want to save, typically. So Star Potato is going to try pick off some of these weapons that TAMU invested in. Honestly, TAMU dropping 2 already is a pretty big deal, but based on where the allies have fallen, they were able to recover those Vandals nicely. So Star Potato, time is ticking down way low at this point, but just trying to get an exit frag or 2 perhaps, but not going to be able to get that. OKO already after 5 kills and nearly off to the operator already in this match, having a great start.
I believe both of the Vandal buys for the side of Texas AMU did survive that round. We are going to see that University of Central Florida is all but Akali are going to full buy this round. Could be pretty risky if they don't win this one or get at least a few of the members of Texas to drop their guns as well.
Cookies and Cream doesn't even have a single Headhunter bullet, so that like really strong like hot swap option won't be there if he runs out of ammo on the Vandal. But that's really a bigger deal once you have a sniper in hand, so it shouldn't be massive. Mid control is being fought for. That trademark just sitting there. It's gonna be so huge. You're gonna have to clear that out on the side of Texas A&M University. But they'll clear out Rudy before they even do that. They have a fantastic start for this round, and this is their bonus. But because of how they were able to buy up, they were able to reinvest, and bonus looking really strong for Texas A&M University, and so strong it knocked off our feet, I believe. But we are back to a 3 versus 3, and UCF holding the site still, but TAMU, they're here ready to fight for it.
This is the first time we've seen TMU looking this broken apart manpower-wise. Akali, unfortunately, is going to take a peek here, and it will result in them getting taken down. Spike is being planted, and now it is a 1v3. Star Potato seem to be our last man standing quite a few times now, trying to make sure there's no one coming from market. Little do they know, all 3 members are currently surrounding them. If they can possibly pick off the KO here, might get lucky, but the flash has come out, and it actually does reveal the Chamber, who peeked too soon. KO hiding to the left near our boxes. Oh, this peak is going very slow, and we're also going to see, I think that was a snare that just got thrown by Fade.
Yeah, clear out these angles where Serpentino could be. They're double peeking at the same time. Just a sliver of HP left on the last remaining member of TAMU. Can Serpentino do it? Time's running so low, though. Will they have time for the defuse? It's going to be close.
They got it. They got it. No! Okay. All right. I jinxed it. I'll accept that. I apologize.
Oh, man. It was so close, though. You really couldn't tell. 0.8 seconds remaining on the clock. Serpentino just need to be a little bit faster about it. Just the dry peaks. And I will say, though, while it was awesome that you were able to get those kills there, that was the bonus for Texas A&M University, and they're going to be able to pull back again. They also already got the round win, so even though that was a great performance again, the kills Torpedo, it doesn't really amount to much. And in that situation as well, I would love to see the Paranor be used, the dark cover as well, just try to just disrupt a little bit and allow the opportunity to accelerate a little faster on the retake.
Definitely agree, and unfortunately for our UCF squad, they are hard econing this round. They did buy, but they just bought pistol. This is going to be a very difficult win, if at all, for this round 4 here.
Oh, Rudy just held the angle. Little did they know. It was a nice placement of that fragment earlier, though. But it's Texas A&M. That's going to be a slight take for them. Just a save for UCF as well. This is perhaps the hardest retake they're going to find themselves in this game.
Considering the amount of util they have, I have no arguments on that front. BSD Cookies and Cream get that door down and back off and manage to survive. They only took a little bit of damage. I think Window's already busted here, so they can sneak in, but they got to be careful. There is someone waiting. Ooh, and the perfect crosshair placement means OKO is going to go down.
These players are weak. Oh, okay. I was going to say, like, it's basically what headhunter shot to the body would be able to take out a couple of those players on the side of Texas A&M University, but still, nevertheless, going to be a 4-0 start. And this is a big round. They are investing the operator to a Kali instead of the chamber, which is interesting enough. And that's a big reason why a lot of people don't go with Jet these days, because Jet is like an opping agent for the most part, and Chamber is as well, naturally, as ultimate for as well, and it can rendezvous out for greedy angles. So what's the point of having 2 opping agents on the team is basically what people's consensus is. But UCF deciding they want to still go with perhaps comfort picks for Colleen. We're able to make some work happen with that Marshall early on this map. So with a little bit more powerful sniper rifle, narrowly misses. That would have been a big opportunity for the team.
Crosshair is just a little bit too low. I'm actually really interested to see how our Sova is going to do here, considering they bought the Odin, and that can be quite the powerful weapon, but you got to make sure that you have the actual time to sit there and aim it down, just due to the spread. Feathering that trigger is difficult nonetheless due to aim down time as well. We have Dill pick up 1, so Rudy's going to go down, and Spike's going to get planted. Again, we still got that Sova. They can bait one up here, but instead they're going to drop down. Let's see if they spray here down in hell. Yep, that's exactly what they're planning to do.
Oh, rooted up as well on the blast pack in. Tayo will follow up as well. And also in the entry, they did a great job of using Naber's ultimate. That KO going in just gets down to not out, and it was revived after Tayo was able to trade out the fight. So perfect timing from TAMU members, especially out of Tayo that round.
Does look like the econ front right now for University of Central Florida is just absolutely in shambles. We've got a full no buy for Akali after buying that operator, partial buys for the rest of the team. This one's going to be very rough.
A little bit of chip damage. That shock bolt let go at just the last second, but we'll see if that really matters later on. It'll be like just enough to where like a phantom longer range will still one shot to the head. That kind of situation that could be a big deal. Speaking of big deals, we got Showstopper online. Nightfall as well. And Dill, OKO, finding entry frags. And not really a utility game right now. It's just straight up aim duels. Dill playing aim labs right now with a 4K. Spraying them down. Aim labs, Kovacs, or some kind of personal... whatever they want to set up for aim training, they still made it happen, and you can see the fruition of that labor coming in with 11-1-3 score line.
It's called just skill.
Yeah.
But I definitely question the setup that UCF took there. After Sova identified that there's people coming in through B main, we had I think we had 4 members all pushing, 2 from A and then 2 from mid coming out from UCF. And those 4 all died to 1 person. Perhaps the aggression was not the play there. Instead, waiting them out would have been better.
That one way it was set up, but they're challenging it a little bit late. The just prediction spam from TAMU, able at least to chip damage to make Akali not feel comfortable to even hold that angle with an operator in hand. Going back to the tree angle, covering towards tiles. Didn't find success here last time, and it doesn't seem like they're going to find this time because nobody from TAMU looking to peek here.
They probably identified that the opportunity for another operator to come out through mid was going to happen. We have Fade's ult get popped. Cookies and Cream is forced out. It does look like Sova is going to be easily spotted here. They have to just play these corners. Omen's backing up to be with them, so hopefully that surprise opportunity for a 2v1 will happen here quickly. It will. That's Spike, but there's one coming on their left. Will they survive? It's Omen versus KO, and KO will be the victor.
Yeah, all of USCF was already here because of the Omen, because of the first kill for the Silver as well, but the frag's going back in the favor of TAMU now. OKO makes a 1v1, so the KO versus KO, and who will get the KO to win the round will be UCF's first on the board. No, Naber shuts them down for 3K on the round. Might recover the operator, thinking about it, and they have the luxury of doing so, choosing not to, because operator on attack, who needs it anyway?
I'd like to point out that they did manage to shut down OKO's tour de force that round. Like, as soon as he popped the ultimate, he got popped himself.
Mm-hmm.
Little bit too close to the enemy to be pulling that one out. However, going to this next one, we are going to have Knives online, Hunter's Fury, and Showstopper, as you mentioned, still online. Hasn't been used yet. I'm really interested to see how it does get used. I personally love to see it pick up a 3-piece or a 2-piece, but I don't know if that opportunity is going to be presented to Texas AMU.
Well, ASI completely given up. You see a couple members of UCF trying to rotate and try to support it. They're fighting in the spawn. OKO is able to get one, but the Stinger at that long range wins the duel. Are you kidding me? Anyway, back on A site, damn, able to get the frag onto Cookies and Cream to secure the site. Spike planted as well. Cannot follow up though. Bios gets a little greedy. The bait was set from Naber. The trap was sprung and found the frag. And it's going to be a 3 versus 2 advantage for UCF, forcing, or advantage for TAMU, forcing UCF into a really tough retake situation. The Stinger in hand, flash on Rudy. They can't even know where to shoot. So actually a Marshall for Star Potato, but another flash as well. Fantastic flashes by Naber that round. Setting up the bait on the weapon on the ground, flashing for the ally, flashing for themselves at the end. Using utility, using a lot of the mining games as well, putting themselves up to a 10-3-5, and it's just been a steamroll for TAMU so far this game.
Definitely can't count UCF out just yet. Perhaps they perform a little bit better on the offense themselves, but I mean, there's a curse for every map differential score going into halftime, but I'm possibly anticipating a 9-3 curse.
Could be. I've also seen like 11-1 swings as well, even in upper levels of pro play, and you know, I can never count out any team until the game's over. I have seen Akali with that mid control multiple times, not this round, of course, but I haven't really seen UCF be able to translate that into like garage pressure or rapid flank or something of that sort. But right now we're seeing TAMU able to get the mid control themselves, execute for a 2-pronged strike onto the site. Akali is here, but smoked off. Can't really get a good angle of support. Bio is able to fall down. Akali able to get one, but the rest of the members on the site have fallen already, is already in control of TAMU.
3v4, this is definitely still a not quite
Oh
equal,
no!
but good retake opportunity. Presence is going to be detected though because of that knife. See if Akali's able to get a pick here. They're gonna jiggle peek this corner a few times, try to get a challenge. I think KO is done and they're just gonna chill out and wait, understanding that the advantage is in their favor. Akali though is just gonna come in and prepare to take fire. Taking down one, another goes down. It's a 2v1. Let's see if Fade will survive or if the defuse is gonna go to UCF.
Akali gets it, the 3K, the swap over towards the rifles so they can challenge twice at a time. They end up going a little bit staggered. That could have been a little scary if Akali didn't win that duel, but able to survive it out. You can see the pressure on as well. The Collie's footwork, when they go for the shot, they're moving slightly too fast before the shot goes off. So the accuracy from the bullet isn't on target as they want it to be. So you can kind of see that like pressure, even the movement of their characters in this game. You can see that UCF realizes that they're behind our rounds, but now that they have a round on the board, they have at least a little bit of life being shown. And if they can use this a little bit of a momentum generation, it's going to be still a tough half to close out with a strong scoreline because the economy is booming for TAMU, but they won that round. Just win 3 more and suddenly it's a competitive half.
We did have Sova get detected there. Dill is just going to immediately blast back in, try to claim some space. Sova's still chilling out over here. We have KO go down in ultimate. That means there's some people nearby, and unfortunately swinging the corner, it's going to result in our Sova going down, so it's a 2v5.
You see those members of UCF still rushing a little bit. You still, that pressure is still on. Rudy trying to clutch up at the very end. There's just simply too many members of TAMU still alive. A 9-1 scoreline, but that 9-3 curse hope and that dream is still alive, Nerdy.
Most definitely. My concern right now is Akali. I mean, yes, 2 rounds ago we had them absolutely pop off with that operator pick, but now we're forcing some save rounds in order to facilitate that operator buy when only 1 round we've truly seen it perform. Perhaps it's time to ditch that and go with something else.
Yeah, I think so too, especially Cookies and Cream is too often their own operator, so you don't really need a save for that either. I think right now they're just trying to buy so that everybody can have a full buy next round and go for the rifles. Because only 2 more in the half, and Kami is not looking really good right now. That Marshall in hand, close quarters. That would have to have been a sick headshot and spotted out, but still able to get a kill with Star Potato. TAMU, perhaps sometimes if Kami and round counts were a little bit closer, might have been feeling a little bad about that, but with the luxuries they have right now, not so bad of a thing. A 3 versus 3 situation, and this is still a winnable round though for UCF. Spike has been planning to force a retake and get a little bit of information of where that KO is located, but still a pretty good setup for the post plant from TAMU.
It does look like we have Fade sitting out in a main. 2 are going to be in hell. Dill's going to get a 2-piece, and the is that an ace? Dill got the ace this round. Absolutely beautiful.
Dill's a monster with that rifle in hand.
In a good way.
Yeah. A good way for TAMU, not for UCF. I really want to see, like, now that Dill's proven, all right, if we're just taking straight up aim duels, I'm coming out on top. I'm feeling it today. I'm hot. I'm ready to go. I'm a morning person, you know, like UCF, I really want to see him start using utility a little bit more to force Dill into bad positions, force them out of those angles that they're able to hold, and disrupt them a little bit more so they can't just have that confident, comfortable hold on angles that clearly are successful for them. Last round and a half, though, Showstopper online, and that is the one thing I haven't really seen from Dill is I haven't really seen a Showstopper presence being used so far. The Bulldog, the 3-round burst, long range, takes out OKO, who's also been on tear early in this game, but shut down now, and it's down to Dill, who's completely flashed out of the angle to the safe for now, and I can see a Showstopper angle here if they have the Omen smoke setups and flash on the way, and here it goes.
The Raze is sitting down at half health. It's going to take out Star Potato. Collie's still on this high ground. It's going to get snared. That's not the best position they want to be in. Their presence is basically guaranteed detected as we hear Fade also pop their ultimate. Yep, Akali, you are completely discovered. There is no hiding at this point. Hopefully they manage to stay alive. It is equal as far as manpower currently as we have 4v4. But I think that Haunt might have... Yes, Akali is completely spotted at this moment. Ooh.
Oh, perfect timing on that peak. Dill getting a 3K on this round as well. Does not ever stop getting frags. 11-1 half for TAMU. A very dominant performance thus far. And UCF, it's never over until it's over. But man, is it hard to maintain good mental in this situation.
Truly, you gotta just say GG, go next every single round that doesn't go in your favor. This is a brand new game. We're all on equal footing now. Yeah, there's a scoreboard up there, but economy is the same. You just kind of make the smarter picks, and definitely understanding that Dill is a force to reckon with. Take smarter angles here on these engages. Shut down the opportunities where you anticipate Dill is going to be. Make sure you're checking your corners, please. Yes, Valorant is a horror game in true essence. Jump scares left and right. So just don't let Dill be camping a corner and trigger disciplining the whole squad.
It is spooky season.
That is true.
And here's Damn trying to do their own spook presence. The spam, though, forcing them out. Can they timing the style drone, though? They can! They get 2 for it! Are you kidding me? Spooky season in full force! It's going to be a 3 versus 3, but Nabber comes in, checks the angle for Speedway, and gets a triple kill at the end of the round. The full house between Nabber and Dam. What a round for TAMU. One that UCF needed to win and keep themselves alive economically in this game. Now they have to force up on a bad buy to keep themselves alive on this map.
I mean, honestly, it's an older strategy, but round 2, if you lost round 1, don't buy, keep the pistols, and just go in knowing you're gonna get your butts kicked. And on the off chance you get some kills, then you celebrate that, but you do not force buy if the odds are not in your favor, and I feel like they're really not right now.
Well, yeah, but also like they have to. If they lose this round, game's over. So
you're right. IGG go next on the scoreboard.
Yeah, all good. It's still the first map of the day. It's early morning for you. You're not East Coast like I am. All good. We are seeing UCF trying to have that all good mentality. Dill using up a bunch of utility, spamming it out. Okay, looking to be a little aggressive on the angle. They can just swing off of Dill's first peak as well, or I guess they can just go for the peaks themselves if they want to. And at least scout out what weapons are in hand and who are here from UCF. OKO and Dill each get one of their own. Star Potato being pushed back. Bios able supports. That's a little ambitious from Dill, I must say, but OKO has the back and scanned out from the Fade utility. The last one alive was Bios, and they couldn't survive much longer than that. It's going to be a 13-1. A fantastic performance from TAMU to start off this tournament.
Yeah, they are definitely early birds.
Yeah.
I don't fully understand how that is humanly possible for gamers, but nicely done. In all honesty, I do not believe we saw UCF at their best. Possibly it was just morning.
Yeah.
Or, it also is exam season. We are at midterms for a lot of schools. Got to focus on schoolwork first, and sometimes that means your gaming gets a little bit rusty, as you mentioned earlier. Nonetheless, they had their pop-off moments. Wasn't their most glorious, but congratulations, Texas AMU.
And while Dill was definitely the star performer as far as just fragging out, I gotta give a lot of credit to Nabber's Tayo as well. The two initiators on the team, and you can see why they are the initiators for a team. They're doing the job perfectly of using the flash for each other, swinging off for each other, always there to have the trade or the crossfire set up, whatever they needed to support OKO and support Dill. And meanwhile, Dam wasn't high on the scoreboard, but wasn't really getting destroyed either. It was kind of just playing the role of being a controller of like, all right, everybody else going to do their job while I just go and sit here in my little HUD and just send out some smokes here, send paranoia for you, and call it a day, basically, and anchor some sides of the map. But so even Dam had some good moments, but really didn't need to have a star performance because everybody else who has first contact on the team were finding so much success that Dam just didn't have much opportunity to do so.
I mean, I think that's a good sign in that situation. If it's not necessary for you to pop off because your team's taking care of everything else, it's like, what else can you ask for? You're doing your job and everyone else is doing it so swimmingly that there's no need for you to do the extra mile of work. But with that being said, this is just our first game of the day, and so I think we can guarantee it's only up from here, right?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they don't go down from a 113 because that's already a bit of a rocky start, I'd say. But yeah, I mean, some teams just have slow starts. I see it all the time. Optic Gaming, considered the best team in the world, winning internationally, and even things like that. Very well known to have pretty bad starts for the tournament appearances and internationally come back strong later. Sentinels, for a long time, lost the first map every series, and then they come back strong afterwards, make a comeback. So maybe UCF is just that kind of team. They sort of a slow start, they wake up, get in speed, and show up better later on. So we'll have to see if that's the case later on in the day. But we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be coming back. I believe we're jumping to Group B instead for the second map of this day of coverage. And we'll be able to see two fresh new teams to be able to see what the competition looks like on the other side of things. We'll be back in just a moment.
So all of you, collegiate athletes out there that are competing in esports, not only are we trying to broker those deals, but also keep your eyes, ears open, and don't be shy or scared to take these deals, because that's what I've heard the most, is that most of the time they're just scared to take them. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they're locking themselves into some agreement or terms that they're like going to give their name away or something too. So this is a really important space, and it's how you're all going to physically make money and build your brands along with company brands. So it's really important to learn, and my advice is to just get your feet wet. Don't worry about shying away. Read the contracts and take some of these deals, because growing your own brand is the future of what our industry is going to be, in my opinion.
Exactly, and if you follow in the pro space, you'll see that the pro teams are not only focusing on competitive play, but a lot of them are focusing on their brand and their cultural importance in the space. And so, one of the things that we do also is help athletes build their brand, build their following, and that's part of what Paulie and Kyler are doing on their side when we do this behind the scenes training. And so, building your brand, this is the creator economy. Anybody and everybody can be anything they want to be. And so we just really want to be the conduit that supports that across the board.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. With that said, thank you everyone for, I think, great insights in terms of, for any of you that were watching this and maybe had questions about, what is Esports U? What is CSMG? Who are they? What are they doing? What are our plans, right? Well, we know we kind of tried to make a bigger splash in the spring, and we're excited to bring more stuff with you guys for the next year. But I think maybe as we close out here, I know we're slowly approaching on time then, but maybe let's go around the room with everyone here of just what's one thing that we're all excited for this next upcoming year. I know we touched on our plans and a lot of things, but if you had to speak to just one thing of just what has you excited for us as a company, for us as the collegiate or college esports space, right? What's one thing that has all of you guys excited? And maybe we'll start with Mike, since our traditional sports guy, and we'll let Mike speak.
Sure. So I would say many things on the traditional side, but I'll focus on esports. And I'd say the thing that I'm most excited about going forward is, after yet another year of us doing a round of events, I'm excited that more schools will understand exactly what we're doing with our regional events and culminating in CECC and getting more schools involved. I think schools will be more excited to compete in our events because we've established it over the course of a year, and I welcome any and all conversations with getting people involved.
I think for me, I'm most excited about the schools and conferences. Mike, that's amazing. That's so exciting. I'm also excited about the brands that we're starting to be able to get involved in this. In our Commissioner's Cup in last May, we had over 14 brands, blue chip brands, participating in our event. Barbasol, Microsoft, CDW, Morgan Stanley, New Street, Air Force. And so I think brands are really starting to get excited about being involved in college esports, and we're offering them a platform that not only gives them, a big event, a big yearly event, but also regular daily programming where they can have exposure in front of this audience that they want to build affinity for with their brand. So I'm super excited about seeing the brands get on board and help grow the space along with us. A rising tide lifts all boats, and I think that's probably one of our mottos here at CSMG and Esports U. We're growing our brand, but at the same time, we're also really growing the college esports space as a whole. And that's our goal, for it to be a healthy ecosystem for all parties involved.
Yeah, I agree there. And I guess for me, obviously, always seeing the collegiate esports space elevate. Coming from a competing, this didn't exist when I was competing, and just to see it now in literally within the last 5 years, probably really come to fruition and start just blossomed out of nowhere, and now becoming a space and seeing everyone, schools, players, productions, companies all elevate together has been really, really nice to see. But if I was the most excited for one thing, it would probably be the city where we're going to land for CECC 23. I'm really excited to know where we're going to be. There's a lot of great cities. I mean, I personally would love for it to come to New York, despite whether we got a positive bid or not. I want it to come to New York, but I just think the atmosphere in New York when you throw an event here is just super magical, especially in the summertime. But either way, I'm really excited to see where it lands. Tons of great cities, tons of great opportunities, and yeah, who knows? And I think that's going to be the most exciting process for me.
Absolutely. I won't speak to anything. I think I'm filling Paulie's job on this one because Paulie's more a panelist on this one. So, normally Paul's the host, and I don't know. I think me personally, I'll just say something real quick. I'm just excited to keep telling your stories. If you're a student, if you're a program, let me know. Let us reach out to us. We just ultimately, at the end of the day, we want to tell your story. And I think that's what has me most excited, because now I think we're getting to a point where people know us. I hope you guys trust us, and and we just want to keep expanding and growing the space. So with that, Paulie, I won't make you do the weird thing where you gotta toss to yourself, unless you want to do that. I don't know. Actually, you might have a way of doing this.
All right.
Let's test it. Yeah. Okay.
Right,
how do you want to throw to yourself here?
Well, that's going to conclude here the future of collegiate with CSMG and Esports U. Thank you so much to Angela, Mike Blewett, and Kyler Tandle for hosting our panel. And now back to myself for the day 3 of the CSMG Coaches and Director Summit 2022.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup 2022. Once again, I'm still Sepulence, but this time I am joined by the CEO of New Street, Eric, who's going to get to tell us about NFTs, which I'm really excited because I told you this before the interview. I know nothing. I'm like a newborn baby about this. Yeah. So I would love to hear kind of about what you do, and then we can talk a little bit more about the esports side of things.
Yeah, so absolutely. We'll get into the NFT side in a second, but just to quickly explain what I do.
Yeah, of course.
Eric Witchen, thank you for the intro. CEO of New Street, and New Street is a media and analytics platform for collectors. So you can think about it as like the world of collectibles has grown significantly over the last 5 to 10 years. And what's happened is we've had a lot of marketplaces evolve. So places that are going to sell you things. Like if I want to buy a pair of sneakers, I have to go to no less than 10 to 12 websites in order to figure out the best price. So, the value proposition for us starts with, as a collector, where can I buy these things on the internet and where can I get the best deal possible? And then furthermore, we add media and insights, sort of like a financial technology company would do, but around things that I personally care about a lot more than stocks.
Right.
So that's us.
Absolutely. So looking at it, NFTs being one thing, esports being the other. Yeah. Where's the link? Yeah. Where's the connection there?
So first off, let's demystify NFTs a little bit.
Oh yes, please.
So first of all, an NFT is the first time in human history that we've been able to prove that something digital is scarce.
Yeah.
You need to take that in for a second. So basically, we've been creating things on the internet and with digital art and otherwise for many, many years. We're buying in-game items, we're doing a bunch of things, and we've been taught that because you can copy and paste those things, they have no value. Right? Enter the blockchain, and the blockchain allows us to be able to prove that something digital is truly owned by one particular person.
Sure.
So you can copy and paste that thing as many times as you want, but you don't own it.
Then?
It's absolutely like a certificate of authenticity, certificate of ownership that could represent a digital asset or a physical asset just as equally.
Right.
There are people playing with this in real estate markets. I mean, so collectibles, is just one of the areas that this thing is interesting in. But in terms of esports, I think it connects very much to. When you think about all the work that you do as a gamer in these ecosystems, what happens if one day this ecosystem, this company that controls this ecosystem no longer exists? All your in-game assets and all the things that you've worked so hard no longer exist too. And so, of course, the primary use case of these assets in ecosystem are going to be within the ecosystem, maybe forever. But it'd be really nice to be able to pull them out of the ecosystem own them separately. And so if those companies are foregone, go by the wayside someday, you still have these things to say, hey, I used to play this game.
Right.
It was a lot of fun. And so that's really where I think the value comes in.
Okay, so that
Preservation of value, so to speak.
yeah, so that's a great kind of segue into the other part. You've got all these positives, so people that are looking at it, they're kind of shaking their head a little bit. They're like, oh, this is going to be damaging. This can be harmful.
Of course.
What is kind of the counterpoint to that, I guess?
Of course. The counterpoint is that I think the misperception is these NFT games are coming to take gaming away from gamers, or the fun out of games.
Wow.
And the fact of the matter is that's like a lot of the current NFT gaming is more of a replacement for casino gambling than it is for anything else.
Sure.
I mean, these are not meant to be competitive with the games that you guys are playing here, and shouldn't be seen as such. So it's almost like two completely different industries.
Okay.
The graphic engines and all the things that are behind the scenes on these things, they're just not there yet. I mean, if you look at it looks like some of these look like
is that we don't have these preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our members and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in and championships, but also throw out some of the other stuff. I remember when we first started, there were some conferences were applying their amateurism rules to all of their esports competitors, and I think we knew enough to know that no, that's not going to work in an esports culture. It's got to be very different. And by the way, the NCAA was going in a different direction. You could see that train had already left the station on that, and so it's an incredibly dynamic area and ever changing, and will continue to change. And just as we didn't know when we started what it's going to be looking like, I think similarly we still don't know what it's going to be in another 5 years. I know enough to know that all of us are still going to have a thriving esports program that's doing a real good service for our members and for our competitors. But we still don't know necessarily what some of that is going to look like, and that's pretty cool about it all. Let me ask you this, because you all are used to dealing with your athletic directors, and each of them are dealing with what's in front of them in their athletic departments. My guess is at least some of your schools are that this is not necessarily operating within the athletic department. And can you talk about how you navigate that in a conference office, and maybe the best way to handle that, or do you have preferences? Do you try to steer them one way or the other? And just talk a little bit about that if you don't mind.
Sure. The majority of our schools are not under the athletics umbrella. We have one institution that perhaps by next year will be under the auspices of athletics, but most of them are in other departments across campus.
Right.
One of the things that has helped us is that we have support from the president's office. And so in order to participate in Mountain West events, you have to have an adult non-student administrator that oversees that, the eSport program. And that's where we get assistance with, eligibility checks and, please complete your roster, things like that. I don't know in the future, and it depends on, who's sitting in the athletics director's chairs, whether or not more esport teams will go under the umbrella of athletics. And I'm kind of indifferent in terms of whether it should, because I don't want esports to go down the road that some conventional sports have gone down with the NCAA. So we have a unique opportunity to kind of craft esports in a way that fits what esports is, as opposed to trying to fit it into a conventional athletics box, so to speak.
Right.
I think the success of our program and getting participation is exactly that. The fact that we're not tying it in necessarily to athletics and NCAA eligibility. Like Carolyn, we probably have 3 or 4 schools that are under athletics. And I know it puts them in a difficult position sometimes trying to make some decisions. I got a request recently to consider allowing part-time students to participate during this year, because some schools struggle sometimes to fill out all the games that they want to play with us. And we held off on that for now. We defer to the institution and say, What's your policy for those that are under student development or activities? What's your policy for allowing students to participate? And if you certify that they're eligible under your current policies, then that's good for us. I also think, and I was part of some of the conversations early on with the NCAA years ago about the NCAA getting involved as a Division II representative, and I was crossing my fingers that wouldn't happen. Just because I think this needs time to grow.
Can I ask a question, because you mentioned part-time enrollment, and one of the things that we've done here is that as a conference we've just set eligibility standards, full-time enrollment, making progress towards your degree as the institution defines it. Are you guys doing something like that as well? Because we've gotten that part-time enrollment question and we've said no.
Yeah, no, I don't think we've gotten that far down the line, Carolyn, to ask for that. I think we kind of put it on the institution, but we do say that the student has to be a full-time. Now, they could be a full-time grad student, but they have to be full-time as what the institution
Yeah, our eligibility requirements are just as simple as can be. You have to be a full-time student in good standing.
Yes.
And after that, and that's about it. Now I think we wanted as few impediments to getting this thing rolling as possible in the outset. I do think as schools get more competitive, they will start to distrust one another, and that's why we have this 500-page NCAA manual, because schools distrust one another. But we're not there yet. Right now there's still a collective. Let's move this forward, and the fact that the NCAA is not administering it, I think, is really helpful to the growth of it all. And yes, we allow grad students. We don't even have a 4 or 5 year clock. If you are full-time enrolled for 10 years in good standing, you can do. And why not? Why would we not say that that's okay? Now, eventually, like I said, we may change our minds if the schools require it. They say, no, this is crazy. Look what they're doing over there. We don't like, but I think we're still a long way from that. Alex, do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything that really Carolyn has said. You're gonna have to forgive me. What was the original question? It's been a minute. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, just kind of what you set out to do, and then what maybe the realities of it are.
Think that there's been a sorely missed opportunity for developers to take a step back from competition, take a step forward with community. And if they do that, I think we all win, because community, I would argue, is the one thing that no one's trying to solve. We're trying to solve recruitment. We're trying to solve competition. Tell me, where's community? Honestly, any one of you, go ahead, shout out what's the national community for Scholastic right now. Any title, tell me.
Yeah.
Where do I go? How do I meet and hang out?
Of the storm.
How does
community zero?
There's nothing. It doesn't exist anymore. And it doesn't exist statewide. It doesn't exist school-wide. It doesn't exist region-wide. It doesn't exist national. It doesn't exist digitally on Twitch. It doesn't exist digitally on Discord. It doesn't exist through any form of skill-based development. It doesn't exist on any form of, skill-based learning, or just pure socialization and fandom.
Mm-hmm.
Huge missed opportunity. You want to take their time and make it more efficient, in my opinion, tell Riot Scholastic politely to stop what they're doing with competitive, and their integration with LCS should be, Twitch, symposiums and summits and conversations and learning and all sorts of wonderful things, and promoting camps and educational learning activities and RSSA sponsored curriculum. That will move the needle. I don't see any of that.
So Chris, that was pretty much the last topic. You kind of wrapped it in a nice package called community. And I was kind of thinking more from an organizer and a broadcaster point of view around growing fandom. And how do we get fandom around collegiate esports to look more like traditional sports across the board? And, you know, that helps us go out and sell sponsorships in the place, of which trickles down to all our member schools that we represent. But when we go to brands and we can't check that box of, you know, 1 billion impressions and 1 million views, we still are challenged with selling those sponsorships. So my last and final is, do we have any secrets around how to grow fandom or grow community on, let's just start with on campus.
I got the big one real quick.
Okay.
Best way to grow community: food nights. Has nothing to do with playing the game. I'll give you a real life example. We used to do dollar burger night at the University of Cincinnati. We'd just go out to Bar Louie. We used to have dollar burgers every Wednesday. We'd post in at this time it was Facebook groups, tell people where to show up. 6 people, 12 people showed up the first week. By the 3rd month, we had 40 plus people coming. And it was the biggest revenue night of the week for Bar Louie every week, purely because of us. But we had friendships, we had relationships, we had roommates, we had all sorts of great, wonderful things come from that. And that translated to our LANs, our club meetings, and everything from that. It was, nothing beats food nights.
Just like pro sports, we need to focus on tribalism. And the way that you create tribalism is you have to prioritize in-person experience, in my opinion. I think that there's a lot of companies trying to become unicorn online platforms, but at the end of the day, I think we need pockets and hubs around the country that serve as regional and local hubs. Once you get a group of people together that share their love for the team that is on their campus, they start to develop a bond around that. You can do that online, but it won't be nearly as effective. Professional esports is having this tribalism problem because the majority of it's online. It's resulted in fans following players more so than the teams. I mean, that's a pretty broad topic, though. Like, we're starting to see those trends in traditional sports as well start to occur. People will follow LeBron and specific players on different teams to wherever they are. But I think for collegiate specifically,
and we are back to the CECC regional qualifier. It's the Southern one. And this is for a big prize as well for this event itself this weekend, as well as going towards that first seed, getting the first automatic bid into the Collegiate Esports Commissioner Cup Finals later on this semester. $1,500 for first place, $500 for second. It's a pretty good amount of money. Get a lot of Chick-fil-A for that, which apparently were one of the players on one of these teams. I won't say who, which team, went to get some food this morning. So just fun fact, that was something that somebody did. It's not Sunday yet. But I am Chad Landis. Joining me is Nerdy Bird, and I want to let you know that we are presented by Army National Guard, where you can do more for yourself and your future. Soldiers in the Army National Guard can serve part-time while getting their degree or working full-time. Go to college, work full-time, maybe both if you're really ambitious, as long as you can go on schedule for the National Guard, of course. Accelerate your path and visit nationalguard.com. The greatest, next greatest generation is now. Right now, Nerdy Bird. Right now. Not before, not later. Right now.
Sounds awfully familiar, but I'm fine with being part of the so-called greatest generation of all time, at least up until this point. I think I count as the current generation, right?
Sure. I won't say no.
We're gonna say that. We're gonna say that.
I don't think I do. I am in my 30s, so I am, I believe, out of that running at this point. Feels bad, but yes, I like to think that my generation was the greatest, but you know, whatever. I'll give it to you.
The next one's always got to be the greatest. It's just how it is. But right now, it just so happens to be that I'm encompassed in that generation, and I think I get timed out in like a year and a half or 2 years.
Live it up while you still can.
Exactly.
And we're also going to be living it up in the map pick ban screen in just a moment. And it might not be much of a surprise for you. Maybe it will for some. But we're going back to Ascent, the old faithful Ascent map. The pick bans actually were pretty much the exact same order as the first map's a series of the day. So you might look at it like, did they not update it? No, we didn't need to, because it's exactly the same run through. And it's going to be Ascent. We're returning right back to it. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot of similar agents.
Probably. I mean, the way you want to play this map out, the agents that we saw earlier today is just KO, Omen. I mean, Fade, you can kind of swap out, but I do personally, I really enjoy Fade's kit when it comes to attacking on Ascent. And beyond that, we might see some changes. There may not be a Jet this time. We may not see a Raze. And actually, yeah, Astra is going to be pulled out instead. That's actually going to be a really interesting pick. I do believe Astra can be very strong when played by someone who has a deep understanding of her kit. We do see, of course, Chambers on both sides. A repeat of the Sova is going to be coming out. Interested to see what the final picks are here for both teams. It's going to be Fade. And the last one, it looks like... I'm just going off the assumption that Sova and Omen are going to be locked in as our Raze and Chamber. Those seem like pretty solid picks for this map.
Yeah.
Really interested to see what our final, still hidden, still deciding, can't make up my mind, I'm too tired player is going with here.
Cressa, I think KO's a good pick here to have a hard flash for your team. The random flashes after the flash change is really strong these days. Having a second duelist also, it could be really good because Reyna does really thrive on being a secondary fragger. So yeah, going with something like a Jet or the Raze would be really good for the team too. I'm personally a big advocate of, if you have a Chamber on your team, you don't really need a Jet typically. However, she still has a lot of value. You still can have the Cloudburst dash right into the site options. You still have a lot of survivability if you want anchor or bait out certain angles. So the agent is definitely a very solid pick still. It's just not necessarily like, we need an opper, let's get a Jet, when you already have a Chamber in that situation.
I'm just waiting for the team that picks something that's completely just unanticipated and unexpected. I'm hoping I see a Yoru at least once today.
Okay.
As much of a Mimi pick that can be sometimes. But, I mean, playing it safe in the early rounds is definitely what you want to do. You don't want to show all your cards right away, but I want excitement. I want things to change. So far, Astra is the most exciting pick I've seen thus far, and that's not saying too much.
And it could be a different thing too. Like if you're in group stage, you're maybe a favorite team, you're already played some of these teams before, you know you're really confident you're going to win, and you can just go with like a crazy pick just to throw off other teams so they can't counter strat you very easily. You know, things like that could be the case. Save the actual compositions, the actual strats for later when you go into playoffs, if you have that confidence. Speaking of confidence, pushing out towards mid already. That's one of the benefits of running that Jet, and you see that Reyna trailing a little bit behind, being that secondary fragger. That'd be a little bit of a dynamic duo setup. A lot of this map, I believe, we'll be seeing.
Really liking this default push we have from Winthrop happening. Moobs is looking to peek. Not sure if they're aware there's someone chilling in Wine. We have the early peek out from RKO at the choke point, but the one in Wine has yet to move. They don't need to. They're trigger disciplining. Soon as this pop and swing into main happens, that poor soul is going to be double teamed, but instead, the peek from the KO came too soon. They go down. We also see Fade go down, and then Sova from Winthrop will go down.
4v3 on the site. Crescent was already there, and it's something you made as a point at the top of the day is just main control is so strong, and Crescent was able to get there just a good timing to really punish the exit opportunity that member of U2000 was trying to take. Bunny able to take it back and frag themselves, make it a fairly winnable situation, but the double swing setup here is going to be too good. What an unlucky timing as well. Did not expect that whatsoever. The 3v1 swing, not much that Windows could have really done that situation.
I don't know. Entering Astral Plane while walking down CT seems like not the best option. Perhaps making sure you have natural map cover before doing something like that in the future would be best.
I could not agree more. I also, funny enough, agree with this Vandal pickup. A double Vandal investment, a little ambitious, I'd say still, but one just to try to get some oomph is pretty good. And it is good, like we saw in the first map as well, where TAMU was able to get the win on that anti-eco round and save the two Vandals, and their bonus was extremely strong, and they even went and won it. So this is actually a really ambitious buy, but man, it can come out so big for your team, especially if Crescent gets that first kill, just like they did. Moobs entry on site. You see that Cloudburst entry on the site as well. So you know that Winthrop had that plan in mind when they went with that Jet. Not purely a comfort pick. You're actually able to utilize the utility properly for good site executes, especially anti-eco that was flawless in the end. Winthrop off to a strong start.
want to give a huge shout out to Moobs here. Last round, they just went in with a Ghost and full armor. Ghost and a Dream is my favorite loadout for when you're just, you know, trying to utilize your bonus round to the fullest extent, especially with just the price increase on a lot of chambers as the Headhunter. Going with the Ghost is my personal favorite. Not a huge fan of the Sheriff.
I like Ghost until I have to spam it, and then I'm just feeling bad.
That's fair.
Not a single bullet lands at that point, and then I think, why did I even start spamming? Why did I even try?
You just really got to take a deep breath and hit that trigger once every other second. And prepare
Nice, slow,
to be eliminated.
patient clicks. All right, so Sars, try push up. They're not going to expect them to be at that close, but Moobs gets the headshot anyway. On fire with those shots thus far. Aetha, though, able to shut down Crescents. But that's that secondary fragger. That's that Reyna coming through. Able to get that trade kill out. Keep the player advantage in favor of Winthrop as they're already making their way on the site. All three members of UT Dallas stacked up at CT. Not many angles to work with to get back onto the site.
Bunny coming out of CT. Does Swing Peak get one? The retake, though, they came in like lemmings and they go down like lemmings to Moobs. Picking up a 3-piece. Lemmings. Oh, lemmings. But Moobs, what was that? What was that? Please tell me that was a misclick. That had to have been a misclick, right?
Well, I do know what it is a 7-0 start for Moobs. The reverse order of a very popular secret agent spy, but Moobs being a little bit more well-known in the lobby. No secretive here. Just going out and start slaying out. Very stacked up towards A main. I have one person linger towards mid just in case, but we'll see if that comes to fruition. It's going to just overall be no attempt for mid control. It's going to be completely an anti-eco. Let's bundle up, and if they even get a good shot with the Sheriff, we're at least be able to trade them out because you can't shoot that fast with multiple headshots unless they're really lucky and crazy skillful at the same time. Bunny taking a little chip damage, stays alive. It's going to be a control completely there for Winthrop, but multiple angles being set up by UT Dallas. We have to deal with this trademark. It goes. Winthrop will know they're on the backside now.
Yeah, we have two coming in behind. One's gonna go down. It's still Chamber over there. I do not believe Winthrop is aware that two were coming on that flank, just the one. And with trademark down, I believe, yes, it's going to allow that entry pick. Now let's see if they can swing in through here on main, knowing that there's two with the crossfire. Doesn't work out, unfortunately, and with that, Winthrop is going to win out another round.
Yeah, that round. The anti-ecos from Winthrop really feel like another day at the office for them. They just going in pretty much flawless every time, and they really have been. And just doesn't seem like UT Dallas has any good options on those scenarios. They went for multiple angles. That trademark just they couldn't smoke it out. Perhaps if they worked with Bunny on the Astra to smoke it for them and use that as a way of sneaking by, but the place it was at is kind of hard to really smoke it off properly. Just because of the location of that trademark and how Nebulas work. Aetha trying to get mid control, but the Nebula somewhat working against their attempts there.
Empress gets popped, Knives gets popped, both for Winthrop. Crescent doesn't even need him to take out the first one. Now gonna go to CT here, see if they can pick anyone up on the defense. There is some fire coming through, so they know there's fire. Updraft is used. Don't know if they have Tailwind online. Astra has also got the wall ready to go, but not needed. Tour de Force is out for Dallas.
Sheesh.
Oh, and the Tour de Force takes down one.
Able to at least shut down the Empress. Knives are still available though, and Tour de Force bolts are running a little low at this point. Still player advantage for Winthrop, and time is just still ticking away. UC Dallas needs to get going. Aetha again. Bunny goes into the projection astral form, out completely exposed and gets punished for it. Winthrop takes that advantage, pounces on the opportunity, and wins out the round.
0-5. I mean, the econ here that we have for UTD is not as bad as we saw in our game one when we had a team that was 0-5. Let's see if they're able to start turning this around in their favor. They're going for a light buy round, going with stingers. I mean, sometimes you gotta go for the crazy pick, and I feel like perhaps an Ares, but we also got our Chamber going with an Operator. That's an interesting pick. They're anticipating the pop-off, but they better pop off for their team's sake.
Yeah, they didn't anticipate the B-side take unless they plan on going for a retake with less powerful weaponry. Already getting punished a little bit. The Headhunter's out. Does Aether expect them to be this close? Crescent. Oh, they don't want to get too greedy. They don't want to just walk into the line of sight of the Headhunter. They want to hold this angle that Aether might not be ready for. The trigger discipline gets the double kill from it as well. Can we find the frag of the roll? It's all down to Windows. 1 versus 5. These anti-ecos from Winthrop again, flawless.
I bet someone absolutely jumped when Crescent dinked his head to the sun.
I would have. 100%.
It is 100% a jump scare when you're creeping through any position and you don't fully check a corner and someone just immediately kills you, or trigger disciplines it, takes out 2 of you, both of you get to jump and terror and scream together. It's okay. It is spooky season.
It is indeed spooky season. Jump scares all around. Corner campers, shorties in the smokes. You never know what might just jump out and surprise you, especially with an omen on the map. UT Dallas. What a shot. The timing was perfect, but couldn't get out in time with Sorav. But Aether popping off this round. The Operator coming maximum value so far. Keeping the player advantage alive for UT Dallas for what feels like the first time this map.
Let's see if they can keep it going now that Spike is starting to be planted by our Sova. I do think that is... Nope, not going to get them Hunter's Fury just yet. We have the Astral Wall still online from Astra. Down 1, flash goes out, paint grenades go down as well. Ooh, 4v2, this could be it. Double jump packs goes in, gets taken down. Bunny finds 1, Swish is gonna find another. Bunny closing it out.
No Astral Form this time. Gun in hand, ready to fight. Guns ablazing, there for the trades, swinging for the teammates. And it was a valiant effort. Yeah, the valiant effort was there. The frags are coming through, but if only there's only 3 people you're up against 4. There's just a little bit too much there. So Winthrop was not able to keep their win streak alive. And there's going to be a round on the board for UT Dallas soon enough to where they still have hopes alive to actually make this a really close half. And I'm seeing the Nightfall, the Cosmic Divide, the Showstopper, the No Command, a lot of ultims available for UT Dallas. Pretty much full buy, just that jump.
They could get confidence, and even though they're not everyone on the team could quote full buy, they might have the opportunity to clutch this one out. They did lose 1, but it was an even trade. Fortunately for Winthrop, they're going to lose another one, so let's see if UT is going to keep this momentum.
From the shadows, they might be thinking about just jumping over towards B site, but they just decide to stay. Do a little bit of a fake. Crescent even the tides a little bit as well. This Nightfall and Showstopper are both available. Very strong retaking options for UT Dallas. Aether wanting to stay alive. Just trying to see if they could get a cheeky little peek and get a little pick in before the cavalry arrives. But now it's coming. I expect to see this Nightfall go underway and the Showstopper make splashes happen. No, they fall before they can get it off. Just the Nightfall. A little bit of delayed entry. So Sora's, though, able to get 1 kill. Can't get the 3rd. Swish making a little bit of a splash on the end of that round. Winthrop continue growing the lead.
Swish had the Operator. It's going to toss it back over to our Chamber. Unfortunately, UTD, that momentum swing started and unfortunately stopped.
So the Showstopper available. So at least they die before they popped it, I guess, is the
Bright
glass
side?
half full thought saw. Yeah, the silver lining was the term I was trying to think of. Woo! Well, no Showstopper or no Command this round. They're picked off almost immediately. That was quite the picks from Winthrop. And mid control's there for Dallas, but they don't have the players to really work with here. 3 versus 5. It would be a 3 versus 3 on site, but they don't really know that. Deal with this door as well, and the spike is being planted now, and members of Winthrop are collapsing on this location. Crescent already pushed up on an angle that Aetha was not quite ready for. Sorev trying to hold an off angle, but Crescent was completely aware of that. And even the operator is the one getting the kill on Bunny in the smoke. Everything going in favor of Winthrop except for that one round.
I don't fully remember all the buys that were made, but perhaps trying to go for some sneaky post-explosion picks there would have been the best option for the side of UTD. Maybe going for, but not even getting a hope of an exit frag is never really a situation you want to put yourself in.
Yeah, because Winthrop pushed and took the fights for them, too. Like, you want to go for exit frags? We'll go meet you at the exit before the spike's even exploding. We'll just go and take those fights. The confidence is full force for Winthrop. Complete momentum in their favor. They have a Hunter's Fury to work with this round as well if you want to enter your site with it or use it for the post plant. I'm always interested in seeing how Sovas decide to use that one, because entering the site with it is a little bit of a gamble or like a suppression option. Post plant one, it's not the most reliable for like hard stops, but it's still a good threat to work with.
Most success I've seen with Hunter's Fury comes from when a Sova uses it just very unexpectedly, but it looks like they're going to opt for the entry. We have Lear come out, Clouds go down, and we are going to lose our KO here for the side of UTD, clearing out Hell now and wrapping around through Tree. Oh my, there's just trades on trades on trades, and now it is just Fade standing. Really, I hope this Fade chooses to save or rushes in with the exit frag after this Haunt.
Yeah, not really finding much here. Narrowly dodges the sniper shot, but still pinned in this corner. What a headshot, though. This is suddenly very winnable. And with that seize as well, keeping the Omen in place, goes for the frag and finds the head, wins another round for UT Dallas.
All right, we are 1 round short of 9-3 curse.
Ooh.
UTD can find one more. It's 9-3 curse time, and they can pull the odds back in their favor.
And curses are stronger the closer we get to Halloween.
Yeah.
Just saying. That's how it works. I'm sure I saw that in a movie somewhere.
Possibly Hocus Pocus 2 that finally came out.
Yeah. We're going to go with that one to promote the new Disney movie. There you go. Let's see. That showstopper still not being finding value.
UTD
all
has
ultimates.
ults.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Pop them. We got 2 more rounds to go with.
Okay, maybe pop 2 this round and then pop 3 the next round to guarantee that we have most ults at the end of the game. We do see the trigger. Ooh, Athia is going to find 1. We're going to have Fade pick up another. And then the judge at close range is going to find the fragger of Crescent. So Winthrop hurting right now. Only has 2 people left standing.
Yeah, they're going to hold their ultimates at this point. It's the 4 versus 1 situation on the field. Operators in hand for Aetha does not need to pop the ult for that. That's for sure. And honestly, that round, Aetha being a big initiator for the team. Not the initiator role, but you know what I mean. Getting that first kill, following up with all these new angles, finding different angles to hold with the operator that Winthrop was not ready for. And if UC Dallas showing signs that they can slow things down and make Winthrop have to take these 1v1s and maybe these off angle and like throw off the timing a little bit, UC Dallas can find success, come out on top a little bit. And Aetha being big proponent for all that as well. Top of the board for the team, 12-10-1, going in for the fights, finding a lot of success thus far.
This next round, I want to hear 9 ultimates get popped. So far, 2. Both 2 of the forces are coming out. Empress has been popped. Omen's going to use his ult as well. Now all that's left is knives for Winthrop, and then it looks like everything still for the side of UTD.
Crescent went full speed to that position, so they gotta know somebody's probably holding this. Crescent has done it before as well, but they get punished for it. Lamb, though, able to pull up the shots, get the frags in there, and keep the kills in favor of UT Dallas. Showstoppers popped. Nightfall's underway. There's no audio for Winthrop. They just fall as prey to Windows, but Flare keeps the fight alive. Bunny, though, hops into the site and finishes off the last remaining member of Winthrop. That's going to be an 8-4.5 for the Nerdy Bird.
definitely showing that they can do the sweep back in their favor. I feel like Ascent though tends to be more of a defensive heavy map. We'll have to see how this goes. Once again, broken record. Midfield, that mid lane control, if you can get that on lockdown as the offensive team, you can dominate, but it is so easily controlled by the defenders that it could make things very difficult.
Yeah, right after the second, you can even see the lines. You can just already hold an op angle or something like that just from the start. What you also can do is do more for yourself in your future. Soldiers of the National Army National Guard can serve part-time while getting their degree or working full-time. So you can just double up, have a lot of success all at the same time. Accelerate your path and visit nationalguard.com. The next greatest generation is right now. Just like right now is when the next half starts for this matchup. What was a one-sided affair looks a lot more competitive now. Crescent opening with 2 kills of their own. Swish answering back as well, finding 2 of their own, making a 3v1 on the field. Bunny hopping the way towards the spike, but they're going to be a little bit too late for this one. And Ghost in hand, not going to be able to do much more. They only pick it up, interestingly enough.
Remember that discussion we had earlier about how we don't like the ghost with the spam? We got to see 2 players go back to back with the spam ghost play and actually pop off with it. So that says something about our aiming skills.
If it hits on pistols, it hits hard. The ghost is the reason why everybody goes ghost, so they can afford it. And they're buy. They're even sticking with it. Kami and Swish going into the next round. Well, 2 Vandals going to be picked up by Flare and Crescent, which honestly, Flare and Crescent have been ones that go for the entry kills. They've been first contact on sites very commonly, which we love to see that from duelists. Take notes, everybody at home, especially the players in ranked, please. But yeah, Vandals in hand. If you go with that on the force up here, the trade comes through, perhaps then they can get pick up Vandal immediately from the trade. So I want to see these members of Winthrop following Flare, following Crescent on these aggressive angles that they're peeking for. Very aggressive, especially on defense here. Flare getting 2 so far, taking fights in these long angles. Crescent close quarters, though, not able to beat a classic, but they just did it just so they could set Flare for the ace, right? That's what it's for?
Yes, most definitely. And Flare does get the ace. That aggressive take here from that Jet, I will admit that took a lot of guts. They peeked out, they realized that it wasn't a one-on-one, that it was a 2v1, so they put down that Cloud Flare to give them some extra cover, but unfortunately, the reaction time and crosshair placement was not in their favor when that chamber peeked out of the cloud. But you're right, it set Flare up for the 5-piece. They get the ace because it helped their teammate feel good. They're totally just baiting. They're baiting for the ace.
What a team player. Love to see it. Winthrop also with a very strong start in the half, just like we saw in the first half. But we saw UT Dallas coming back towards the end, but that repeats itself exactly. It'll be too late to do so this time around. They need to make the comeback happen right now. And Crescent trying to hold up, make control, longer range angles, but those rifles are in hand for Dallas. What a shot though by Noobs, taking down Bunny, and that's the smoke's all gone. These long angles cannot be smoked off at all. Taking out Moobs though. Marshall's gone, no more threat there. UT Dallas has a player advantage on the site, or on the map, I should say.
Empress is online though for Winthrop. If they choose to pop this here to just help them get re-entry onto a site, great one right here outside of tree. Make it a little hard for our Faye to get in, and we are going to have drone come out. Chamber is forced to teleport. Don't know if they're going to completely rotate back or just choose to wait it out. Looks like they are going to wait it out and choose to rotate through B main.
There.
Ends up being a great call for Dallas because nobody from Winthrop is even here. It's going to be a late rotation from the defending team. The spike will be planted before you even make contact on the site. So yeah, with that, Empress can be popped. It's gonna be a little risky though. Swish perhaps can set up a little bit of a first frag potential to get Flare online with this recon bolts. Let's see what they can find.
Flash is going to go out in response to the recon. We do see that our Fate's going to be able to pick up 1. Reyna picks up 2. Oh.
She's going for it, swinging through, going to a 1v1 situation. It's just down to Comey.
What a shot.
Absolutely what an outplay.
Gorgeous.
200 IQ.
I'll be honest, I really thought Sova had kind of messed their team up a bit there, calling the rotation as opposed to playing it patiently and just waiting it out to see if it was a fake, because indeed it was, but the retake, Winthrop still managed to pull it off.
They did indeed. And that was massive for them. That's the bonus round for the team, and you're seeing the force by coming in for Dallas, because on 11, most teams do choose to force, because if you save to go into a situation when you win 8 rounds in a row just for an overtime, that feels bad. If you force now and win around here, you can still keep that like breath alive, that little bit of a room to work with in case you drop a round later on. So forcing here, I do agree with, is the right call. We'll have to see if they can actually win it, though, as it's so far not looking the best, at least because the trade narrowly was Aetha. Needed to do that, though, to keep them alive on this round.
See if they pop and swing together here through garage, but it was a default push kind of here, I believe. Yeah, it looks like it was. Unfortunately, they are going to lose their raise. UTT down 3, down to 2, down to just 1 standing.
Lamb needs to make the clutch of their day right now.
Oh,
Perhaps
Lamb.
what feels like the clutch of the month for Lamb if they pull this one off, because odds are definitely not in their favor, but I've seen crazier things. They have to deal with Kami here. On an angle, do they check it? Don't know they're going to be that close. Nobody would. You really wouldn't on that timing know that Kami was going to be in that situation, that corner. You have to have a lot of diligence to clear that out and expect them to be there. And just too much to do, too many angles to check. And now Dallas, they needed to win that round. Now their backs fully against the wall. They have to win every round out just to get to overtime.
Be extremely difficult, not impossible. They just have to keep their heads up. But the thing that's really going to make this difficult is trying to econ to buy for next, but not knowing if there will be a next.
You want to play? Let's play.
Let's see. Aggression Crescent. Full confidence. Getting a double kill like that. Crushing blow to the mental elbow. Windows with a nice prediction spam through the wall. But Flare, again, there for that following kill. There for the secondary frag. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Aetha was able to find some more success as per the normal of this map. But they need to do so much more to be able to get these round wins for the team. They have to start clutching up so much heavier. It's 3 versus 2. Total Force online for UT Dallas for Aetha. So much mid control.
Slowly. Ooh, Fade, this is going to be real rough for you if you're not careful trying to peek into mid here. I don't believe there's anyone right at tree. Yep. Yikes.
You feel like they have to, though, because the spike's all the way towards A main. Like, they have to cover so much ground to get to the spike. And that's why I see Winthrop completely setting up a kill line right across the map. 1 watching spawn, 2 watching a crossfire for tiles. Even with Aetha getting that kill, will they peek over towards Ginny? No. Again, Winthrop using the player advantage, have 1 person, cheeky side right angle, and too much to do for the members of Dallas. Not enough time to work with either. So Winthrop creating advantages successfully, using their advantages very successfully as well. You see the full confidence, momentum in their sales that entire map. That comeback was starting to look a little bit real towards in that first half for UT Dallas, but there's just at that strong start for Winthrop once again. The pistols were definitely in their favor, and their anti-ecos were flawless. There wasn't much for UT Dallas to be able to do as far as coming back in that second half.
We'll have to see what both teams bring. I really thought it was going to be Crescent. Sometimes the way that they calculate that really confuses me, but at the end of the day, Riot does what Riot does best, and that is keep their code to themselves and just let me enjoy watching and playing their games and casting them. But I'm excited to see who we do end up being able to interview here soon.
Yeah, because a lot of members of that team, they just it looked like another day of the office. They're just swinging through and getting frags. Crescent was there, getting a lot of entries. Flare was there, getting a lot of follow-ups, and the other members of the team supporting, being that glue and foundation to allow those 2 duels to really shine and thrive as well. So definitely looking forward to that player interview. Hope you are as well. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back with that interview, and then following after that will be the following and final map of the day. So stick around. There's a lot more ballot coverage coming your way.
And if we're talking explicitly about fandom, you have to make the students on your campus care about the team first. That's the biggest thing. Either you create a level of pride through community engagement, or through the team itself. At a lot of schools, the groundwork is there for this. Like, there are schools like UBC, Ohio State, with Buckeye Gaming Collective, that have clubs that number in the 2,000 to 3,000 range, right? So they have a base to begin with. At a school like Maryville, like, we kind of developed it the opposite way. When I came in and started building our esports program, we had 3 kids in our esports club. And so we've kind of built the team, and then the club has followed, which is kind of the opposite for a lot of schools. But I think that we have to develop tribalism, and that starts with meaningful live events. And the more that these events, the longer that these events continue to be like only online, the less effective it is in creating that final goal.
Agreed. Doc, you wrap it up for us, please.
I would just say this: clubs ebb and flow based on their leadership. But if all students, all clubs, all groups are given regular and meaningful invitations to come in, use the space, create what you want out of this, then it will continue to thrive despite the change in leadership. I can just imagine that Cincy student group with Chris heavy in the leadership there just being amazing. But there's not always someone with his skill set at the helm. So you just need to be open and look for opportunities to serve, even though it can be more difficult, especially in the scheduling of the space. I know a lot of people that don't like anybody else but the players they're recruited to use their space. As much as we can, if we want to build community, we have to open the space to people that we wouldn't normally see in there and let them do the types of things that they want to do.
One more thing, so like on a national level though, if we want to raise the general viewership of all of collegiate esports and not just different pockets, that's a hard one because people watch esports to see people do stuff that they're better than them at, right? So naturally at the collegiate level, we're going to be at a lower level than pro. So it's hard to get people to watch for that reason, but what we can sell are narratives and storylines, matchup histories, and as we start to build a longer history of collegiate esports, I actually truly believe that some of the CLOL storylines are more rich than what exists in Academy and
100%
and the LCS, but no one's really covering it. No one's really drilling down into it. No one's creating narrative content. So I think that that's the key to getting people to care about it. Like if there's a storyline, people attach themselves to it. Yeah.
I'll add one more thing before we end. The largest organizations on any university campus. This is a very blanket statement. Could be wrong for you. It's right for many. Campus ministry and Greek life are always the largest groups on campus. Why? It's because of the concept of family. Let me explain. With a club or a program, many people identify, oh, I am a gamer, but I am also A, B, C. And usually it's I am A, B, C, and I'm also a gamer. Not everyone is a gamer first and foremost. You're only going to capture that population if you're promoting purely competitive and purely esports. And so I said food nights and social activities. I'm really stealing from campus ministry and Greek life, because what you want to do to build community at your school is to make it so that the thing that you're doing is the number one thing in the students' lives. Now that's a very selfish thing to say, but it's a true statement. For you to grow the largest community, your community needs to feel that the thing that they're a part of is the most important part of their social campus experience. That's why Greek life is so successful. That's why campus ministry is so successful. And when you treat esports as a program of just competition, practice, and development, that's an outlet. That's not a way of life. Not for at scale. Not when 55% of the campus body of a Division I school identifies as a gamer in some way, shape, or form. You're not going to touch that 55%. You're going to touch 5%, maybe. Probably going to touch 0.05% or 0.5% at a Division I school. And so what you really need to do is build that community authentically by, as Doc said about Dan, what are the people prioritizing and do that? And how do they enjoy their life? What would they find meaningful through that? And then do everything else, because the financials and everything else, the planning and all that matters too. And that's why we have a talent problem in Scholastic Esports. But I will wrap up and say for the national level, Dan's completely right on narrative. But I'm not worried about that, because the only thing we need to build community nationwide is just time. We are 2 generations away from critical mass. And all it takes is that the current generation of students to grow up, get in the professional workforce, and have kids and raise them on the things that they were fans of. It's how baseball grew. It's how basketball grew. It's how rugby and all those other sports grow and sustain.
Cornhole grew.
But in all seriousness, all we need is time. All we need to do is ensure that our products get better, our opportunities become more authentic, accessibility remains open, and monetization remains enough to us to continue to what we're doing and grow.
Hi everyone, my name is Heather Garozzo, also known as Sapphire. I'm so excited to join you here today. This is an initiative that means a lot to me. I've been involved in esports now for a little more than I want to admit, but about 20 years in many different facets. And when I started, I was often the only woman in the room. There were no women competitions. There were no other women on co-ed teams or women's teams. And that obviously has changed drastically over the most recent couple of years. Initiatives like this are so meaningful to getting more women involved and giving them a stepping stone to join those Tier 1 leagues, to join co-ed teams, mixed teams, and hopefully become the best in the world. So I came to join today to just tell you a little bit about my journey, hopefully inspire you, whether you want to go down the path of being a professional gamer or a content creator, or you want to work in the industry. There's so many different options, and I wanted to share a little bit about my story with you. So first off, I'm actually at Valorant Champions in Istanbul right now. The match is happening like just behind the door from me, so you might even hear some of the crowd noise going hype. The crowd is obviously cheering for Fnatic. Actually, I just heard a loud cheer right now, so something epic might have just happened. But so apologies if you hear that background noise, but it's all part of the vibe. It's all part of just being in esports, living and breathing esports. My journey actually started just as a player. I was a multi-sport varsity athlete in high school. For my MCL, was out on an injury, and then I found esports. My brother would have his friends over, and I didn't want my brother to be better than me than anything, and I just started playing. And this was actually Counter-Strike. Valorant wasn't out at the time, of course. And turns out that I was pretty decent at it, and so started playing more and more and more. Found some teammates, traveled down to the CPL, which was like the top tournament at the time. Thought after winning a bunch of tournaments in the Milwaukee area that we would come in and do really well. Turns out we were terrible, and we finished dead last. Lost to a Finnish team that was one of the best in the world. But it only motivated me to be a better player. So I kept competing. Eventually I made it on to some of the top teams. I was in co-ed teams, played in ESEA Invite, which is now the equivalent of ESL Pro League, and also played on some co-ed teams, played with teammates like Miss Harvey, Potter, who is now the coach of Evil Geniuses, Alice Liu that played with Complexity's Valorant team. Some of the things that I learned in my competing journey, it's not just about my physical skill in the game, not just how quick you could react to something, but communication, teamwork. These things are so important. At Valorant Champions right now, I get the opportunity to listen into the teams and listen to their communication. It's amazing how they refine their craft and refine how they communicate with their teammates. It's something so fascinating. So I encourage you, one of the things I like to tell up-and-coming players is record your team's comms and listen back. Did you give the right calls? Could you have done better calls? Those calls have been shorter and more precise? And those are some of the things I learned as a player. Throughout that playing journey, one of the highlights was in 2012 when I traveled to Paris and competed in the Esports World Cup, which was the top tournament for women at the time. And we came in and we won the World Championship, which was so exciting. It's so amazing to play in front of crowds of thousands of people. They were cheering against us because we were playing against a European team and we were an American team. But that feeling is just like unlike anything else when you can raise that trophy and they play the national anthem of your country. I hope many of you playing in this competition will get to experience some of that one day. It's truly an honor. Some of the other things besides competing and winning trophies, I played in 250 tournaments over the years. I believe that's the most for any woman. It's hard to keep track in the early days. But beyond competing, I work in the industry. So I'm the vice president at Dignitas. It's one of the oldest operating esports teams. We had for many years one of the top women's teams in the world. I also founded a women's initiative called Radiant and operate women's esports tournaments just like this. And I've realized how important that is. A lot of people will ask, why do the women need their own tournaments? Why can't they just play with the guys? And my response back is, if you look at a game like Valorant, there's a reason why there are so many women competing in this game compared to other esports titles. It's because these women's initiatives exist, and they give women something to work towards, something to get started. It gives them a more safe environment, a harassment-free environment to kick off their careers. And I hope one day we don't need women's tournaments. That's the end goal, is because more women are competing and more women are going to start to shine in those tier 1 teams. My last point is, as I said, working in the industry, there's so many different job opportunities. You don't have to be the best player in the world. You don't have to be comfortable on camera and be a content creator. You can work in business side, marketing, advertising. You can work in PR. You can work even in the sciences. There's sports psychology jobs. There's team chefs. There's nutritionists. One of my positions is being an observer. Like I said, I'm at Valorant Champions right now. And, if you're dual monitoring and you're watching both this event and Valorant Champions at the same time, after this, I'm about to hop in and be the observer for XSET versus Fnatic, essentially an in-game director. There's a million different production jobs as well. But I just wanted to use this as an opportunity to hopefully inspire you to continue to pursue esports and gaming if that's something you love. And then my final comment is just a reminder that, you're going to be in games sometimes and people are going to say terrible things. I hope that ends someday, but just know that no matter what they say, you belong here. You deserve this. You deserve it.
Sweet. We are back. We are here live with Moobs from that winning team in a very dominant fashion as well, in a way that a lot of the rounds, I feel like you guys kind of just went in and just got some frags, following up Crescent, following up Flare, things like that. But Moobs, I saw you on the map as well, on the chamber, anchoring a lot of times and getting a lot of frags yourself. How did you feel about that game? Did you feel as confident going into the game as we saw on the lobby?
Yeah, I think every game we go into, we have a lot of confidence. We've adjusted our comps to have these double duo setups, like you mentioned. We follow Chris, we follow Flair into wherever, they're just kind of eco-fragging, getting all their kills, and we clean up. I think it was like round 3, we won the bonus round, and I popped my chamber out by accident. And after that, we're all laughing, we're having a good time. So we felt good going into that game, and we feel good going into the next one as well.
Definitely glad that you cleared up my confusion there because I saw it happen and I definitely sat here for a minute and was like, that had to be an accident, right? That wasn't just a haha, it's round 3, I already have it. And then you hit it in thinking there's other people to kill and then there wasn't.
It,
So I'm
it
glad
was
it wasn't
mental
that.
mental warfare, mental warfare. I'll leave
Oh
it
yeah,
at that.
Sometimes about sending a
totally.
message.
It was the meta
All
game
about it.
sending the message of true dominance. With that being said, is Chamber kind of like always your go-to pick with this comp on Ascent? Are we gonna expect to consistently see that from you, or you could choose to deny this question as well, stating that I'm asking for too much info for other people?
I think as long as Chamber's not nerfed, one of us will play it. I think I can play it. Crescent can play it, but we'll move it around. If he gets nerfed or if something new comes out, then we'll adjust it. But for now, I think Chamber kind of stays on every map.
All right.
I saw the double Vandal buy on the anti-ego round 2 after winning pistol. We saw that on the first map of the day too. Like we're seeing that a lot more often. Does that seem to be like the move? Is that the wave these days of going with a 1 or 2 Vandals, or is that more of just a confidence pick to just go in and just feeling yourself kind of situation?
Well, if you're buying him on defense, I think you have to have some sort of plan. Like you need to have a buddy with you. When it comes to attack side, when we buy Vandals, we kind of just say like, look, whatever we do, we're doing as 5. So you want to go hit B main, we'll go as 5 B main, because then worst thing happens is the guy with the Vandal dies and we trade it out. We grab the gun back. It's definitely, I think, a little bit risky, but it does come with like confidence in the type of agents you play. Like Reyna can get away with buying a Vandal a lot, but we kind of just felt like we were tapping heads, so we're like, whatever, we'll just buy Vandals.
Well, I'll get you out of here on this last question. Even though this is our first interview of the day, we might see you again later and talk to you at some point, possibly today or tomorrow. Do you have any shout outs for anyone in particular, whether it be teammates, friends, family, anyone watching, before we say goodbye for this moment?
Shout out my cat. She gets me through tough times. I don't know where she is right now, but I'm sure she's out sleeping somewhere. Shout out to Winthrop for giving us a chance to show how good we are. I think we're gonna do a lot of good work this semester and next semester. And yeah, I think I'll leave it at that.
All right.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Moobs. What a fantastic performance and well-spoken individual as well, going out there on the lobbies. And speaking of lobbies, we're going to be switching over to the next lobby because we have another game ready to go, and we're going to let Moobs go as well. Get ready for his next game. As we go into the next match, it's going to be UTD. It's University of Texas at Dallas, which we just saw, and they're going up against a new opponent. It's going to be Blinn College, which is a college that's pretty star-studded. If you watch the Tier 2 scene, you'll probably recognize a lot of names on this roster, and it's going to be a really tough matchup for UTD to go up against, especially coming off of a loss that they just had.
Well, let's hope they can bounce back quickly. I know that it's not going to be a matchup that's fully in their favor, but perhaps that first game, it was just more of a warm-up for them. They hadn't fully, shaken the cobwebs out of their head just yet, but now they are gearing and ready to go and are ready to redeem themselves in our second game with them today.
Yeah, I'm also excited because we are not going to have to go to the same map that we've seen the first 2 maps today.
What?
As much as I love Ascent, I also love Variety, and Haven is also my love. It's my favorite map in the game. It always has been, and maybe always will be at this point. It's got 3 sites. It's got a lot of explosivity if you want to go fast. It also has ways of playing slow for picks as well. All the variety in the world on this map, and also it seems to always have had the best agent variety as far as meta goes as well. It really feels like you can play essentially any agent on this map as long as you have the proper game plan going into it.
I agree with you completely there. I just feel really bad if you don't have someone who's confident in locking down B, because it seems like B is always the person who's by themselves.
Yeah.
Typically, you got kind of like that floater that's like, I'm either going to sit C with someone or I'm going to sit like peek in window from garage, that type of stuff. But the person on B, you're kind of always by yourself. So hopefully you're ready to take those one-on-ones or possibly a one-on-5 very early on in the game.
Yeah, it was like the Sage of old. I know you're a Sage player yourself, Nerdy. So it might have been your call, which is why you might have called that out just now. Like I was the one who was alone a lot. But Also, we see a lot of breach lately. Seeing that A link on defense and being able to support towards sewers, the fault line, and a lobby, but also being able to have good angles for flashes and things like that. Even aftershocks to deny plants for the team to get through as well. So I would love to see a breach locked in. And that might be what we see from UTD right away.
Astros are for sure coming out from them. Most likely, these other picks are going to be what they lock in. The fade, the rate. Yep. Okay, so the only one in question now is the chamber. On the other side, we got slower picks coming out, but so far, pretty similar.
Yeah, it's pretty good lineup so far. Looks like UTD is going to be able to do more this game than they were able to do last map. And also, speaking of doing more, everyone at home, you can do more for yourself and your future, because the soldiers in the Army, National Guard can serve part-time while doing their degree pursuit or working full-time. Accelerate your path and visit nationalguard.com and be part of the next greatest generation, because that is now. Omen versus Astra, thoughts?
I honestly, I prefer the Omen. I just think that his kit, especially when you're attacking, can absolutely dominate. And retaking, I feel like Omen is better as well. Whereas Astra, you kind of gotta anticipate a lot of things, or you see what we had earlier, which is going into the astral plane at the wrong moment, trying to place down your smokes in order to create an opportunity for you to get in and getting swing peaked or just getting taken out instantaneously. Because you have to play at a little bit of a different pace, I definitely enjoy Omen more.
I also think Omen is fantastic at anchoring C site, especially. I've seen so many pop-off clips of Omen sitting on that C site and able to just have the perfect time paranoia with the dark cover as well, and be able to challenge a couple members who got hit by paranoia and made it on the site first, because they're too ambitious on the flood, and they're able to get caught. So I want to see if Town is able to pull off something of that sort going into this map. Chamber also a fantastic C-hole agent. We're already seeing Omen go straight there. They already know. They've been around the block a bit. Seen some action over there in their time. That breach going over towards A link, so where I expect that to be. The raise holding A is very common as well. So a lot of members of Blend going to pretty much the meta situations, the setups of where they want to go. And this composition, I feel like it is better than it's better than Astra, like you said. I also am not as big a fan of Astra, while I do think that Astra has value and can find a lot of success on this map when played correctly. I think it's a little bit easier to pull off Omen.
We did see Bunny have some pop-off moments, but really interested to see if they're able to take them to the next level in this game. They're definitely going to have to.
Right there.
Question is, can they, as we're about to get the doors to drop, I believe, here any second?
Yeah, just on a tech pause real quick. I'm not seeing exactly, I don't have word on exactly what the tech pause is from, but hopefully we'll get that situated shortly. The fade going on this map used to be a big Sova map, but this is one of Fade's best because of all the open air above hand. You can get that haunt thrown over the walls pretty easily and landing on top of walls to get a lot of bird's eye views, scouts and scans going on the way.
Let's just hope that they practiced it enough, because just being off by a millimeter on our own screens here could make a world of a difference as to where that haunt will land, whether it be completely off the map or in just off in the wrong spot and not get you any sort of info other than telling the other team, hey, we're trying to go this way.
Can they get the three stack?
Is everyone crouching?
Will they even
That's
go
the
for
question.
it? Yeah.
I think you gotta have like a... Yeah, okay, so get someone on top of boxes. There you go.
There you go.
Oh no, oh no.
So I'm curious of your thoughts on this, because doing this, going into like using the crouch jumping into like that, stacking is actually banned if you're trying to get into a spot they can't otherwise get into. I'm personally an advocate that should be allowed, but I don't know. What are your thoughts on that, Verity?
I definitely am a person who does not agree with the I agree with it just because if it's something that is very niche to get into and it's abusing map geometry, it wasn't intended by the creators, it should be utilized and it should be banned in tournaments. That's coming from not only the Overwatch Lucio player in me who loves bounce spots, but also the game developer background that I do come from.
Gotcha. Also for this match, SWAD SWAD is also known as Shen. So if I call him out as Shen, then you'll know who I'm talking about. And Shen currently playing an ability shooter, getting the paint shell killed to start off this game. But it's going to be UTD starting off this game with the player advantage, finding the early picks, the trade-off earlier on as well towards Garage. And it's going to be Blinn having to take some risks to try to get some advantage back in their favor. Finding a nice angle, can finish the kill. Can he find Buddy? No, Black Moose only good for one. But that's still pretty decent damage on Bunny, and on a pistol round that can stick pretty heavily.
Bunny now creeping through window. I think they're going to go for a full rotation here. Yeah, they're going to try and go through A. Town has managed to spot them. Probably will call this rotation. Looks like all three are going to stack through sewer, which could be very bad, but there wasn't anyone to initially stop them. We do have Chamber peeking out here. See if Momiji is going to be able to pick anybody up. After the paint grenade drops, they're going to go down. But I do believe that Raze is within body shot territory. Yes, they are. Everyone but Breach currently is in body shot zone.
And with that Frenzy in hand, that actually can do a lot of work here against these weakened enemies, especially the two on the first contact, most likely from Town. But the Breach is, like you said, going to be the biggest problem with the swing, full health, and all three doing it at the exact same time. Beautiful setup by UTD, having a fantastic start, something that they didn't quite find the last map, but doing so now might give them that momentum that they need to be able to close out these halves, because we did see them have strong finishes to the halves in the last map. Just need a little bit start support, and we got it now.
Perhaps just and we, of course, we don't have access to comms, we don't know what they're saying, but being a little bit more communication open here for Blinn is what they need to do. I was 90% positive that Town knew that rotation was happening, but the slow rotate from the defenders ended up being their Achilles heel. People couldn't get posted up, but it looks like we're going for a B push this time coming out from UTD, and the setup is on both sides, so they are going to be able to pinch off these players when they come in. Let's see, however, if the picks are going to happen, as there is smokes out on both sides.
Very strong, aggressive start to that push, but that Breach utility slowed them down those tracks, allowed that rotation from Spaz to come through and get that trade kill for the Breach. So it's still a little bit of a tough round for Blinn because of the eco, but at least they're able to keep the player count even. And they have a really good read of where UTD is going. No rotations underway thus far.
UTD is just posted up and just hanging on to those spots. Equal as far as agents go. Spike still in hand of Bunny. Just trying to jiggle peek Garage here. Everyone's staying quiet. No one's dumping util trying to give away their location. I do believe we just heard some noise, though, from one of the UTD attackers. So that does mean that SWAT being here is okay for them, because they heard that. They're just going to chill out a bit.
Town got the jump peek. Did see that contact. Dropping the dark cover. Try to layer it just to close the gap and make it harder for UTD to utilize the longer weapon advantage, longer range advantage, but Lamb still able to find it with that Bulldog. Aetha as well, swinging through, running, gunning with the Spectre, and all that's left to Shin, and can't do much with Classic in that position. Nice awareness by Bunny as well as the dark cover disappears, and it's going to be a anti-eco near flawless for UTD, a very healthy success on that round.
Now I want to see them do it again. 2-round lead. I mean, after the performance we saw in the last game, they definitely are hungry to come out on top of this one. We'll have to see how it goes. I feel like the odds are kind of starting to shift in their favor. We do see that looks like Lamb is going to choose to stick with the Ghost and Light Shields here. It's an interesting pick.
A lot of what I'm looking at this round is, even though they have worse weaponry, they still are able to buy up a lot of that utility. And I'm looking at the Astron from Bunny, Lamb on the Breach, Sorav with the Fade as well, using his utility to close that gap just like they just did onto B site. So Blinn now, they have the range advantage with their rifles, but if they are close quarters, it might not be easy to really pull that off. And look at this rotation, not even just being cool and confident with B site, They push through that further, realizing Blend's not challenging right away. They're probably going a little bit of default and setting up distance, and they just get swarmed on by the numbers of UTD, getting a 2-for-1 overall, weakening the member of Blend that was able to get the 1 kill and traded back. Black Moose trying to fight away, but that paint shell shuts them in the tracks, and Swad down to 15 HP. They're trying to fight for their lives into the garage, trying to get that positional advantage, get that map control for themselves, and Spaz on the way out is able to find windows. Spike was planted, Nightfall's underway by Spaz. Do they know about Bunny? No, they do not. Did not expect that B lurk, and pushing on the site is the 2 remain members of Blend who are weakened. And they couldn't find the frags, couldn't find the opportunities. The numbers were down and they were out on that round. Bonus win goes to UTD.
It's like this, though it's the same squad, it's almost like a completely different beast for UTD right now. They are performing leaps and bounds better. I was trying to make a bunny pun, but I really couldn't find it. Sorry, bunny. Than they did in the last game. This absolutely popping off. 3-0 currently. Let's see if they can get that 4th one. There. Spaz looking to already set this up. It looks like they're going for an A push.
Going for the Wombo combo. Trying to get the Devour and Paint Shell set up. Swad not able to get the headshot found with that Sheriff in hand. And goodbye UTD, just realizing this is an anti-eco. Let's not get caught by any shenanigans. No Wombo combos or anything like that, which is the main way that eco teams will be able to get the victory. And now it's going to come down to a lot of just really good gun skill from Town, from Momiji, but as they're falling, the chances of winning this round in a surprise fashion are diminishing.
All right, Momiji, it's time for you to frag out for your team. Get that ace, even though I think no one has taken damage. It won't be easy. You have, I think
4 bullets.
Yeah, 4 showstopper bullets. Headhunter and 5 people to kill, and not even going to fire 1. And that's a flawless round for UTD.
Love seeing flawless anti-egos. That's clean play right there. They're cautious at the start. Didn't get caught by any cheese strats. Push their way in with range and keeping the distance underway to make it really hard. And also using utility. They're not afraid to use utility on the anti-ecos. I see a lot of teams just thinking, oh, we have better guns, so let's just take the duels. But then the enemy team on eco uses a little bit of utility and makes the advantage go back to their favor a little bit. And suddenly guns get dropped and the round goes away from them. So I like seeing teams take those rounds seriously even still. Windows using a boom bot to just scout out garage a little bit. One of the main reasons people use Raze these days over Jet on this map is being able to clear out things like sewer, garage, things like that with the boom bot.
Didn't detect anybody, unfortunately. I mean, that gives you info, kind of, but someone could have hidden from the Roomba very easily. It does look like now we're going to have Windows try and peek in here through B, but they weren't looking high enough. Momiji with the operator, insta-snipe, and uses their teleport.
The swing through on the site, there's flooding in rapidly as UTD, getting the advantage on the trades overall. And evening up the scoreline 3 for 3. Bunny doing the still. Swad aiming it back up. 2 versus 2 down the post plant situation. And blast packs are available. Interesting how much utility Breach has. Almost all of it. So this is definitely winnable for the side of Blend. The only problem though is it's planted for long. Oh, actually it's not. It's planted for default. But step toward long as well. They can actually get a pretty cheeky position for the defuse and the setup as well. Jump blast packing up to the top angle. Aether was not ready for it.
Bunny is struggling here, already halfway. They're gonna go down and defuse. That's the first round win for Blinn, I believe. Yes, it is. Yep. See if they can keep this up. They got an operator.
And doing that Devour Paint Shell Wombo combo A lobby didn't work out earlier on, but the Fault Line Paint Shell Wombo combo definitely at least made it an easier fight for Black Moose to win later on in that round. Fantastic retake on the 2v2 situation. Blend on the board. And it's early enough in this map, is still either team's game. But you can't deny that UTD has an advantage now economically. They have all these ultimates available. They're the ones dictating the pace on attack as well. This map of Haven, it's really hard to find success on defense because of the options that players on attack get to have available. And those options are diminishing for UTD this round as Blend, Swad, Momiji finding those opening frags on this round.
That sewer peak from Momiji was just so strong. Then we have this one-way over here as they're trying
he
to
just
push
goes
through
through it.
garage. I mean, took 30 damage and then the top firing stopped. I think you can bet that they're gone, but that takes a lot of guts for sure. Now they're just going to wait it out, throw a paint grenade, see what happens here. I don't think they're going to find the damage they were hoping for, as backup has already happened. They're just giving more info. Oh, and Black Moose is ready as Showstopper comes out, and it's a win!
Oh no, that spells doom nearly for UTD, but they still have 2 alive. Natha, we've seen them do really good damage in previous rounds, but can they do it in a 1 versus 5? Essentially, no. Only good for the 2. Blend with a fairly healthy finish to that round. The operator still in hand for Momiji as well. And now they have their own showstopper and actually their own ultimate advantage on the field.
Like the only one that might have a little bit of a hard time and need to request a buy, yeah, was gonna be the Fade here. They do end up getting, I believe it was Momiji to buy for them. So economy is slowly starting to even back out while they're still down by roughly 1,000. If they win this one out, especially because it looks like we have full buys going for the other team, they'll still be okay for another round. But if Blinn can manage to win these 2 rounds back to back, the economy of UTD will be definitely in the pit.
Momiji doesn't find the opening pick this round, but still stays alive and still holding A site strong. And based on what we know for the map, should be able to get that rendezvous back online by the time they need it. And a little bit of stalling out by UTD, just setting up in mid and waiting for something to happen, waiting for timings for when they can position up that fade and breach a little bit. But Black Moose, I gotta give a lot of credit, has done a fantastic job of using his breach utility on that B side, like you call that, having it be here a little bit alone, using it to slow down the attackers, not let them have the run of way that they want, and finding a couple kills themselves before falling is Black Moose. Town here already as well because of that stalling effect. And we see this lurk coming underway as well from Blinn's Fade player. It's going to be Spaz on perfect timing. Makes a near flawless victory for Blinn, nearly tying up the scoreline.
Seems like Blinn decided to play it slow and steady and kind of bait UTD into a sense of security if this keeps up, because they are playing much more aggressive than they were in the very beginning and posting up and not giving up angles as easily as they were before.
This is a big round for UTD. Not only would it be tied if they lose, but also their economy would be broken so much that they wouldn't really be able to get a solid buy. They might be able to force a pretty decent one, but they would be full up.
Gee. Getting stunned out the gate, that's rough, but they're not giving up this angle immediately. Saw the legs, took the shot, didn't land. Now they gotta retreat, probably gonna go to heaven. We got SWAT here though, taking that close angle.
Big that they're scared of it. That's a showstopper, but it's only good for 1. Awareness enough for UTD. A little bit early from SWAT. Shen, if it has slightly more patience, might have caught a little bit more, but still does the damage they need to do. That's still a big win for the books and start off the round really strong.
SWAT did drop a lot of util to get out of there. They used Roomba as well as one of their blast packs. They only have 1 blast pack left. I think they used both paint grenades or one of them. We'll see. Bunny's gonna drop down a few of their smokes as well. Flash comes out of garage. Dog comes out as well. So Lamb is spotted. It looks like they're gonna be okay though. Their fate is still with them, trying to get some spam damage here through window.
Yeah, utility, they didn't use it for combat, they used it for info, and they were able to successfully figure out, yep, UTD is definitely still here, they're not rotating away, and that's why Blinn is still stacked up, ready to go, and the timer's starting to run low. That's why they dropped the Nightfall already, because if you're going to wait out the timer of that Nightfall, you're not going to have good time to really set up a proper plant. With that Cosmic Divide coming down, they're going to try to make it happen by force, but Black Moose gets that first kill and instead has the Aftershock and the Rolling Thunder to work with as well. The knife kill through the Cosmic Divide by Black Moose. It's all down to 1 remaining members. Aether forced into a save of the operator in hand. No time to work with, and no spike in hand. What a round by Blinn.
Just don't move.
I love that call for the Nightfall. It's a fantastic ultimate for a retake, but why save it for retake if there's only 24 seconds on the clock? Just pop it now, and if they try a challenge on site, it's going to be easy kills for us. or easier, I should say. And if they wait it out, then they're going to have no time to properly get on the site. So they're going to be just throwing themselves into our line of sights at that point, essentially. So perfect timing there by Spaz, recognizing the opportunity.
Squad did see some people trying to just sneak through window. Ooh, we will lose Fade early to Momiji. Gotta respect the operator coming out from Momiji. They've been taking this angle consistently, so anticipating it's going to be key here if they're going to look for success trying to go down A, or just ignore it altogether and dodge Momiji on A. Go B or C.
Whew. The timing there from Town, paranoid windows, but didn't see the Rays when coming out of the black cover. That's so Swad was actually taken by a little bit of surprise that Rays were actually on site at that point. The aftershock goes through, at least delays the push, but it's just going to keep a 3 versus 2 situation for this. And that aftershock, they had the read that UTD was going to force onto site, but UTD already fell off. Great read by them. And honestly, we haven't seen that much from UTD. They've very often been forcing on site, and if they even stall out, they still commit eventually to site. So I don't blame Black Moose for going for that aftershock. It's more of a giving credit to UTD for mixing it up.
Momiji is holding here by B, anticipating possibly the fact that not both attackers went through the same angle, which is interesting. Personally, would have assumed that they're both there, so now we're going to take a rotation out of B. It looks like everyone's just going to have the option of going Heaven or coming through counter spawn, which is interesting, but they should have had time to rotate a little bit wider together.
Forcing their way onto the site now. Utility was underway and swinging, looking for each other's angles. I'll clear right, you clear left. And that's exactly what happened. And using the numbers to their advantage, the trades come through and Blaine remains on top with plenty of time to defuse as well. Black Moose will be able to secure a 5th round and getting themselves in the lead for the first time in this map. And that's a 5-round streak as well. I think Kami's looking bad for UTD right now.
Ooh, yes. It's looks like they're going to have to go with half buys or extremely light buys, possibly very little util for anyone on the side of UTD this round. It does look like Bunny is going to be the one with the spike. I think they have a Sheriff, no shields, probably just buying up some util for themselves, but buying for next most definitely right now. Anticipating maybe picking up the gun, we do see that we have Chamber going the Vandal.
Phantom was used to shoot it out, so they don't have a perfect idea of where Swat is, but they definitely want to get out of this situation. He does exactly that. Paint shell used, stalls, nobody can swing through for windows. So Swat's able to get a clean first kill and get out. Black Moose gets one of their own, traded out by Lamb. It's going to be a 3 versus 3 with UTD on a bad buy. That's looking pretty good for them thus far. And Aetha finding Swat as well. Spazzies comes up big here because they're a lone wolf on the site. Nowhere near is their ally. Finds the first kill, repositions. Aetha lurking, doesn't find it in time, and comes down to a 1 versus 1. The aftershock is ready, windmilled out, finds the hit, but the one bullet from Spaz finds the head and clutches up the round for Blinn.
I absolutely adore when someone gets aftershocked and still manages to get the kill. It's horrifying, it's anxiety-inducing, but when you can clutch that moment, it is so exhilarating. So nicely done there from Blinn, especially from Spaz. See if they can keep it up, though. 6-4. We're still only in the first half here. Not quite placing any of my eggs in any baskets. Both these teams, I feel like, are definitely, so far, very evenly matched.
I agree. You have to also, I think UTD can still swing back. They've shown that they're really good for closing out halves very strongly. Also, there's a lot of momentum in the favor of Blinn. They seem to have figured out a lot of strategies, and a lot of it comes down to Swad's going to a lot of these rat angles. Meanwhile, Momiji also operator in hand. Once Momiji got an operator, the tides certainly turned very strongly ever since.
Momiji's operator game is just absolutely devastating for anyone going against them. See here, we've got Lamb looking to do a quick peek, and it does look like Spaz is going to use that nightfall straight through B to identify anyone. I don't think it picked anybody up because they had kited back or were far enough back to begin with.
Nobody from Blinn has used this angle of Swad's in yet. I don't know if Lamb's going to clear it. They push out. Oh, Bunny didn't either. They didn't even peek it properly. They didn't see. Oh, the trigger display is huge, but he doesn't get anything from it. What? Lamb, meanwhile, getting a double kill of their own town, though, answering back keeps the numbers in their favor. Blinn flashed out. Pre-fire sprays, knows they have the angle anyway, might as well pull the trigger and finds Lamb. It's all down to 8th after all of that. In a 1 versus 3, finds one, but the high-low off angle for Spaz wins out in the end. Blinn extends their lead.
My gosh, that was devastating. Oh wow, Blinn just really showed that they are calm under pressure right there. That was absolutely amazing on their part. The econ for UTD is almost non-existent now, though. Ethan did the best they could last round, but you can't be a one-man army.
Yeah, I mean, if they will have this tour de force online, there's no KO on the side of Blinn to shut that down either. The wombo combo goes the way of the A lobby. UTD has not gotten caught by the A lobby wombo combos, and doesn't seem like that'll ever happen. Last round of the half, but Momiji still catching them dry peeking it though. If there's an operator in the hands of the enemy team, don't dry peek A lobby. Should be a 1-on-1 at this point. UTD's gotten caught by it multiple times thus far.
Momiji's still holding this angle. Momiji's not been shut down. I hope Momiji's angle hold here is respected. It is not respected. The swing peek comes through and is immediately thwarted.
That's why not getting caught by the concussion. We'll be able to peek at the delay, but Bunny was there and ready to support. Momiji does not have a rendezvous available. It takes a few bullets more than it probably should for Aetha, but gets the kill either way. But it allows time for Black Moose to swing through and get some trades of their own and push Aetha down in 1 versus 3 yet again in a very similar spot against very similar opponents of Town and Spaz on the site. But it's not a high-low this time. It's going to be a crossfire setup instead. Spaz with the first peek. It's an off angle that Aetha was not ready for, nor the timing of that. It's going to be 8-4 half for Blinn. After a 4-0 start for UTD, a hard swing in the favor of Blinn.
Aetha, I'm so sorry that you've been the last man standing so many times now. It's gotta be scary, but I mean, it shows that you are able to maintain good positioning and not taking fights unnecessarily, but at a certain point, you gotta start peeking with your teammates and making sure you aren't the only one left alive.
Yeah, you gotta figure out a way of doing more to get to be the point where you're not the last one alive. And you also go find ways of doing more for yourself and your future by joining the Army National Guard. Soldiers that are part of the Army National Guard can serve part-time while getting their degree or working full-time. Accelerate your path and visit nationalguard.com. The next greatest generation is right now. And we are presented by the Army National Guard. Thanks to them. We're also presented with a very exciting match thus far. It's the last map of the day for the Valorant block of the Esports U broadcast. There's going to be Rocket League after this and more Valorant tomorrow. But for now, focused on the current and the moment. Blinn had a fantastic resurgence in that last half, but UTD had a great start. Can they do the same in this half? And honestly, it kind of feels like they need to.
Most definitely. I mean, 8-4. It's not an impossible comeback, most definitely. But so far, Blinn has not dropped a single round since round 5. If you are just joining us, that is insanely difficult to pull off. And it looks like we've just got a trade here on B site. Black Moose looking for an opportunity to get some concussed. Town's going to have to step away. Going to push in with their fade. Lamb comes in with a flash, but it's completely behind everybody. UTD dominating. Double piece inside of B. Now it is just Black Moose.
Oh, goes to the peak. Nice pop off from Aetha. And the allies as well from Lamb. I like the idea from Blinn there, from Talon and Spaz, realizing there's a lot of pressure coming from Garage, and that's going to be 2 people. There's probably only 1 person A-Link. Let's just regroup to B site and double push A-Link instead, try to make a 2v1 happen. The only problem is both of them were fairly weak, and Windows was hitting those shots really strongly, so didn't allow that 2v1 swing to come to fruition. And after that, it's down to Black Moose in a 1 versus 3. It's a little tough to pull off. So I like the idea there from Blinn. It just didn't work because Windows was just too good. Their HP is a little bit too low. And it's yet again a pistol round win for UTD.
The epitome of good idea, bad execution.
Yeah. And on pistol round, you don't have a lot of utility to work with either. So you kind of have to just run into his angle dry swinging in that situation. And if the player is really good, they hold that angle, then they're going to hit their shots.
Momiji here looking to just hold outside a garage. I think they tried to bait with Spike to get someone to walk out, but it failed. Instead, they're going to full push into garage, straight into Lamb. No, this is going to give Lamb away. So they... Oh, that early just pre-fire was gorgeous.
Yeah, barely got the peek before the dark cover appeared. So they're able to visually confirm and take those shots. The trade back by Spaz. Weak HPs on multiple members. UTD actually on the lesser end of it overall. And with that kill in garage as well, they were able to grab that weapon. So Blinn has a little bit more to work with this round, but that Vandal could destroy the members of Blinn. That's 2. That's 3.
What?
The hot swap 2. The classic wasn't enough, but Black Moose was too weak to do much more. Windows finishing the fights. And that Vandal pickup was grabbed by Windows as well. It was saved, recovered going into the next round.
8-6. Looks like UTD is once again starting off this second round very strong. They managed to get 2 more victories under their belt. Unfortunately, so many rounds went in favor of Blinn. Let's see if Blinn is going to start the sweep in their favor now, or if we're going to have to wait a couple more rounds.
Yeah, we'll have to see if history repeats itself or not. I personally have always kind of valued Haven when it comes to like rifle rounds, especially that it's a little bit better on offense because you have so many more angles to work with, and defense is naturally spread a lot more thin. I think the issue that UTD ran into was a lot of that they just didn't have a way of reliably dealing with Momiji's operator. Will that be the case again when it's flipped around and UTD gets an operator in the hands of their own chamber player, or will, because we've seen Aether do work with it in the past, but will it be Blinn being able to use their utility on their initiators, on their Omen, be able to push off the operated holds and be able to get on the site successfully? Right now, we have to see on that anti-bonus round as they're flooding on the site right now and find the first frag out onto Aether. Bunny tucked away. Will he be able to find much out of this? Will the boxes be cleared? Yes, it will be. A clean sweep onto the site from Blinn, getting the spike planted. And it's going to be a 5 versus 2 post-plant hold for them.
And it looks like both are going to be coming from CT. No, Fate's going to choose to go in through garage. Got to be careful here. It looks like we've got Momiji posted up outside garage. The only option is to go straight in onto site. Oh, there's a one-way up. This is a horrible situation to be in. There's 2 people ready to pop and swing outside here. Every member of Blinn standing. 1 goes down. Now it's just 1 remaining. Windows probably opting to just rotate away and save, which is probably the smarter decision.
Yeah, I think saving is definitely the right call, especially since you have full armor still as well, so you can save that 1,000 credits from that on top of it all. So the value is definitely there to save. You're not going to win a 1 versus 5 realistically. So now the Aftershock is available for Blinn. Let's see how hard Black Moose will want to slam that one in, but time will tell. Nightfall available as well for UTD, which we saw Spaz do a really good job of using that to stall and push back offensive pushes and slow down the attackers, which is really the story of Blinn's defense, is slowing down the attackers to allow the time for Blinn to get the reads and position properly. Will UTD be able to do that? Aether has an operator in hand. He finds the success Momiji did. The Prowler, though, that's that utility pushing them off. Already off to a great start for Blinn.
We had Fade dodge the flash, but it wasn't enough. Down 2, UTD, 3 people standing. Aetha's looking to get a good angle here with this operator choosing not to go heaven. Does look like possibly we're seeing a rotation come out towards mid. No, it looks like they are choosing to play just slowly and push over towards A still.
Yeah, just cut noise, re-exec later. See if they can get UTD that now has had time to rotate at A site. Maybe if we wait long enough and cut noise, maybe they'll think that we're rotating and keep their defensive line thinned out. Make it less likely that all 3 people are here on A site. And that's exactly what's come to fruition, because Bunny is going over to Anchor C site. It's going to be a 5 versus 2 on site here. The operator is still available. Let's see if Lamb can do anything, but having to spray through a dark cover, not going to be able to do much.
What's scary is that we've now had 2 or 3 different forces of util, and it took a very long time for Bunny to get the info enough to actually get this rotation out, meaning that there's some lag happening or a lack of communication for these players. We'll have to see though, as a plant's about to happen. Less than 12 seconds were left on the clock. Now it is just Bunny,
No
and I'm
way.
pretty sure the info. Oh, is SWAT gonna get an ace here? Are they gonna give him the ace?
Shin
Yep.
with
That
the
is the
ace. Yo, honestly, so Shin hit a sick 9-degree flick for the double kill earlier on that round. And then getting the kill on the land there is pretty like straightforward. You know, we spamming them out for a while. We know where he is, things like that. But then getting the kill onto Aetha, holding the angle of an op, you get the kill with a phantom through a wall penetration and getting that too. That feels good every time to be able to shut that down and make it so that UTD didn't even have a chance in that round. And the timeout's coming through, and definitely agree with that right now as well. You just now invest in operator and could not find the success that Momeiji was finding because you're being pushed out by all that utility and forced out of your positions. And then after that happened, further utility is being used to get those frags on the way onto site, having player advantage of blend. So UTD now discussing what do we want to do in this situation. It might be either being more aggressive on defense, trying to push into the attackers to not let them have time to set up, or maybe being more passive on sites, maybe it'll fall off so that utility being used by blend going into sites is then therefore somewhat wasted. And then the retakes from UTD then could be a little bit stronger. There's a lot of options here, and I'm interested in seeing what UTD does with it.
I definitely think the retake option, especially with the way that just looking at the ult economy here, playing for retake seems to be safer. We could definitely see an instance where Showstopper is pulled out as an initiating option, same with Aftershock. So with that in mind, going for the Nightfall as a retake possibility here for UTD could be what they need to win out this round, and winning this round could, you know, get them the momentum and confidence to continue to go from there and win more.
Yeah, the quick little peek from Windows and immediately fell off as soon as they saw signs of life from Blinn and A Lobby. Rotating over towards a little bit closer angles. They're choosing to hold close angles on site still, despite that Showstopper and Aftershock being available. It is an eco round though, so maybe they'll just go for a little bit more of a cheeky double up, try to get a frag and trade off a situation. Swad not going to be shying away from using Showstopper and the eco. Might as well use it now. Maybe we'll get another one this half. Who knows? We'll see. All we know is we're going to get this round win is the mentality. So the spike has been planted in a 4 versus 3 anti-eco situation. 5 HP for Aetha. Not going to be able to live much longer. There they go down. And look at this really deep lurk from Momiji. This is not going to be expected. Does he go for the knife? Does he go for the knife?
No.
Yes,
No.
he's
Yeah.
go-
No.
Oh, he took the shots. I mean, it's still close enough. Close it out.
I think going for the knife is a little bit more of a ego disrespect play than going for the actual using Headhunter, using a standard weapon to do so.
For sure.
I give respect to Momiji for actually respecting the competition enough to recognize that at any moment they could flick around. So props to Momiji. I've just had a blast specking Momiji thus far.
Yeah, I mean, it's a player that's not on top of the scoreboard, right? Like Black Moose holding B site especially was a monster on the defensive half. Swad being all over the map, finding frags of the team. Spaz and Talon working as a dynamic duo a lot of times and trading out and working with each other and other members of the team. Momiji hasn't been there on the frag department as far as like a lot of frags, but man, that operator presence on defense especially was just so daunting that UTD just couldn't get past it. And now on offense, not quite doing that as far as holes, but having the freedom to work those lurks is a really big deal, because that especially means that Blend's finding a lot of success on the way in on site still too.
Watching Windows being prepared. Ooh, are we going to see some Raze on Raze aggression happening here?
I like the spike swapping through. They don't realize that Lamb's going to be close quarters. They don't know about the tuck. That probably doesn't see it either. This could be huge for Lamb.
Just play patiently, Lamb. Play quiet. Play passive. Oh no, I think that's a Ruba and a flash.
No way! What a swing and flick from Swad to be able to get that kill. They had no info to confirm that Lamb was going to be at that corner, and he goes for that flick anyway. The discipline from Shin was fantastic there.
On the 4v3, Blinn leading agent number by 1. They still have Aftershock. We've got Nightfall for UTD, which can be powerful upon retake, or just would be a complete denial. Does seem like they're going to let the plant go through, though. Rotations are just unfortunately coming in way too slow now to do much of anything prior to that plant happening.
It's a big round for UTD if they can win it. 3v2, 3v4, I mean, it's a pretty close quarters thing as far as numbers go, but after Town gets a double kill, you're going to be saving that Nightfall for sure at that point. Save it for the next round, but the tough part of that is the next round is a potential match point for Blinn. It might be all over if you don't find success here.
I mean, the only thing the Blinn has on their side now is going to be that Nightfall, and nothing else is very close, but I mean, they definitely demonstrated they don't need ults online to win a round. But UTD, they're going to have to figure out something to do in response to the aggression that Blinn is providing, as well as how many picks they're able to get before they even decide on a point. I think that really comes down to needing to play more passively, play for the retake, and use your ultimates and util properly for that. Don't just use them to try and force Blinn out of position early on or force them back early on.
Oh, Windows getting completely sandwiched in the B site. So that showstopper that was online is gone now. They're going to just hope that they can win this round so they can use it the next time around. Spaz being very aggressive, finding the flanker and shutting them down before they can do anything with it. The flick from Lamb, the Aftershock push, forcing them out. Ready is Black Moose. Gets the trade, and it's all done on Bunny in 1 vs 2. Can they hop their way into a winning situation here? They can drop the Cosmic Divide, but they push forward. They go aggressive for it. They don't have time to get half. They push in. They go at the angle. Blinn. They take the gamble. They take the read. They take the risk that their Bunny is not sticking it. And that gamble is correct. That's huge for Blinn. This could be all it.
I don't fully know why Bunny is going for these attempted fakes, because you can't hear anything through that. But I guess it works out in their favor.
Oh, I don't know. It's going to be so close.
Too close. Yep.
Bunny just didn't have enough information to know, can I stick this? Because if you stick it and they swing through, you have no idea that they're swinging through because you have no idea either. And they might just suddenly hit you. So Bunny's trying to bait out aggression timings to be able to swing and get the kills, which did eventually work in the very end, getting both kills. However, great patience by Black Moose and Momiji, reading that Bunny was fishing for that trap and did not snag it at all. They didn't take that bait at all. Have that confidence press his mind, and also help the fact that they were up 12-6 in that situation. Or so if we do gamble wrong, we have a lot more rounds to work with. But if we gamble right, then we close out right here. So they have a lot more breathing room, wiggle room to go for a gamble call like that. And calling it bluff did work out in the very end, burn enough time, even though the kills went through. And Blinn was able to close out the map in 13-6 fashion. It started off very strong for UTD, but Blinn, they got the reads. They figured out, they got the tempo. They figured out the timings, and they closed out strong.
I'm excited to see what Blinn brings to the table later on. UTD gave us a very strong performance early on in this series, as well as kind of midway through the second half, but it seems like they just are struggling to find their missing link right now. And actually, I think that comes from just the fact of not being able to read the enemy well after a couple of rounds and adjust and be prepared for such things, and also respecting the operator. I cannot stress that enough in these tournaments. You need to respect the op. You need to understand that if they're holding an angle and they have not been punished for it, they're going to keep doing it. So you need to just do something else if it's not working after the first try.
Yeah, we saw Momiji at A-Long almost every round, and almost every round it was, if there was a presence by UTD from A lobby, it was a dry peak on A-Long. There wasn't the utility used to push back Momiji the way that we saw Blinn do it to Aetha. So that would be the most impactful thing in that map, I'd say. That is at least relatively easy to clean up and figure out moving forward into future maps for UTD. Pretty quick fix kind of situation. Beyond that is a lot of nuanced things and synergy things that honestly Blinn seemed that they had a little bit more experience going into this map and had a little bit more answers going into the questions presented on the server.
Most definitely. Just excited to see what they bring out going forward. Though they didn't have as creative a comp as UTD, it seems like actually UTD favors the Astra pick over the Omen. I think at the end of the day, we can both agree that the Astra is not the strongest pick when it comes to a lot of these maps currently. I know previously she was quite meta, but right now I do not believe she is. It was nice to see Breach and how much util Breach could bring into this map also, but I'm hoping we see something other than Ascent or Haven tomorrow, though they might be the only 2 maps we do end up seeing.
Yeah, we'll see. But once we go into best of threes, we'll see more variety for sure. I'm sure Haven is going to be mainstays even still, but at least we can get a little bit things here and there, maybe see the new Fracture, things like that. And what we also might see is an interview on the other side of this break, get somebody from Blink College as well, and talk to them about how they made the adaptations in the map and what their expectations were when they started getting operator hand. Perhaps could ask that kind of question. We'll see you on the other side of this break. See you then.
So much for having me. I can't wait. I know there's going to be some superstars. I hope I see you one day at Valorant Champions kicking ass. Thank you so much for having me.
First, can you just tell me a little bit about yourself?
Hi, so my name is Caitlin. I'm a part of Farmingdale State College's esports club. I am captain of the Valorant Green Team. I am a second semester sophomore at Farmingdale State College, and I'm 19.
Okay, do you like Farmingdale so far?
Yeah, it's really great. The program I'm in is very specialized, and it's not offered that often in the East Coast, so it's pretty nice. I enjoy it.
And what's your major?
Is aerospace professional pilot degree.
Oh wow, that's really cool.
Thank you.
So is this your first time on an esports team?
No, so I've been a part of the Valorant team for 2 semesters, and this is my 3rd semester, and it's my first time ever being a captain.
Okay, well, that's awesome. Can you tell me a little bit about what it's like being a captain?
So a lot of times I'm organizing the team, making sure everyone is properly set for upcoming games, getting scrims for our teams, and kind of just making sure everyone is there, present, possible, and able to play the games that we're gonna, be participating in. We're participating in 2 leagues this semester, so it's kind of hectic.
Oh gosh, yeah, definitely. I can see that. How is it different for you as a player versus as a captain? Do you feel a lot of responsibility?
I basically have the responsibility of choosing who, really plays, what type of characters everyone's playing, and what positions and roles we are all doing, as well as being there not only as a team member, but also being seen as in a leadership role and having that sort of respect there, and being able to delegate everyone's role in the team. So it's definitely a lot more different, and my voice is most definitely heard. So I like it. I like being a captain.
Yeah, that's really good. What games do you play, or what is your main game? I know you mentioned Valorant.
Right. So I play Valorant, but I started off with Counter-Strike, and I really always have been interested in FPSs. So that background has always been there. So my transfer onto Valorant was pretty easy.
That's cool. What have you done to improve yourself in game over time?
So one thing for my teams especially, I have open communication where we're able to really give our constructive criticism without taking offense. And me as a captain, especially being it being my first semester, I find it really important that everyone is able to come to me and communicate like, hey Kate, I don't know how I feel about doing this, or I want my voice to be heard about this specific thing. And just basically taking into consideration everyone's voice and having that open line of communication is really helpful, and that's something I find really important.
Okay, and do you carry that strategy into your everyday life as well, would you say?
Yeah, communication is really important to me, especially in aviation with crew members. You're always trying to communicate properly and efficiently to get the assigned goal completed, and that works in video games as well as in aviation. So I feel like it transfers very well, and I put my 100% effort in everything I do, put 100% in the team, the leagues that we're participating in, communicating with opposing teams that we're going to be going against. All those things, I take it really important and can transfer very well into everyday life.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you think about CECC and just computing in general?
It's a lot of fun, and we're so grateful for the opportunity to participate. And this is something that every single member of our team has said. We've never had the opportunity to really compete in a fashion where it's not only fun, we're able to make friends, talk to other people from different schools. It's just an amazing opportunity and something we would love to participate in the future as well.
Yeah, we're really happy you feel that way. When your team is competing with other teams, are there any specific teams or schools that your team kind of looks out for?
I think we all have the mentality of it doesn't matter who the other team is. We're gonna put 100% effort, and we're going to maintain our mental, even if the other team is full of radiance. It's not something we're gonna keep in mind because we will be able to beat them. Fingers crossed.
Definitely. Yeah, that's a really good mindset. As you probably know, March is Women's History Month, and you, being a woman in esports, how do you think that has an effect on esports? What does it mean to you to be a woman in esports and as a captain? Just could you talk about that for a little bit?
Coming into being a woman in aviation, which is already really a niche type of thing, especially women in video games, things like that. It's just we're kind of the minority, and keeping that in mind, a lot of times you have to represent yourself properly because you are representing such a small community. So I feel proud and honored to be a part of the women's in aviation as well as being a woman in esports, and it's a lot of fun. And just understanding that us girls are here too, and we're as good as everyone else, and that we have the opportunity to be a leader in esports, and that we're equal to everyone. It's really important to keep that in mind because we're here, even though you might not see us too often.
I know you said as captain your voice is heard, but when you first started to be a captain, did everyone take you seriously being a girl? Was that respect there, or did you struggle with that?
So I would say initially when I first got on the team, I was put onto a support role, and everyone knows that women normally play healer when it comes to going into any game. And now I'm playing more of a controller based or sentinel, which is very crucial for holding down sites. So by playing that now and then having those semesters.
We are back and with a winner's interview with Swad, who I called Shin this whole time, but I just found out you are rebranding the Swad. I know you had that as a screen name before. So Swad is the name. And I think that's pretty swag. So I like it. It's a good name. Nice hair as well, by the way. Congratulations on that victory as well. I saw you guys start off a little bit hot and reckless at the start of that map, but kind of made adaptations. Mobichi got operator in hand and things started happening. What was like through y'all's mindset of what we needed to do to change and make the adaptations? Because clearly they worked really well.
It was mainly just getting our op online, and then also just we have some set few plays. We just swapped them. We were doing we're kind of rotating a lot, and then we decided to fight for space.
I like it.
So is Momiji with the operator kind of a ways of you guys just completely shutting down one entire site, just posting them up and being like, okay, have fun?
Yeah, so it's an easy way to get a lot of map control, and then we're able to fight for other sides of the map.
Well, it definitely shows you guys have a lot of faith and confidence in Momiji on that operator.
Yep, of course.
In Swad, I was excited seeing that this match was coming up because we've worked together in the past. We know each other. Yeah. And while I saw the agent compositions come through, you're on the duelist, not the initiator that I'm used to seeing you on. Is that just for like a recent thing, or is that like a mainstay now? Are we doing role swaps, or is that for the roster? What's the deal there?
So I play Raze for the team, and that's primarily on Haven and Vine. And then the other maps, we have like a few Neon maps where Spaz will play Neon, and then for Jet maps, we'll have like Momiji play Jet. But yeah, so I still play Initiator, but I'm on the Raze too.
Awesome.
All right. Well, I will get you out here on one last question. Do you have any shout outs for anyone, whether it be teammates, family, friends, someone special who's watching that you'd like to give to anyone that's watching?
I mean, shout out to the Elite family, and then also my mom. So yeah.
Gotta get love for the home crowd for sure. All the homies, gotta remember them. You guys are off to a great start. I'm expecting to see you all go a long distance tomorrow as well. So looking forward to seeing that action. And thank you for joining us, Swad, for this interview. It's a pleasure talking to you again, as always.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure talking to you guys too.
And that does the day for Valorant at the very least. There's a lot more action coming your way as far as Rocket League goes. And if you're a Valorant mainstay, then make sure you come back tomorrow, because like I just mentioned, there will be a lot more Valorant action happening tomorrow, same place, same time, and a lot more of it, because they'll be concluding the playoff and bracket stage of the Valorant action. And the quality of matches is just going to keep getting better and better, and seeing those big plays. The execution squad mentioned, we'll be seeing all of those playbooks being used out tomorrow. So on behalf of myself and Nerdy Bird, a fantastic co-caster, I must say, thank you for watching, everybody, and we'll see you next time.
I would hope it stays that way, and either way I demand respect, because I reciprocate that respect to everyone else. So it's definitely difficult, especially for girls starting out. That toxicity is there, especially even now whenever I play a game without my team there. That toxicity is there just for being a girl. But as long as you don't have that mindset of them affecting you because you're better than them anyway, it's fine.
Definitely. Well, that's good. I'm happy that you're getting respect that you deserve, and that's awesome. And thank you so much again for your time, and I really appreciate it.
No problem. I just wanted to add that our esports team, our esports club as well, started only with 13 students and 2 teams in 2019, and now we're up to 19 different teams and over 350 students in to date in 2021. Like, that progress is there, and even if you have such a small, if you think that things are so small, realize that a community is there for you, especially being a female in esports. That community is there for you.
Definitely. That's a great way to end it. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for sharing your story. I really appreciate it again, and your time. Just thank you overall. That's awesome. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Of course. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
You too.
Thanks. Bye.
My name is Dusty. I'm 24 years old, and this is my first year at Bay State College, and first year towards my bachelor's there. But I've been going to college for a few years now, or several years now.
Oh, what are you studying?
Right now, I am studying human resource management. in
Nice.
business.
Do you like Bay State so far?
Yes. Yeah. It's been pretty good so far. It's only been 1 quarter, but I like it so far. So.
Where are you from?
I'm from SoCal.
HTTPS : I can't say it. That's so cute.
Hello, hello, hello. Happy New Year's, everyone, and welcome back to the ECAC Esports channel. As always, my name is Kyler K. Tantando, and I once again have the privilege of introducing you all to some of the best collegiate esports plays. Now, I know when we left off last year, I teased a little bit about some big news on the horizon, but that news is finally ready to break. Now, this year, in partnership with CSMG and their newly launched Esports U network, we will now be able to bring you guys double the amount of ECAC matches. So, with double the matches comes double the highlights. And with that said, I mean, obviously, right, do the math here. It means that we get to take this series of videos to a weekly top 8 instead of just the top 4 like we did in the past. But anyways, that's enough out of me. I'm sure you guys are ready for some hype plays and crazy moments. So without further ado, here we go. In our season opening clip, we have Ghost and Ox with a devastating 1-2 combo that just breaks SLU at the knees. Or is it boosters?
Nice bounce, but a nice goal! Right past the defender. Off makes it look easy. I'm so surprised because
At number 7, Rawfam pounds his chest and decrees that he is the strongest in the jungle with this sick 3K to flip the point.
The arms and keeps it alive through that. Amplification matrix came through, but we didn't get the same benefit we saw last time with the amplified fire strike. Instead is Angry Monkey time from a fan with a 3K. Call that the primal.
As our first Smash play of the year, it's the clean 9 stock from Hydra to lock down New Jersey City's 2-0 win against Husson.
As they go for that kill confirm again, it's not going to connect this time, but there it is, just waiting on the platform for the spike, and JCU cleaning up in their signature style. Hydra leading the charge all the way home.
Next up, it's every shorty player's dream, and what's gonna be a nightmare for University of Alabama.
Up close and personal. This is the one player who's got a chance with his read. No timing here, so step forward now into the angle. Certainly good for one. There's the one. No one's reswung. He's reloaded. This never happens to a shorty player. Never is up now.
In our next clip, who needs teammates when you've got a wall? Grim surely doesn't.
Snaps and passes. They tried their best, and that is an open goal. But unfortunately, out the top, it's going to be the header in. Tit for tat, Grim takes it in on their own.
Spicy little double tap right there. You saw him looking for it, but that's not an easy.
Rounding out our top 3, it wouldn't be a highlight video without our first ace of the season. Vita Rocco, this one's for you. Enjoy.
Take out GSB.
A great shot there. Oh, Rocco, a deep push coming for an ace. And this Rocco looking for one of their own. There's going to be a 4K already coming out. He won a hard rotate through. And the kill! Ace! Rocco picking up the ace early and during a true single player.
In our runner-up spot, AZ Tropical has a bunch of things to do in this clip. The SD into... Well, he's got a lot. Just take a look.
All right, 2 stocks to 6 for the Fanshawe team. Starting off strong, 45%, 54 uncontested. Let's see what Andy has to offer, because right now he's getting duffed by the Street Fighter.
Ooh, very good option coverage with those up tilts, but you're going to get jabbed once, and there's the uppercut right there, sent straight off the top. AZ Tropical now battling it out on Yoshi's story. Looking kind of tough.
And as I was saying, if a character is going to start steamrolling, it's definitely a character with so much crazy zero death potential as we've seen in Kin, because wow, only 19% so far. And this isn't just any character, this is against Pyramithra. Oh my god! Getting dared right in the face. AZ Tropical only 2 stocks away from time.
And in our number 1 spot in the you hate to see it category, what's higher than a high noon? Well, Becomix has the answer.
Making important and inexorable progress. Rafam taking a lot of damage, and it's Becomix finding 3 on the way down! Down goes stuff, and this is looking like an absolute rout by Team University. Musking of University just found lacking.
Man, after seeing all of that, doesn't that just make you want to say, wow? I mean, for me, I'm definitely speechless and so excited to continue bringing you guys these plays and all of this collegiate esports content. Now, if you want to check out more of the buzz on social media, definitely give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports, or if you just want to check out the action live, be sure to tune in on our Twitch channel at ECAC_esports. With that said, I do want to give out a shout out to our partners at Esports U for not only helping to us expand our content, but really also to help bring all of you guys more of this great collegiate esports action. Now, thank you all so much for watching, and feel free to let me know, what types of matchups or moments you'd like to see next. As always, I've been KTAD, and I'll see you all later. Have a good one.
Welcome to ECAC Top Plays of the Week. This is Rod, your favorite host, back at it again with more stellar plays from collegiate esports. Special thanks to our partners at Esports U for the additional coverage. Let's hop straight into it. Starting off this week at number 8, we have Torchy showing aerial dominance. They show that you're going to have to work a little bit harder if you want to get back on their stage.
But he'll
Now you gotta mix up your timings, getting back onto the stage. Toiletry is looking for something, able to still find the jab, and the foiler is going to be.
Next up, we have Cadmus, showing us what impact on a support player really looks like. With the timing of a Lucio God, they come in to claim the play of the game.
They're just going to deny anyone an attempt to hit the objective, and I mean, at this point in time, you gotta expect those rollouts to be as quick as they are.
Moving on to Rocket League, we have Swax, showing why they own the airspace with a nice self-follow-up, netting WSC the goal.
As we are going to try to find out that little nugget of information, Swax is going to drop this one down and give us a tie game here in game number 2. Gets that nice little touch over the defender, Peter.
As an Astro main myself, nothing brings me more joy than watching Zeno hold it down on the C site with a nice 4K to secure the second round of the half.
There's a 50-50 angle. They're checking a beautiful spray down onto 3. Players come in for the rotate from the rest of the map control, and a beautifully played round by FSC, capped off by a nice.
Now at the number 4 spot, we see that luck is a skill when Post gets 2 back-to-back kickoff goals. All it took was 6 seconds to go from a deficit to the lead. That is comeback potential.
Other ways.
I don't... What? Okay, so Warda actually messed up their kickoff. They 100% did not mean to land like that and then just happened to get a wave dash into it. Hey, listen, fortune favors the bold, and sometimes it's better to have dumb luck than to not be lucky at all. So we'll take it 100%, especially if they get another one. Kabuki to tally it on, and they're proving it isn't just...
Coming back into Smash, we have Bryce showing the ledge guard of the gods. It took a couple Gordos to nail it, but this clip truly ended in perfection.
Nope, not a footstool in sight, unfortunately.
We're just gonna be looking for some sort of an edge guard here now. That Gordo is right in the way, and Bryce gonna be able to get the...
Conrad came into this round swinging. They really showed what happens when you combine the skill of a great player and the blessing of the RGX Vandal.
It worked out so well. I mean, just a double kill already in their favor. Which so far the Sheriff, I mean, has been truly impressive. And unfortunately, he was not been there to follow up. Conrad now looking for the ace, already able to find 3, looking for 2 more. There's the 4th, and it's up to the tail to save the day. Conrad goes in deep. Oh, they're able to find it.
Finally, at the number 1 spot this week, Frosty lays down the law with a stunning barrage. What a way to tell the enemy to get off my point.
Move in, unabated, unhindered. Here comes the rocket barrage, and it's lighting up the scene with more.
Well, that wraps it up for me. This has been another fantastic week of ECAC Top Plays of the Week. As always, follow us on Twitter and catch us live on Twitch at ECAC_esports. You can find us live on Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. EST or Wednesdays at 7. Thanks again to our partners at Esports U for providing all the additional coverage for us to show you. This has been Rod, the best host of this season. Just saying, I'm signing off.
Hey guys, KTAD here. Now, I've been told I need to step in to create like a buffer zone between some of the other hosts so that the Valorant v Overwatch conflict may finally come to an end. But between you and me guys, I don't think they both realize that League's kind of already won that war. So don't tell them anything. But anyways, you guys already know why we're here, and if not, well, then you're in luck because we've got some of the best collegiate esports moments right here. Don't believe me? Well, that's okay, but you know, here's your proof. Let's get into it. To start us off, we have the combo of Matt and Festive as they execute a brilliant mid-air handoff to close out Game 2 and tie up the series.
Here in regulation, can Festive and Matt do it? Matt's there! Let's sit in, and we do get the go-ahead goal. Is it going to be enough to end it here in rank?
25 seconds left right here. About 2 minutes since our last goal. 5th total in this one. It's looking like moderate.
Feeling thirsty? Well, if you are, then Crollo's got what you need with these sick plays on Pac-Man.
Not always guaranteed to stock, goes for the side special into that. That would have been an insane way to end it.
Now Crollo looking for the fire hydrant edge guard. Slam dunk right there. Is there able to finish them off?
At number 6, see if you can count the ultimates here, because when the dust settles, there can be only one survivor.
For Thomas College, but I don't know what Keene University are thinking. Well, okay, they're thinking it. What is going on in this fight? My days! 2 to the bomb, 3 to the tile, 1 to the self-destruct, and
It's
we
just
get
a
the team.
lone diva. It's a lone
What
baby
is
diva.
happening?
No, okay. Hugo's back there.
You know what number play this is?
Welcome everyone, it's time to get into some Rocket League. If you're just brand new to it, it's about cars chasing balls with rocket engines strapped to the back of them, and it's all about basically soccer, but these collegiate titans are ready to hit the pitch, just like we're ready to bop the mic. I'm not gonna do that, it's expensive. My name is Hale Monkey Man in the booth, alongside Jay Turbo, and you're here for the CECC South Regional, as we're getting into the top 8 that were able to make it through our qualifiers. But I gotta know, Jay Turbo, I'm on the edge of my seat, and that's not just because it's cheap. How are you doing today? Are you as excited as I am, like a toddler at Six Flags ready to have a heart attack?
I am so excited. I don't think any 6-year-olds at Six Flags should be having those heart attacks, but I might, because I'm super excited to see how these teams shake up. We got IRSC versus UCF Academy, some stacked rosters, and I can't wait to get into the action.
Yeah, we got to get there. We're going to get there in a sprint. We have group stages that we're going to get through, and they're all going to be vying for where they will rack and stack, trying to make it into our big bracket. They made it through a bunch of squads, then went through the South, and now they said, hey, we're the best of the East or the South or the wherever we are in this United States, but we got to also see who is the best of them all. But speaking of that as well, sponsoring this entire event, as you're able to witness it, is the National Guard for thenationalguard.com. Do more for yourself and your future. Soldiers in the Army National Guard can serve part-time while also getting their degree or working full-time. Accelerate your path and visit nationalguard.com. The next greatest generation is now. Just like these guys, they're going to be hitting the pitch here in just a moment. So we're getting ready for our first matchup here. Jay Turbo, it is in your name. Velocity is key. Who are we accelerating towards in our first best of 5?
We're running into, again, as I said earlier, IRSE, Indian River State College, one of the new hotshot squads in Collegiate Rocket League. If you've been watching CRL or anything else, they have been one of those squads that have just torn up the pitch, taking down teams like Akron, like Bruton Parker, who we'll see later today, and just showing why they are such a strong team. They've got names like Slayer and Seabass, who have been around the block, and now we're getting in. And you can see Slayer right up front. Indian River up against UCF, whereas this UCF Academy team, not the same CRL one you're used to, but you got players like Reeves starting it off hot.
Straight off the rip is Reeves. If there is a way to make a statement against IRSC and say, hey, we are here to play, then it is about just doing it from the kickoff. 3 seconds in, nice pop-up, gets over the second defender, and they'll go from the top rope in. Hey, that's first blood over to the Knights.
Yeah, the Knights taking that first one, as it might be UCF Academy indicating that it's not their main roster, but any team coming out of UCF, you got to be scared, as we might actually be getting a restart, as there was appeared to be a little bit of miscommunication between teams. So we'll be working on confirming exactly what's going on. But still, we saw right off the kickoff, Reeves going to be a player you're going to want to watch on this UCF team. Used to actually play for South Florida, transferred over to Central Florida, and has been sort of dancing around that Tier 2 team, and has been practicing with players. If you follow UCF, you know, Luke, Asfira, Bambi, taking notes from them and working alongside zone team captain and Bits. And this is a very strong roster you got to watch out for.
I mean, talk about just working alongside and taking notes from some of the best that are in this current atmosphere of Rocket League at the collegiate level. I mean, some of those guys are on that bubble sphere when it comes to the pro scene. So it's kind of like always playing at Alabama in football. You're going to be with people that are going to go first-round draft picks. So you get to have a lot of good experience. And, you know, Reeves at the end, he was a GG's, we win. He got the first goal, said, okay, goodbye, see you later. We are going to have a restart, though, of that lobby just to make sure everyone's cool and simpatico and communicating well for when we're going to be getting to this. But to outline kind of our setup as we're doing this today, we are going to be having 2 groups of 4. 8 teams came out of, I think it was, what, 16 that were able to qualify into that South Regional qualifier, and then
20.
Oh, it was even more. Okay, so a lot. So then we have the 8 that were able to just squeak their way through, and there's quite a few teams that are looking to take those top 2. IRSC as Indian River State College, and these Pioneers, they are kind of that brutal number 1 seed into this group, as well as of all 8. This UCF Academy roster has a lot of potential to maybe disrupt them. This is all seeding play, but they're gonna take it very seriously.
Yeah, you want to take it very seriously because, again, we have these 2 groups. In Group A that we're going over first, we've got IRSC, UCF Academy, and University of West Florida. Unfortunately, UCF actually the second team in this group as well, but due to some connectivity issues on their end, not sure if we'll be able to see them today. Fingers crossed. But, again, we're looking at primarily UCF Academy and West Florida to try and come and compete against the Pioneers. And we've got UCF starting up right off the bat. And that first goal can say that it was just a bit of miscommunication where Slayer and the rest of IRSC weren't quite ready, but they're still incredibly individually talented. And IRSC, when we were looking at them coming into this event, I think they lost a total of 3 games going into this qualifier. I think they lost 3 or 4 games across the entire qualifier, not just 1 or 2 series, just across like 8 games, 8 series. And that's an insane record to think about how dominant this team is. Currently sitting at, I believe, 4-2 in the in CRL. Looking at some other Southern competitions, they've been performing incredibly well in some Florida stuff. So really, really excited to see this team continue to show off against more squads in the South.
Yeah, that's when you are dominant, you want to showcase that you are dominant. It should be a business as usual feature. And that's what we're going to get to see as we restart into it. Maybe everything wasn't communicated. Can they replicate the start? Not so much, but being able to at least present some extra options is going to be the likes of the Academy, of UCF. The Knights said, all right, we went a little bit too much sword. We bring up the board and have to keep Indian River State College off our boards to start. But it is Reeves who is the initiator for this squad. They extended at least a little bit, and we vie for some midfield madness.
Yeah, looking for that midfield madness, and that's what you're going to see a lot out of Indian River. They love to play in the midfield. You tend to see Taco Stash as their finisher, incredibly mechanically talented, and while you have Slayer and Seabats, names that you've heard of, Taco Stash might not be as familiar, but he's very, very strong as Bits, just not quite finding that shot, the post, shutting him down.
You could say he was a little bit off target. I would say that. He doesn't have to say that. He probably will not say that. But Bits does elongate this one. This is a chance for Slayer to get a double tap, but it's going to be Seabass. Couldn't quite find the angle with his brother, so he's going to give it to another. And that'll be Slayer and Seabass that will draw the first point official in this series.
Yeah, and this is their bread and butter. You have Slayer leave it up, Seabass knock it down, and one other thing that you're going to see with this Indian River State squad is Slayer likes to play that frontman and play that disruptor role and allow that setup for Seabass and Taco Stash, where if you start to see Slayer and the rest of IRSC get a little uncomfortable, going to see some more bumps, see some demos on that back line. As another setup, Taco Stash takes the shot, slowed down for just a moment as, oh my, savior on the goal line for UCF and Reeves.
They are kind of lucky that the second man wasn't able to crash through, because when you have a stop like that, usually the inevitability is it will go forward just via a dunk because you have someone moving in, but they committed numbers to the outside parallels, and that will ultimately leave this at just a 1-0 lead. UCF Academy had a great start in the no man's land of a lobby that didn't count, so they're trying to be able to reestablish themselves. Just some slow play, Seabass top level and looking for a dunk, ends up being dropped into the zone, but Indian River State College can't quite find it. This becomes a big clear, but this so far is just UCF Academy that's been able to relieve pressure, but it comes right back to them.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of these clears aren't finding anyone upfield. You're seeing Reeves boom it out, and that gets picked up by Seabass. You're seeing Bits throw it out to Slayer. And it means that UCF, while yes, they're able to recollect their boost, they're able to try and reset for this attack, there is that constant pressure they're not able to alleviate. As, again, another dribble forward by Taco Stash is slowed down, and this might be a dangerous position for the Pioneers should they lose or make one mistake. As actually, this is a chance. Manny sets it up, but knocked down by Slayer.
And see, I was starting to be a little concerned because I mean, we do see the Pioneers that it's dangerous for them. A nice floor pinch by Reeves. It took him a while to set it up. You had multiple numbers by the Knights that were loose for boost, but Reeves just takes this carry, gets beyond 2. It was the expectation by Seabass that Taco Stash was going to be able to go and get on that challenge. No touches occurred, so we're tied at 1 apiece.
And that's really, really unfortunate for Seabass. Actually backflipped in trying to do a fast aerial, get up in the air, make that challenge, and instead just flounders a little bit. So Reeves going to be happy to pick that one up. And now we're at a 1-1 scoreline, and IRSC going to need to find an answer back, as they're a team that takes a minute to warm up, but once they warm up, they get going.
Yeah. Talking about a little bit of Furious Furia, as this one is Slayer coming out, turns around, says, hey, no goalies, cool. And Undercut tosses it just over one challenger, bursting out of the corner. So you take a little pace off of the shot as best as you can. Then it just goes forward and ends up becoming a wonderful showcase of consistency. So IRSC is able to get one back, reestablish their lead, and the Knights, it took them a while to really find their first goal. It took them about 2.5 minutes. They don't have that much time remaining.
Not that much. As another attempt forward by Reeves, but as you can see, every time we look at a UCF member, they are below 50 boost. Manny just able to pick up that canister, but still, oh, Reeves a big miss. Very lucky that there wasn't a double from Seabass, as this is what we keep seeing. Boom downfield, picked up by an IRSC member, but this time, challenge goes the way of UCF. There's a shot.
As this one kind of drops into the corner, they're trying to be able to press out the lane. IRSC has been really finding these clearance lanes that keep the Knights from having extended pressure. It takes individual effort that ultimately evolves into something, but can a single player be able to really make that variable of difference? This will scatter across away and back down the other side of the pitch we go. 1:15 remaining, so this is a clock that starts to really tick. It is best of 5, so you got to see if you can continue to be alive, but right now, it's all about can IRSC just keep the Knights from advancing out of their own rampart?
Yeah, and that's all that IRSC, I think, wants to do here. They are keeping control. They want to pass to each other. They don't want to allow UCF these openings. And we even have to think of that first UCF goal. It was off of just a small mechanical misplay from the third man for Indian River. It wasn't necessarily a ton of structure or some passing play that got past their defense. It was just a small mistake. And the fact that Indian River was able to immediately answer speaks to their resolve and speaks to their mentals as this clock continues to tick down and UCF are routed at every opportunity.
This one's going to go to the sky, and as more seconds burn off the clock, that's a premium that the Knights really can't afford. Half-minute remaining, a boomer down the other end of the pitch. A nice save by Taco Stash as Reeves is still trying to elongate some level of pressure, but this just becomes a catch and go. Taco Stash will be the first up to it, and then it drops on down into the box. A variable of difference is that they can extend one player up, keep 2 back beyond the midfield line. With only a few seconds remaining, you have a double commit right at the top of the box. UCF Academy, they have had a couple of chances. They're going to see if they can keep this at 0, but no, it'll be IRSC that are able to take game number 1 here in our first best of 5.
Yeah, IRSC taking game 1, and that's what we expected. Came out swinging, found the first goal after, of course, we had that server reset. And the only goal that we saw for UCF Academy was off of Reeves, that bit of a solo play, and it was unfortunate that Seabass wasn't able to make the save, but still, we're seeing that domination we expected and that consistency from IRSC. They're finding these opportunities. They're making sure that they're keeping control, and this team isn't necessarily one that's going to be super flashy. Well, of course, Seabass and Taco Stash can get really flashy. They will just be that much more consistent on each of their touches, and that's what really starts to set them apart. Whereas UCF, I want to see them get a little more disruptive and try and shut down a lot of what IRSC is trying to do. If they can get a demo or 2 in the midfield, try and set up for Reeves, there's a world where they can start bringing this one back. Because again, it's still game 1, best of 5, plenty of time to adjust.
Yeah, it was a weird best of 1 too, because you start with feeling like, oh yeah, we got that first exclamation point. We're here to play, and we're able to make this one good. And then it just kind of, goes sideways a little bit for yourself, especially because it ultimately was IRSC that started in the lead. But then you got a response back. Solo plays are neat to open up space, but not for a consistent margin. It's just good fundamentals, nice striking, and better touches that'll take away those possessions. We go to game number 2, already within the first half minute of play. The Knights looking like they're under duress, especially from this press, and the stress will ultimately get to them. They crack, and they'll give up the first goal.
Yeah, and first goal, it's just that pressure as an unfortunate 50 off the back of Manny. Bits has to make this awkward save, but Seabass there before any Knights can make it, as not a ton of intention on that touch, and it goes right over to the Pioneers as they have again, first goal, first blood, and now it's again the onus on UCF Academy to try and find an answer back as, oh, that was close.
I guess in first goal, is first blood in Rocket League first oil? Is that what we're supposed to be saying? I don't know.
I guess so, yeah. That would be first oil, because cars, of course, don't have any blood. But now Taco Stash trying to draw some oil off of that shot and won't be able to find as many with a quick clear and the continuation downfield.
That's a slippery fish when you cover it in oil. They're trying to be able to get around it. Bits looking for the takeaway against Taco Stash. Maybe a low side 50. The pop-up over and around. Reeves is able to get on that attack. Manny is read like a book as Seabass bursts the other direction. Big counter clear. Bits is the first one to it. Hanging out with Seabass into that corner as they escape down lane. That's a big demo as Manny deletes Seabass away from the pitch. And we're just trying to be able to get just continuous pressure and off the boards press by the Knights. They go to their own backboard. They continue just getting out of their own half, and that's something that is already kind of a struggle for IRSC to move through. They were able to do it one time off of a great awkward beat, but otherwise it's just more pressure for the entirety of this pitch. So also, we're kind of operating off of a weird venture. We do have a 2-1 right now, or rather, I think it's still a 1-0. So you're back to us as we're resetting some lobby stuff on the back end.
Yeah, still working that out as we're coming back, and I think we just see, at least we got a flash of Indian River coming back in. Is they're up 2-0, and not entirely sure how they found that goal, but I am assuming it was their just consistent pressure. We've seen this formula work over and over again. UCF clears it away so they can get some boost, make sure they reset, and instead, Indian River, they're already refueled, they've got their tight rotations, and it's bing, boom, bop, you got a goal.
Yeah, this is a team that knows how not just to take better shots, to be kind of mechanical, but also to be cerebral in how they want to be able to control the pitch. If you have resource control, then you've won the perimeter so many times, and you're just acting and executing faster than your opponent. When you get up to this level, that's generally how it is. You could equate that to like any esport, any team, any kind of different game. If you're just doing the right things correct and you're doing them quicker than your opponent can be able to respond in a timely fashion. It is still 2-0 as Indian River is hanging on to this lead for right now, and they really haven't put like a ton of points up against UCF Academy, but they really haven't had to.
Yeah, they haven't had to. They haven't been forced to. But also, UCF has been denying some of these opportunities. They aren't giving Indian River the space to get really mechanical and put together a ton of plays. It's more so they will just wear you down and find a shot once you're eventually out of boost. As that cerebral play you mentioned, just have to remember where this roster comes from. Think about Slayer was a coach before becoming a player for some pretty fantastic rosters. Bravado in Sub-Saharan African region and Valleyfield at CRL Worlds last year, so brings in that cerebral play. Is nearly an outplay for UCF to try and get their first point of this game, and Seabass just again off the line, and Bits finds UCF's first of game 2.
You know what? It takes them a while, but they're able to get it. They're about 45 seconds later than they were in the previous game to get in this one. But you know what? You have your first. That is an icebreaker to get that nasty 0 off the board and put a nice strike down instead through your orange color. So we have a 2-1. Indian River State College sees if they can be able to, roll the shoulders, get a little bit more relaxed, and start get that gamer lean going against the UCF Academy. The Knights have been able to at least find sparks of hope, but that can quickly become a fire.
Yeah, it certainly can, and UCF is a team that gets better the more confident they are. The better they're feeling, the better they play. As actually back when Reeves went to USF, I had a chance to hang out with him, talk to him, and that's one of the things he mentioned. He's a big confidence-based player, and that was a couple years ago. And so now looking forward, it's only going to be more true as now he's got the added experience and expertise of playing with players like Bits and Bambi and all of these bubble level players, as now we're starting to see Indian River get put under some of that same pressure that UCF was put under earlier this game.
Less than a minute remaining, so that's some pressure, but you got to now make use of it. Having it is one thing, making it profitable is another. 40 seconds remaining. Big demo. That's a couple, and that's going to thin out this attack as IRSC brings the smackdown to the Knights as they try to encroach on their door. The half minute's coming up here. The timer again is getting louder and louder for the Knights. It's ringing from inside of their helmets, and that's an echo chamber of epic proportions you don't want to be inside. It will reverberate all the way down and into our final quarter minute of play.
No, and that's just the really brutal part is 15 seconds left, and UCF need to find something, but Indian River holding them in their own half, pulling out double demos as Reeves, a little bit of space, tries to set up for his own double, can't find the opportunity, and instead Seabass gonna hold this out in the midfield, slow it down, drop down passes, Taco Stash takes one for the road, and that'll be game 2 going over to Indian River.
Yep. Even with a single second on the board, there's just no multi-point goals. I wish maybe from downtown, maybe Cookser pinch something in and get like 2 or 3 points off of it. That'd be pretty cool. But that's not the mode that we're playing in. Right now, we're playing within IRSC's very believable ending as we get a 3-1 end to game number 2. And they're already match point up over UCF Academy.
Yeah, already match point after just 10 minutes of gameplay, and that goes to show where IRSC, they're that much faster on the transitions. They keep their defense that much more solid, where these were tighter games. These were not blowouts by any stretch of the imagination, a 2-1 and a 3-1, and they were kept pretty close, but it never felt like UCF were able to take control of that game. It was constant IRSC control, constant IRSC pressure, and it's a statement to the fact that they don't need to play this flashy game. They don't want to get a high-scoring match. They just want to whittle you down, burn you out, and take a couple goals along the way so they can take a clean series.
Yeah, and that's all about the good work that you can put in as a squad. You don't have to be any kind of level of overly mechanical. You're mechanical enough. You get out there and you control your opponent. I mean, you're able to get just a couple more shots IRSC did over UCF Academy, and yet we're in much more dominant form. These teams basically lockstep 100% goal participation off of 3 assists with the 3 goals that came out of Indian River State College. Can we see them continue to find one another in open space? We will very much attempt to, but as we get into a lobby number 3, game number 3, it's just lobby number 2. If we go to a third lobby, my goodness, we're really stressing out about where these things will be able to set up to. I think that UCF has been able to do well in response to the leads of the Pioneers. I want them to find an early lead if they can. Do and bring the same kind of mojo, the same kind of cockiness, and the same kind of gumption and confidence that you spoke of a bit before, straight off the rip from the kickoff.
Yeah, exactly. I want to see that as well because you got to try and bring this back in a reverse sweep anyways. There's no way that you're just going to approach this saying, well, it's start of a series or anything like that. You've got to make that reverse sweep happen. So you either go out swinging or you go out with your head down, and I want to see Reeves and Bits trying to get mechanical. And again, we are seeing IRSC cut off a lot of these positions, deny a lot of that boost. But if Manny can get ahead, create some space, enable their star players to show up, I think that UCF definitely has a chance to at least take 1 or 2 games off, if not try and bring this series all the way back.
We're going to be seeing how the rest of this group also pans out, because remember, this squad in particular from IRSC is the favorite into this entire group of 4. You get to have 3 round robins, best of 5s, that come into this moment. So you are still playing for where you're going to be up in the bracket. It would be funny to see this J-Turbo be the same seeding. I mean, it won't be because you're gonna have A versus B, but somewhat like not totally dissimilar to what they were in the bracket forthcoming from that qualifier into this regional. Just maybe be the stepbrother squad to their number 6, number 5, number 3, whatever you were, and just see them be in the exact same place in the bracket.
Yeah, exactly. It is about that seeding, finding those places as Indian River with all of the pressure moving forward. As UCF, again, trying to find a way back in. As Reeves, a little bit of space, shut down by Seabass, as we need to see that aggression, need to see that speed, but Slayer wants to take it off the table immediately with that kind of demo. As Bits keeping this in the attacking third, though. Reeves, a little bit of space, a little bit of an outplay, and there's the confidence we needed to see.
Reeves able to just make a quick turn. He swerved up the wall and then got it around Slayer in a swift succession. Able to make that one work so very fast. So if you have a manner of just wanting to get possession onto the ball, well, then you've got Reeves in your back corner, and he's been honestly one of the best players just for initiating offense on the entirety of this UCF squad. They need to get in his hands more often, but they also need to be able to get each other out of their heads. That's going to be a direct corner shot. Taco Stash will tie us up within the first minute of play.
Top bins only from Taco Stash is when IRSC needs someone to do more. That's what Taco Stash is. As remember, also our presenting sponsors in the National Guard, how you can do more for yourself and your future, how soldiers in the National Guard can serve part-time while getting their degree or working full-time. Accelerate your path and visit nationalguard.com. The next greatest generation is now, as these players are trying to be the next greatest generation of Rocket League, as IRSC have been shown it through the series, but Bits looking to continue, although the attack is shut down quickly by Slayer.
I like how they're trying to bring it to the backboard. Seabass, though, has just good positional awareness to make sure, all right, if you're going to bring this up, obviously you're looking either for the dunk play or you're looking for the follow-up to be able to get it back to a teammate that's crashing in as that second position. Doesn't happen. Reeves is given a nice little bump by his buddy Bits. And that's a lot of butt because we're going to have maybe some bopping and hopping going to their own backboard. They got to be able to get temper and off. Taco Stash looks for the read, dunks it right through, and that's a change of hands of this lead given over to IRSC.
Oh, and this was just so well done by Taco Stash. Look at that adjustment. He knows how Manny wants to try and field this, knows how to take the most space, knows how to take the most advantageous position, and that is just going to be a quick lead picked up for IRSC. This is the most score we've seen in the opening minute and a half so far, as you are seeing IRSC starting to get under a little bit of pressure, as once that happens, Slayer is going to start slaying, as we saw right there. Manny taking off the pitch.
You know, if you don't slay as a Slayer, you gotta unname yourself, and that it's not exactly a great look. Slayer, though, going for a top level shot that is gonna be stolen from the crossbar bar and top shelf by Manny. Bits drops it kind of into this corner zone, waiting for what may and forward develop. But it's Bits that's gonna be stepped away from by Taco Stash. You see them playing for possession because Taco Stash stepped away from Bits. All right, cool. You don't have enough pace on this one, so I can receive this one and go right back on the offense as I pass it out.
Exactly. IRSC, a huge positional team. They just want to be able to hold on to that ball. Seabass as well, implementing some of those demos, not making Slayer the only one who has to do it, but Slayer still wants to get one back as a quick transition out of Bits, shut down by Taco Stash, and now Reeves caught in the midfield. There's an opportunity for Seabass, double shut down by that bump in the midair.
Reeves playing with fire as this control is held at the very top of the box, and you see how they tell Taco Stash to go and try and disrupt, get between the two of them, as neither one between themselves and Reeves could get beyond. But then now you have Reeves trying to play maybe for a negative angle redirect position, but he's between a couple of defenders, and this is like being in triple coverage out in football. Well, this is a different kind of football. Shots are still raining in. Reeves is going to aim for the corner. That will be off the sidewall, but there's no one to respond. That's in nearby space. It goes full on neutral. And now in the advantageous half for IRSC, we're at sub 2 minutes remaining, but this one's been a much faster foray of offense. Backboard, how many times? It's like the Harlem Globetrotters, but no one's hitting the final dunk.
No one finding that final dunk, as IRSC, they're starting to sweat while they still have that lead. We're seeing Knights Academy start to pick up these moments, start to take that demolition, and are forcing these desperate dives out of Taco Stash, forcing Slayer to have to play on this back line. And again, we saw how many times the ball hit the backboard that last time, and while UCF was trying to find an opportunity and were so close on a few of their follow-ups, if any of those touches were followed up, it could have easily been a goal. And that's more a statement to IRSC not being proactive and finding ways to shut it down, and it's instead UCF Academy struggling on their execution at the final moment.
Oh, it's all about they expend numbers into the same zone so many successive times from this group that they just can't otherwise get the Knights in order to just be in better spacing. They have had moments, but those moments have been bleak and they've been brief. Seabass with a great catch and trap. He's getting boost. The ball will fall away. Taco Stash is deleted. And now they have to fill that gap in for the backside. Slayer is being called off by Seabass from that back wall. He's looking for a floor pinch. Can't quite get the bouncer. 40 seconds and less. A shot opportunity. No. Taco Stash fills it in as well. That one's a big turnaround. It's a big dunk again. Taco Stash may have sealed the deal.
Taco Stash, I think, definitely sealed the deal on that one. There's still 33 seconds, still a chance, but it would take a bit of a miracle, as we've seen 2 successive dunks this game out of Taco Stash, as he has just been on fire today at shutting down the defense.
Well, with that little more than a half minute, Knights felt like they were on a tear, but ultimately that tear just ripped them apart. 25 to go, trying to dunk it away in a defensive measure. Seabass is going to try and burn some extra time, so this one is near inevitability of being a 3-0, but wait for it. Oh, Reeves is all of a moment away from getting that dunk as well. I think that this one's going to be coasting on out in favor of the Pioneers.
And it looks like it will. Reeves the quick clear, but as that clock ticks down, they want one more. Again, not quite able to find the shot was Seabass, but IRSC putting together a 3-0. And I'd be lying if I didn't say I wasn't expecting this, but UCF Academy, they looked better as the series continued. And while they were never able to grab a game, they still showed that they were adjusting, they were finding answers, and they were not just sitting down and letting themselves get taken out by the IRSC grinder.
Yeah, no, this was definitely a team that was starting to get a fight. If we had maybe best of sevens, maybe this one would have a game takeaway or two. But for right now, this is IRSC, who is expected to do well, doing well, getting a 3-0 sweep. And they started ahead, stayed ahead, but it wasn't without a fight. These were all of what, 1 and 2 goal differences. It's not like they blew out their opponent by any measure. And that showcases, some depth into this region, and especially between these two squads as they're trying to be able to go through seeding processes in this group stage play.
Yeah, exactly. And we're also thinking about the other team in this group. It's University of West Florida, who've competed up against UCF Academy, taking games off of them, of course, and also in recent matches up against IRSC have looked pretty solid at the start. And as West Florida continues to grow, continues to develop, knows what it's like to play against IRSC, could be an interesting matchup later today. So I'm excited, looking forward to that as well.
Well, for the time being, we're going to take a little break. But on the other side of that break, I know it's a magical moment. There's surprises at every turn. We're going to have an interview with a player from IRSC. So don't go anywhere unless you need a snack, maybe some water. Hydro Homies Unite. We'll be back in just a moment.
J-Rod, who strikes first again with a nice headshot onto Boss. Gonna start moving down into garage, and J-Rod is just approached now through garage. RP's ball has been committed. Lance tries to take a peek, but J-Rod's there. Finds Pigeon Mac. We're looking at potentially an ace. Austin gonna do their...
Trying to scrape together some sort of consolation prize. He's blinded, and they're... Oh my god, drop. What a teammate. He's giving a... Oh no, J-Rod around the corner looking for the ace. One shot on Austin, he finds the ace.
Oh,
good guy, draw. Gives it over. Love it.
A man down, the overtime clock counting, and the ball on their half of the pitch. Yet somehow, Stonehill manages to make it work in this crazy match against Buena Vista.
Pushed right back out again. This is a game of inches. Who can aggress hers? And that's gonna be it. Joker from the long shot along the field. Look at this from the back of board. Straight to Joker's feet. The touch is so delicate.
In what was surely a game-changing play here, Nichols State's Law pulls out a tire that can only be described as illegal to put the nail in the coffin against Missouri Western.
Ready. On the bread side, yeah, Nichols has enough time to come through. No!
It's 3!
No! It's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3. It is 3 eliminations with Law's rip tire there. Absolutely incredible. Able to pick up a 4th shy of a team kill right now.
At number 2, it's just a masterful display of edge guarding from Adelphi's Davian. Check it out.
Roller is going to be a great opportunity to get in and pass, possibly even just through those arms. Goes for the down throw into forward air, excuse me. A great combo. Could have found some great damage offside, and as that paint just racks up onto this midman, that is more and more damage basically for free. Davion looking for a bottom stage. My goodness, what a stall!
Beautiful edge guard. And England.
And in our top play of this week, have you seen the movie Ratatouille? It has nothing to do with this play, but I think you'll see why we bring it up.
Look at this rat, though. Look at this rat going up long, dude. Oh, he's got another.
I mean, it's Ratatouille. They're chefing it up. I'm going to go find another. Fozzie, quick trade, though. Must stall the push for now, but contain just a little bit here. We got a lot more work to be done. It's out of CT already. Right click is missed!
Oh.
Yeah, right click is huge going in this round. It's not going to find anything but Tumble will. Fozzie with a quick trade.
Oh,
okay.
stop.
Okay,
Stop
let the rat do it all. Oh.
Phew! What a week and what a crazy set of matches we've been seeing so far. Now, with that said, we're just now passing the halfway point in the season, so that playoffs picture is definitely starting to shape up. Now, if you guys want to stay up to date with all of the ECAC action, then definitely give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports. Or, if you guys want to catch all of the matches live, you can find us on Twitch at ECAC_esports. Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, Wednesdays at 7. Now, as always, a special shout out to our partners over at Esports U for expanding on our broadcast coverage. We definitely want to give them a special thank you for that. But, you know, that's it. That's the show. That's all we've got this week. Come back next week. Hopefully we've got a new host. Hopefully they've stopped bickering and all of that. But in any case, I've been K-Tad. It's been a blast, and I'll see you guys next time. Hey guys, K-Tad here, and as spring break is upon us, we too need a break every once in a while. But with that said, you know we've still got some great collegiate esports action for you, and playoffs is around the corner, so you know that these teams are doing everything they can to make the cut. Let's get into it. Starting us off, it's a POTG for POST as Hydra spins to win and keeps his team alive in their series against the Colonels.
Those who did that victory they needed to know the reverse if it's going to take place. Tosses are split the back.
At number 7, Floppy's got a show to put on for us as he juggles Sen around the stage.
How will they make it back on? Just immediately opting to go through ledge, eating an up hit, and really not going to be dying quite yet. He is quite a hefty boy, but what a follow-up.
Yeah, ping pong.
It's overtime out the gate for our number 6 clip, and eBest Drew hangs it us a little to the left to clutch it up for Farmingdale.
Gets it over one, has Indemnity to work through now. The flick over him. Chance. Oh, it's top of the box for MC Drew. That's a goal, game 1 winner for Farmingdale.
Yeah, that's eBest Drew right here. Fantastic shot reception, or that pass reception, I should say. After Otto puts this across the top right here.
Up next is Curious George with the Cura Ace to clutch up the round for Keen. And yes, the editors came up with the name of this clip, not me.
Behind it. And now you're going to be talking about a bolstered close punch here. It would probably be in the best interest of Keen to go ahead and save the weapon. Not exactly sure how their guns will look and how their Omnis look on TV. It just seems so unfavorable for them. They're sort of making it work, mind you. Curious George, he's going ahead and giving it the old college stride. He's going to make it an ace, but does he have the time behind the snake bite? He can go ahead and stick on it. And by God, again, Keen just cannot keep getting away with it. They're disjointed, they're scrappy as all hell.
It's Ye Old Faithful in our number 4 spot as Putnut and Kofe toss out a huge Grab Dragon to flip the point and secure map number 1 for Nickel State.
They're going to have to fade out this immortality. First, we're going to see that committed on the back of the grab, but the Dragon Strike is massive. A 4-shot for Kofe. And with that, the Colonels will take control of the point once again.
Now this might only be our number 3 clip of this week, but you guys have to check out this play from Not Leopard as he pulls off these ridiculous moves to juggle the ball right past the defenders of Central Missouri and into the net.
Setting up a counter-attack potential, but punch right here, Not Leopard. What? Oh, Not Leopard! They have families! Stop it! They beat all 3 defenders!
I finally figured out why it's not Leopard. It's not Leopard because it's Messi. Messi with the dime, the dish, the left.
At number 2, this is probably one of the smartest plays we've seen in a while. Now UNM's Wicked Crow, after finding the spike on A, decides to ult and immediately rotate out after getting the info that the rest of the attackers are mid. What happens next? We'll just watch.
Frustrated about that one.
Oh, and this is a great play going around from the smoke.
from the belt. They have the perfect opportunity. And once that falls, everyone will be revealed. They'll be hit with the decay. This could be huge. Yes. Fisher Rowe. Caught on the zip line. Wicked gets 2.
Another 4K for Wicked, who is playing out of their mind. The 500 IQ play. You knew that it was a weird angle to have that Viper spit. You knew that they were going to check everywhere inside and
All right, number 1, let me break this down for you. Series 3, last man standing. The anchor in Atata, as he somehow manages to bring Illinois Wesleyan back from being in a 1v3 for this series.
Big lead here for Wayne State, but we'll see. You know, Atata's not.
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting into an interview. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Jay Turbo, but you don't care about us. You care about the students that play for these colleges, IRSC. We get to see Slayer. Thank you so much for joining us in the booth, Slayer, and congratulations. You started off your group stage play for the South Regional in a 3-0 sweep. How you feeling today, man?
Feeling good. Just trying to get through group stage as quick as possible. Just get in and out and just be ready for the top 8 match. Feeling pretty confident overall. I don't really think we should face really any problems today. I think we'll start playing a lot of the better teams tomorrow, but yeah, just trying to keep it simple and win the games.
Yeah, and I was going to say, going into this group, UCF Knights Rising, unfortunately running into some connectivity issues, so not sure if you're going to be able to play them today, but the only other team in your group, West Florida, that you have to face again. Last time you faced them, you got a 3-0. Planning on the exact same result today?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, 3-0 is pretty much what we're looking for. Just take it one game at a time, honestly. I mean, shouldn't be too hard, but at the same time, we don't want to overlook our future opponents. So just like I said, take it one game at a time, come in, just treat them like any other team. We stick to our game plan, just play good Rocket League, and we should come out with a 3-0. But at the end of the day, we just want to win the series. But yeah, 3-0 is most likely what's going to happen.
I mean, you guys are fairly dominant. You came in #1 seed out of everyone. I mean, you and Seabass and seem to be kind of that wombo combo of success. But tell me a little bit about Taco Stash. I personally haven't gotten to see him play a whole lot. What kind of comes to the mind, to the table whenever you guys all get to play together? Do they bring some maybe some I guess versatility in the comms? You guys having a good time with them out there?
Yeah, no, I mean it's always fun. I mean we're a pretty good calm collective team. We have good mindset and mentality. But yeah, obviously Seabass good teammate. But even you know like you were talking about Taco Stash not being known as much, like he's definitely a great teammate to have. He's great backbone. I mean, as you can tell in many series, he has generally the most points and is there. So he does his job. He's a great teammate and makes my job easier. So overall, it's just a good atmosphere. I mean, especially when you're winning, it's kind of hard to be down. But you know, we have a good mentality. Even if a team does take a game off us or we're down in a game, we just get right back into it and reset. Like that's a big thing, is good mindset.
Yeah, and looking into, again, that mindset and sort of the mentality you take going into games, one thing I noticed is as the series against UCFA progressed, you guys started to pick up more and more of those demos. Was that part of a structured game plan, or was just sort of adding those into your rotations when they were available to relieve some of that pressure?
No, I'm a big advocate for demoing. So at the end of the day, like it's something that kind of like got eased into the series a bit easier. I mean, we started off, we didn't really have a warm-up scrim. It was a little weird of a day, just a long day, so we didn't really get a warm-up scrim in. But yeah, no, I mean, it was just whatever needed to be done, and that's kind of the rotation that was kind of playing out, you know, towards the end of the series. So you know, if the demo's there, the demo's there, and that's what we're gonna look for. But you know, it's just whatever comes natural in the series, and I think we've gotten a good flow to, you know, basically counter anything that any team throws at us.
Well, you know what? So far, it's been business-like as usual. We appreciate you being able to join us in the booth. You have more group stage play left to go. You may get a bye because of this next one. You were set to go against Knights Rising. That one may not happen. And it seems that it will be just UCF Academy and West Florida. Out of those two, since you did, before we go to letting you take your break, out of those two that are coming up, who do you expect to be able to take that matchup into the second round?
I think it'll be a close series, but I would say it depends if West Florida had a warm-up or not. I think West Florida on paper is the better team, but I mean, who knows? Anything can happen. Upsets are there, but I think my gut feeling's leaning towards West Florida.
Okay.
Taking that series.
You guys heard it here first. It's going to be a 3-0 sweep. Slayer says add him on Twitter and make sure to be able to have a good time. Slayer, we look forward to being able to seeing you for the rest of the day, and we hope that your team continues to have success. Good luck out there for the rest of the day, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Of course. And you guys will be sticking with us. J Turbo, we're going to go immediately into that matchup. Do you believe in what Slayer was talking about when it comes to that matchup? Does this lean to West Florida?
I think it does. I think it does, because you're looking at the roster for West Florida. You've got Striding, Commit, and October. This team has been playing together for, I want to say, the last 8 months. So very familiar, have a lot of that team synergy. And beyond that, they're a squad that can really take it to a lot of other teams in the South that are at that similar echelon, at that similar caliber. Looking at their recent match history, we know that they lost 3-0 to IRSC, but who hasn't lost 3-0 to IRSC, quite honestly? Look at teams like Florida Poly, sort of in that mid-tier, always a team to watch out for when you're looking at qualifiers and Southern Regional events. Of course, not in this one, but still always one to watch out for. They were actually upset by Florida Poly, whereas UCF Academy hasn't had as much play as some of these other squads. So is going to be a question of whether or not that experience against those higher level teams is going to come out on top for West Florida, as we've got these first 30 seconds. Not looking to go either way, but still got some bumps to disrupt the Knights on the offense as a shot down. Reeves shut down.
This is, again, you kind of play off of what Slayer was talking about. Does a team have that game speed in them? Does the squad have that readiness in them? Manny, because they just went against IRSC, you can tell they're already up to match speed. Both Bits and Manny kind of double committing, but one was able to climb over the other, so they will be able to find that first dunk, that first score, that first minute of play. Looking pretty good right now for UCFA.
Yeah, and in spots like that where it is both two players going up, where it is this question for the defense of who's actually going to take the shot. I actually liked UCF Academy taking two players up and forcing West Florida to have to respond as a pinch into a double. Reeves gets 2 on the board for UCF Academy.
And just a second short of the minute closing, able to get a nice average inside of that first minute. Reeves with a fantastic follow, and I forgot. Somehow I could forget that my favorite holiday is coming up, and they actually have that wonderful Halloween-themed decal. So I didn't know that was in the shop. So I'm going to need to go and get that one. But so far, spooky ghosts trying to haunt Slayer's pick. But to the backboard and more, we still have a ton of time left here in Game 1.
Yeah, we still have a ton of time, and that is another thing about West Florida. They are a team that warms up. They're a team that needs to start to heat up, where Commit very, very momentum-based as a player. Striding as well likes to be that follow-up at times, as not quite able to get the continuation, whereas UCF Academy, we just saw them improve every single game against IRSC, and that shows how good this squad is when they get warmed up, and also the fact that they don't need to wait, as we're seeing another drive nearly come to fruition for UCF Academy, but a demo into a boom saved away by Manny.
All right, so West Florida is starting to pick up, but it's UCF that is at that higher rung of just quick execution. Manny finds another one, and a minute 50 into this game, you have October that just is immediately challenged by Bits. It's been the Bits and Manny show. Remember how it was mostly Reeves? Well, Bits and Manny have showcased, hey, Reeves, it's cool. You've got the early shots. We've got the ones now, and it's 3 up. UCF, the Knights, looking really, really solid.
Yeah, looking very solid. And I'm really happy to see Manny getting so involved in a lot of these moments, as Bits nearly with a double. Where's Manny to follow? Still staying in the midfield. Gets the shot from midfield, and that's 4 in a row. I think that's his hat trick.
No, that's quickly a hat trick. You had one for the early score off of that dunk, and then you have the other 3 that have just been Manny, and able to have the Knights just pile on a massive portion of points. It's very poignant beginning to this performance, and it feels like, all right, West Florida, they weren't given the ability to really be at the high readiness scale when it comes to starting off, but you got to grind it out. Treat these 2 minutes and 45 seconds as yet another game. It's not quite over until it's over, and it shows right here.
Yeah, Striding keeping it together, as we've still got over half a game of Rocket League to play. there is still time for West Florida to get themselves situated, as Bits just not respecting Striding. And look at that little move, just spots out Reeves, says, I'm going to take this all on my own. I'm going to 1v3 this drive, and gets the first on the board for West Florida. This is going to be a nice start for the Argonauts.
Yeah, that is that's a touch and a half, because like you just said, Bits, he didn't make a single move, just kind of waited passively for what may come. Well, it was in the form of a goal. So beyond the midway point here of game 1 to our second best of 5 for this afternoon, which we appreciate you guys being with us here on Esports U for the CECC South Regional. This is not quals, this is simply day 1 of a wonderful showcase of collegiate action. Striding will be stolen away by Bits, who gets the midfield boost, and a nice little knocker by Manny, but that's Reeves trying to extend this pitch, trying to get in on the action, does so with the demo, put down dunk will be slapped aside.
And this is what I think UCF Academy wants. They're providing more of that pressure. They're finding some demos in the net, as Commit going to be forced to respawn in a couple of seconds. But October with a nice reception, no boost, is going to look for a 50 and keep this ball dangerous. As even if West Florida isn't necessarily on pace to bring this game back, what they are doing is slowing the game down. They're making sure that they can stay even. As if we look at the last minute, it's just been 1 goal for West Florida, a couple shots out of UCF, but nothing so scary as we saw in the first minute 20 of this game.
Yeah, no, this is a tale of two halves. The second half, if you are West Florida, you're going to try and take to the bank and replicate into the first half for game number 2. They still have time. It's starting to dwindle much more quickly, as you have about 20 plus seconds per goal that needs to be scored, or else they're not just going to meet that average, but they're probably going to be left behind, but they're going to need even less of that now. Bits is able to make a bop stop with just beyond a minute remaining. This was a great pass by Reeves.
Oh, fantastically done, as it takes a whole tackle through the air to shut down Reeves, and it just leaves the door open as October, stuck in net, wasn't quite able to make a response. And now, West Florida, you've got a minute. You got a minute to figure out what you can change and figure out what different ways you can approach this game and see if there's any new opportunities you can look for. As Bits and Reeves both in the air, maybe trying to do some of those look-at-me passes, but nothing too crazy quite yet. As 40 seconds, want to see some opportunities in October, taking one and Striding finishing the job.
That was initially, I think, Striding coming up, but that was carried off the wall. It was October on the tackle, and then it was a turnaround. They committed, if you will. With 39 seconds, this is somewhat doable. You have to find about 10, 12 seconds, maybe 13 a piece on each of these. I keep going to fast maths because that's what's necessary for these teams to be able to connect. But right now, it's just consistency. The shot is short of the post. They force now timing off of October as they come out all the way from the net. This should be able to burn enough of the clock.
Should be able to burn enough of the clock. As now, Commit going to try for a bit of a solo play. Manny going to shut that one down. Might just get one more for good measure if you are the Knights here. But as we see this clock continue to tick down, this was, as you said, a tale of two halves. West Florida going down 4-0 in the first half and coming back 2-1 in the second. As Striding going to make that a 1-3 to score line, actually, with only 1 goal scored by UCF Academy in this last half, and West Florida picking up 3. So if they can continue this trend into the next game, into the next, the rest of the series, there's a real world where this is a lot closer, and it's a lot more in line with what we expected from what Slayer was insinuating as Commit wins the 50, but it's still just going to be knocked down. UCFA taking game 1. West Florida still looking dangerous.
I often say that the first game of a series does not tell the tale of the tape at the end of the day. No, it is simply who was ready first. And, you know, even with Slayer, like his point being made very well, if you didn't have a warm-up, then you're not up to game speed. And just like we saw in that latter half, well, it may be the likes of the Argonauts, which is a awesome sort of mascot, by the way, that could be able to take the Knights down, maybe a gentleman's reverse sweep in a 3-1. But something to be remembered as well, when you get ahead like that early in a 4-0, it doesn't always paint, all right, that the second half was you lacking. It's just maybe a little bit of extra slack. You already got a lead. You got what you needed to win. You don't really have to do too much more.
That's very, very true. Don't have to do a ton more, as some more Florida fun facts and Florida history. Commit and Reeves both used to be South Florida players, and Manny just going to shut the door on West Florida instead. Going to find that first goal. Not even going to let me get to my point. Going to say, hey, South Florida's not in this tournament. Stop talking about them. Talk about the Knights.
The Knights won't let you stop talking about them either. They're going to make sure that you see their giant swords, their helmets galore, make sure that you understand that it is full attack mode. Don't need no AC bonuses whenever you just need attack bonuses. Kill faster, they say. Or maybe that's just barbarians. I'm not sure. I'm not a doctor. UCFA, though, trying to be able to go for another dunk, a slapper that goes to the backboard. Bits with the follow. That's Reeves, has been more of a utility player between Bits and Manny to try and give them extra space to work with. That one goes very far the other direction. I thought that was going to be on target.
Yes, I do like this versatility we're seeing out of Reeves, being that supportive player when Manny and Bits are showing up. And that just goes to show how this UCF Academy roster is not made up of its top players or its highest MMR players or who you expect. It's made out of an entire team, as it's moments like that where Reeves gets a stinger from the midfield to take a second to start things off.
Slap and a half. October went for the challenge, and Reeves says, give it to me. 80 miles an hour on target. Even if there was a goalie there, I'm pretty sure it would have blitzed through their body, and there would have been a hole in the shape of a soccer ball. So 2-0. We're actually 9 seconds sooner than we were in game number 1 of where UCF was so prominent on offense, as they already have a 2-goal lead in the first minute.
Yeah, they are shutting down that momentum that West Florida wanted to take from game number 1 as a pair of demos. Turn this into a 2v2 for just a second, and Commit unable to find that double. Striding will slow down the attack for just a moment. But still, the onus is on West Florida to not let this lead get too out of hand like we saw in Game 1, where if instead of it being a 4-goal lead, it was a 3-goal lead when we see the start of that second half. West Florida's probably more into that series, more into that game, more into this series, whereas now, UCF Academy, they're holding this 2-goal lead. They have that little buffer to work with. And it is, again, the Argonauts looking for an opportunity right here. Shot down, double commit on the goal line, and no one's able to finish the job. The crossbar saving the day, but Striding finishing it off as West Florida get their first of game 2.
We had 3 shots in a 5-second succession. I think it was actually a 4 because you had double commit, you had a quick touch to be able to find the one coming up, and then the setup that fell off the crossbar for the rotation to come back in. So very brief, yet very influential offense from the Argonauts that's able to at least force the Knights to get a little bit scatterbrained and have to just commit into everything. Sometimes you talk about communication, you say, all right, you got to be able to make sure that everyone's in position and also can act accordingly, and they can be able to make those call-outs. But when you have positions like that, it's all instinct. Talk about instinct, making the single 1-on-2 flick. Commit actually could have committed to that and may have been able to get a score.
Yeah, I think Commit could have kept going. Definitely the kind of flashy player to go for those plays, but instead Manny just turns around and says, you couldn't do it on our net, so I'll do it on yours.
And much easier too, 1-on-1 instead of 1-on-many, and it's with Striding facing his net. That's a very tough position to deal with, and they get a powerful flick over one in the car and over up to the other, and Striding, they may be in good stride, but it just wasn't fast enough. It's 3-1 in a hurry.
Not quite fast enough, as it might just be 4 as Bits on the front line. Gonna make it a 4-1 lead, as I was expecting a little more out of West Florida in this first half. We saw them really come back at the end of game. Were holding the tempo. They were pressuring UCF Academy, and we saw with the 1 goal they scored this game, it was off of consistent pressure. Commit nearly finding a solo play. But now, Academy are just taking every opportunity they have, shutting down West Florida, and they want to make this a 3-0 in their favor instead. They want to prove Slayer wrong.
Oh my goodness. I mean, they're on the warpath to do so. It was, 4-0 at the 240 mark in game 1, and then it was 4-1 now around that 235. So just as efficient as they were in the first game. And now we're going to start seeing that second half where they may lean back, maybe just have one go forward. You get a big demo. Somehow Bits, even though he was streaking forward, he died. Kind of weird positioning. Reeves looking for a negative angle. Redirected section to go off the post, but Reeves is going to be waiting for it. Bits goes back on the attack. Not discouraged one bit, if you will. But less than 2 minutes remaining. This is still Knights' game to lose.
It is still the Knights' game to lose, as West Florida's got to figure out something quick, because every time they try and make their way out to the sidewall. Every time they try to pressure up, there is either Manny or Bits there to shut them down and slow down this attack. We see a pinch out of Reeves. No one from UWF is ready for that approach, whereas UCF, they're first to the ball. They're first to these positions, and now there was an attempt at a midfield pass, but just not quite there, and oh, what a save for a moment, and an unfortunate own goal. That's pretty much going to seal the deal, as that one just hurts at the end of the day.
That chip shot I thought was going in the first place, and then Reeves was kind of left with it. October, you're in one of those just kind of positions where it's at the goal line, it's bouncing around, it seems it's inevitably going to go in. You make a move on it because you don't know what's right behind you unless you've decided to look into ball cam or even just backwards cam. So they make a touch, it just doesn't hit the right way. So now double commit, and you're going to start seeing a lot of this out of UCF. When they're confident, they start trying to be able to style at least a little bit. And I mean, you have the leniency to do so with a 4-goal lead.
Yeah, they definitely do get a little bit more stylish, and this is one of the things I was worried about in prepping for this tournament, looking at some UWF footage, was when they start to fall behind, when they start to feel pressured, you'll see October and Striding sometimes wind up on the same rotation and clump up a little bit and lose a lot of that field coverage that you expect or that you really need at this level, and it results in opportunities where UCF are just always going to be first to that ball because they have that better field coverage. They have that extra trust as opposed to starting to panic, as now Reeves, a little space. Oh, he's looking for the must. He just cancels it, gets the setup, popped up. Not sure we're going to see a goal, but still styling out of Reeves.
Yeah, just pure ball control, making sure that the mechanics are at least fresh and fun. They already went through their first game, and without the other UCF squad that they would love to be able to kind of take on as a rivalry of brothers in arms from the same school, that one won't happen. So they're going to go to match point here after 2 games. Do unto others as was done unto them. Academy from Central Florida looking very, very good, and they're going to be having at least match point for the remaining 3 games of this series.
Yeah, they're going to be holding on to that match point, and now it's sort of the opposite of what we saw last series. UCF were the ones who were down 0-2 and had to try and make a response. Now they're up 2-0 and are trying to shut the door on West Florida. As we keep seeing these moments, just moments out of West Florida, but not quite a whole game. They're not able to really get the ball rolling from the start, and it has been costing them over and over again, where it's been Bits and Manny really showing up this series.
They're both trying to show up off the kickoff off of a swift one, but hey, you know what? That's a start. It takes 6 seconds. It makes it weird, but with a 2-game lead, you start to get a little bit weird. Both Bits and Manny, they split the difference around October. October's is just trying to run away with that ball as fast as their little wheels can carry them. So that's the first lead we've had by the Argonauts.
Yeah, first UWF this entire series. Oh, Bits just running up and just slapping them down. A bit of a tackle. Where's the ref on that one? As now, West Florida, we have to see how they play with Elite, because this is a team that is very dicey when it comes to these kinds of moments, and they can get confident. If they do get confident, they look really good. However, if UCF Academy keeps their heads together, keep these kinds of strung together passing plays moving, that's what we want to see. Is I love this adjustment out of UWF. They're not trying to play the sidewall as much anymore. They're getting these midfield passes. They're punishing UCF, although you got to watch out for those mechanics as Reeves nearly finds a ceiling shot.
Yeah, they're already showcasing that they might threaten to go for it in game number 2. Game number 3, they're actually looking to play for some instance to get it going, but a putback shot by Commit. They were the one that stopped Reeves in the first place as he took that would-be undercut redirect. Reeves put it to his backboard, hoping that Manny and Bits would get back to it, but what a placement to go opposite side post, put it furthest point away from the defenders, and in fact behind Manny, who was looking to the other post. So that's a 2-goal lead for Argonauts right now. I need to know your opinion. Are we flukish in this moment, or is this truly the Argonauts really fighting back?
I think this is them fighting back because it's come off the back of improved structure, of better moments, and Manny just going to pull a play out of the ones handbook, as that's going to be a standard dribble up, bump down the defender, and UCF find their score. But still, going back to that earlier point, UWF, that first goal was off the back of continued pressure and some transitions out of the the first goal was off the kickoff, right? But the second one was a product of this pressure from October to Striding and Commit with the rebound. And that's not something we've seen this series out of West Florida, whereas we have seen it out of UCF Academy. As off this kickoff, we're seeing a lot more of that speed, but if Commit's given a little bit of space, gets past Manny, we're starting to see signs of life. Reeves in an awkward spot. This is a good look.
Oh, it's another one. Oh, and big save as Bits comes from the opposite side corner, is able to disrupt, get that takeaway, already committing onto Commit, dunking him down, and they'll be able to get back to him. The third man will Striding come up forward. They do another big tackle, and it has been continuous roll-ups into this box of the defensive half for the Knights. But then a sudden counterattack, it'll be at the goal line where the Argonauts get 3 for Western Florida, Knights get 1, and yet it's just as threatening.
It's just as threatening, but still neither team able to score quite yet as the game's a little more chaotic, but still West Florida better passing, but UCF a better redirect. Manny ties things up.
That was a blitz and a half. Goes up, Bits finds him, and just laying over. Look at the adjustment they did right in front of the goalie, having to just put it off the tiniest front side corner of that fender to get it all the way across the net and not to that near side post where that third man was thinking that they would be able to shoot it to. So we're tied at 2, but an easy bounce is not as easy as you think.
Oh, and Striding, you can't be missing those empty nets. It was just a moment of you're trying to make sure you get the shot on target, and instead it just goes right off the crossbar, and that one's going to hurt, as that was the opportunity for Westwood to find their lead back into this one, as Reeves and Bits trying to create some pressure, but not much boost for UCF. Manny with a bit of a save, but just leaves it for Striding, as that redirect goes the way of West Florida.
I know what Manny was looking to do, but it went too high. They were trying to just bully this to their own backboard so it would bounce out and they could then chase it from a rotating back corner. But instead, high corner said, hey, this is geometry, son. Put it straight down. And I'm glad that Striding was looking for that opportunity because this was starting to really be a turn of momentum against Western Florida, but they get it right back.
Yeah, they find it right back, and that goal that Striding missed does just sort of get washed away as he's able to make up for it instead, as October not able to work it out of the pass down from Commit. As 2 minutes left, we've seen now Manny with an opportunity, but Commit with a good save, double Commit up, and Bits knocks it down, tied up once again.
This feels like some kind of just... I'm not going to say lackadaisical, but it just seems that everything just suddenly slowed down in the moment for Western Florida, but then sped up for the Knights. When they want to execute, they get one solid strike, and then they just were able to just put it right where they need to. Western Florida plays off the multiples and plays off opportunity, which is very good. This one's going to be bouncing through. Reeves says, I want to play a game, but it's the survivors that are able to put him to shame.
And just barely... that clear doesn't go in. That 50 almost spelling doom for the Argonauts as this touch off of Bits again. So threatening. All of these just centering touches are so brutal out of UCF Academy. Got a shot from Striding, and this is just some great team play from October and Striding.
And from distance, too. October to just lay it out into open space. Instead of playing like you were talking about from that perimeter, they're doing midfield control, looking for opportunities in the sky. Something that UCF has done a time or two, but when they had kind of basically garbage time. This time, it's real time, and is UWF, who's trying to take their first series in good stride. Reeves looking for a nice aerial bump, not to occur with 1:15 and less now. You got to see how the Knights do operate in this clutch time is still behind by 1.
Yeah, still behind by 1, and a lot of dangerous touches out of the West Florida goal line. As now UCF, they just want to bring one back, try and force this to overtime because they have that clutch factor, and Reeves brings it, ties things up once again, 55 to go.
I honestly thought I had an old school VCR and that I had just put it on instant replay or had rewound it real fast because that ball went slanted in, slanted out, and right back in off of Manny. 4-4. What was blowouts in games 1 and 2. We have a game number 3 that is so close. Argonauts have been able to have the lead. They haven't given it up, but it's been the likes of the Knights that have continuously tied it up. 40 seconds coming up. They've got to stay consistent if they want to be able to continue and run this series through.
Yeah, they've got to stay consistent, and they need to find an opportunity. Because, again, UCF Knights Academy, they want to be able to end this series here. They don't want to allow West Florida to heat up, and they're trying to keep this in that orange half. But if West Florida can start to break out, can find an opportunity, get this game under their belt, this series starts to shift. The momentum starts to turn as Reeves up the sidewall. Commit wants to try and clear this one away, but so much time wasted by the Knights. They just want to go to OT.
Seconds remaining. Do we find OT? Do we continue through regulation? Does a hero become born through these waning seconds? There's only one more offensive opportunity remaining for the Knights, but it will drop to the ground. To the grass we go, and we pass go to get ourselves to OVERTIME. That spells overtime. If you didn't know that, welcome to Mickey Mouse Clubhouse.
Welcome into the clubhouse as West Florida trying to stay in the clubhouse and punch their ticket or find an opportunity to get some better seating for tomorrow. As again, no elimination out of these group stages, but still, if you're losing and you're getting third seed out of this group, that means you're likely running into a UTA to start off tomorrow, and that's not how you want to start your tournament, or potentially an IRSC if you're not cross-grouping. As West Florida, they want to show what they're made of, and again, it came down to that fact of were they warmed up. Didn't look like it, as that 50 nearly goes the wrong way for UCF.
Over the midfield line we go, and the defense of Western Florida has been at least strong. They're just trying to make just quick counter plays and attacks. The third man not going to overcommit. Striding is going to roll back over, looking for some extra boost. Commit does go to the sky to bop stop away from Bits. And we haven't seen that Bits-Manny combo too often lately. It's been more about just rotating into open zones. Reeves, though, he puts the dagger in the back of the Argonauts and the Knights. It was a good fight. 9 points we go, but they found the 5th.
Yeah, they found that 5th. This third game was a lot more of what I expected this series to look like, but it was still that clutch factor UCF Academy can just pull out of nowhere. Reeves with a fantastic solo play and able to bring together that speed. Absolutely fantastic finish, as it was a 3-0, but West Florida still a team you got to respect.
Oh, yeah. No disrespect at all to this squad. In fact, there was a lot that was from Slayer. He expected them to be able to take this one. And you got to think, as a player, maybe he's like, okay, all right, so UCF, we maybe galvanized them to be ready for this match because we were their warm-up. So maybe now the same will reciprocate over to the Argonauts whenever they take on the likes of IRSC. Do you think any of that pans out? Does A equals B, B equals C, A equals C going to that matchup?
I don't know about that one, just because IRSC, they look so good. Again, they are so tight, and we saw that a lot of the moments that UWF was struggling was when UCF was able to pass around them, and IRSC is even tighter than Central Florida Academy. So if we're looking at where the Argonauts struggled, it's against IRSC's wheelhouse.
Hey, you know, that's very true. So maybe that is just greater than the others, like a line of succession between which squads are just going to be great. And we may have already seen our 1, 2, 3 coming out of this group. But also, speaking of people that can be great, maybe do more for yourself and your future. Soldiers in the Army National Guard can serve part-time while getting their degree, and they're working full-time as well. Accelerate your path and visit thenationalguard.com. It's the next greatest generation right now. And, you know, if you want to be able to find them, nationalguard.com, it's right down there. So go ahead and check them out. But also, check us out on the other side of this break. We're going to be having a nice interview, I believe, with someone from UCF Academy. So don't touch that dial. I don't think your computer even has one. Either way, we'll be back in just a moment.
There, they're going to make it back to ledge. We also saw a pretty Hail Mary forward smash there, at low percent at that. The risk reward on that is a little skewed. Ooh, look at this jab reset into the forward smash. What a beautiful combo.
They just feel confident in their team, and there's nothing more that I love with that. But Ness is already trying to make a statement saying that you should have brought the person who could take the stocks first.
That is amazing right there. We saw the PK fire, multi-hits, goes for the downer. There's an off-stage air dodge. Suddenly, this is looking very bad for Youngling and potentially Wayne State as a whole.
Side, don't let them grab you. You still got to be careful. Ness is a threat no matter where they are on the stage.
Nice rising fair to kind of even that out. Good blade beam to catch the PK fire. Maybe the PK fire is in reaction. There's a climb hazard. This is Ness's time. That forward tilt takes it, and IWU, Illinois Wesleyan Titans, takes it over Wayne State College 2-1 plus the set. The final game going 2 stocks to Atata over
Chef Louie's 0 stocks. Oh my goodness, what a heart-wrenching.
Well, there you have it. What a crazy week it was, and honestly, I know it's only going to get even crazier as we move on. Now, the competition is fierce not only just in Division A, but even some of these open division matches are going the distance and coming down to the wire. Now, as always, if you want to stay up to date on everything, give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports, or if you guys want to check out the matches live, we broadcast Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, Wednesdays at 7. Once again, a special shout out to our partners at Esports U for providing additional coverage of our matches on their network. But I mean, that's it. That's all I've got for you guys this week. We're only 2 more weeks out after this, and I mean, I'm really curious to see how the playoffs shakes out this year. But don't go anywhere, guys. Come back right here every week, every time. Same day, same time. You guys know how it runs. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you guys next time. Hey guys, KTAD here, and welcome back to the ECAC Top Plays of the Week video. We're in week number 7, and trust me when I tell you, things have only been heating up. These teams are fighting for a chance to make it into the playoffs, and because of that, I mean, there's so much crazy action to get into, and, you know, don't take my word for it. Let's check out the plays. Starting us off, it's a play that'll have you asking yourself, how did he do that? As Melee juggles and ping-pongs blighted right off the stage.
Because the projectiles are so ever-present, that reflector right there that you just saw is going to be in the back of Melee's mind throughout this set. But right now, Melee's doing a good job of getting around it, has the percent lead, and make it 64 right now on blighted stock. It's still being worked away at the combo set.
At number 7, Red Ninja is just cleaning up the West as he gets this nice 3K to cap off the series.
Had a lot of fun with it too.
How does that win?
I don't know.
How does that, in any world, how does that possibly win?
Here's what I can say, right? You have Big J5 running around in the back line on Roadhog just trying to cause havoc, right? You have a Symmetra teleporting all over the place.
Up next, there might just be a 4th member on the squad of RPI as the corner comes in clutch to take them to game number 5.
About as good as you're going to see for a team play off the corner wall, and RPI takes a 3-goal lead.
And with that, we have the fastest goal in this matchup so far. We started off with the quickest goal, the least amount of...
Okay, spoiler for your intro this time. Someone gets a 4K clutch in this round. You just have to guess who.
A side now to the Wukian with an immediate elimination onto Relay, making it a 5-4. Might be able to, will find the elimination on Louis, tying things back up. Not for long. Wukian with that operator takes out somebody. A real powerhouse player has to kiss this round goodbye. UK, they're 3 rounds away, winning their 3rd round and almost tying us back up. What a shot from Wukian there. It is going to be the Blade Storm taken offline by that point Blade. Even without that Blade Storm, they may be able to win this one. Brown Baller with the 3. Can he find the 4? Jag? No, it's the right click that puts him in. Wukian with a 4K of his own. Win Kentucky's.
In our top half, it's Sonics in his attempt to 9-stock NJCU that gives us this next play and this beautiful edge guard.
Things will go swimmingly for themselves as of right now. See Hydra playing at a massive disadvantage, already at 109, but 92 on Sonics. This was where we saw them actually take that stock against them. It was just a small little upbeat.
No
1 hit is all it takes.
No, Rabbit!
Way.
Rabbit! Oh my! Sonics is too clean with it!
For number 3, Shrusi's got some things to say as he just pops off for King.
So much to bear, and well, too much to bear. Shrusi, why take on 1 defenders when you can take on 2, maybe even all of them?
Why get a hat trick when you can get 5 goals instead? 30 seconds to go. Literally every goal of this game has been from Strussi, and you would go to think, you know, oh, obviously he's got a million shots. That's why he's just been putting on the pressure. Not really. He's 5 for 7. He's really accurate with what he's doing here. Not wasting his time because shots like this, they don't come every day. But for Strussi, it's another walk in the park. Give him the time in the air and he will do things like this.
Somebody call it. Somebody call it. This is unfair.
And in second place this week, it's the perfectly timed EMP into self-destruct combo that completely wipes out Wichita State in the opening map against Johnson and Wynn.
Self-destruct is there. Gentalian and Rowe combining for a massive fight win right there. 95%.
And in our number 1 spot, it's a tour de force that some would say is almost excessive from Nagwin as he shuts the door onto Delaware.
On the right side of the kill feed, Nagwen playing C-Long and doing a great job at it. Oh my goodness, even better! Trying to turn 2 into 3, not able to line it up yet, but there it is. That tour de force is a tour de force to be reckoned with. Nagwen taking out 4 to win the 7th round.
All right, and that is it. Now, I mean, what did I tell you guys? Things are only getting crazier and crazier, and with this wrapping up, that means there's only 1 more of these videos left to make. That means there's only 4 more weeks of playoffs left on the table that's going to be starting up in just a little bit. And I mean, what a crazy season it's been, and what a crazy season it's shaping up to be. Special thank you again to our partners at Esports U for providing us that extra broadcast coverage. But if you guys want to stay up to date, I mean, you already know where to go. But hey, if you haven't, if you don't know yet, you want to give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports. And you want to make sure you tune into the action live at twitch.tv/ECAC_esports. We are live on Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, Wednesdays at 7. Trust me, you guys want to be there. We've only got so much action left in the season. And then, hey, before you know it, we'll be back again right around the corner for fall semester. But once again, I've been K-Tad. Thank you guys for joining me, and I'll see you next time. Hey guys, K-Tad here, and just like that, another season of ECAC Esports regular season play has come to a close. Over the last 8 weeks, we saw a crazy amount of hype competition from some of the best collegiate esports has to offer, and as usual, you guys have me one last time to break it all down and to show you guys what we thought were some of the top plays this week. And honestly, guys, I don't have much more to say. Just check it out because I think we've got some really incredible clips here. Let's take a look. In our opening clip, it's Professor Dementium with a straight boot off the stage to kick things off for Bloomfield.
Got himself one. Kick back off stage, though. But the air dodge is going to be that Bowser. He'll do it again, and he'll also bring himself that down smash so he gets quickly back before that Talk is able to take any sort of advantage. But, well, you're gone. The spikes come through. It's a clean kick to wrap things up. And well, he's got one. He's got one stock for his trouble.
Up next, the duel of Donkers and Robeast have some things to say with...
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready for an interview. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside J Turbo, but between the stud sandwich is the bits and bobs of Bits from UCFA. Bits, congratulations, a nice sweep. I need to know, how do you guys feel, especially about rebounding from your opening match into this one where you got the victory?
You know, we weren't too worried about the opening match. IRSC is really good, and we're sort of out of practice recently. We're just playing to have fun at this point. And, you know, it worked against UWF. It's the have fun meta.
Yeah, it certainly did work, and it came close. It felt like each game it got closer and closer. So throughout the series, did you guys adjust, or did it just feel like West Florida was starting to tighten up as they warmed up a little bit?
You know, we weren't I think you might have seen Reeves going off the ceiling a lot of challenges, so we were kind of experimenting with how we'd play against them over time, and that's what I would chalk up to getting closer. We were just like we're just having fun, you know.
I mean, when you get to kind of have that leniency for experimenting, I mean, that means you've pretty much done the work ahead of time. First couple of games, you got 4, I think, within the first 2.5 minutes, and then it was all about making sure that the likes of the Argonauts didn't come back too far. What shifted in game number 3? Because things get a little bit closer. Obviously, things get a little bit crazier. Do comms ever in those moments get crazier, especially when you're having fun? Do you guys do any big chants just to have just a little bit of extra excitement and kind of keep yourself in that mindset for competition in that kind of game?
In game 3, we were like making monkey noises in comms, and we were trying to embrace our inner monkey and just full boosting at every ball. So, but that ended up not working. I think we went down like 0-3.
It was.
So we
that's
we
close.
started using English after that and came back.
That's the equivalent of turning your monitor off and on again. I also, as a monkey man, I appreciate those monkey noises. So thank you so much.
That's great to hear. And I've just got one more for y'all. Is you guys are here, you're having fun, you beat West Florida. So now looking ahead, is it just a matter of, is there anyone you're trying to dodge, or do you just want to take each match as it comes, have fun, and play your best as the tournament continues?
We're not really thinking about who we're trying to dodge or anything like that, but I would like to have a rematch versus IRSC. I feel like we're warming up now, and we could take them.
You know what? You did hit that in second gear, third gear. You hit top gear whenever you were playing against West Florida. And then ultimately, I think that we would all enjoy being able to see you go back against IRSC. But for right now, you have the end of kind of maybe some more group stage play, maybe a bye. I'm not exactly sure. I saw Knights Rising in the back end. Actually, since you guys are over there in the Academy, did they get to play, or are they out of this completely? Maybe you can is there like some inside scoop on that?
For Knights Rising?
Oh, yeah.
I believe they're playing now, since they were doing another tourney at the same time. I think they're done.
Oh, okay. Hey, well then, we get to see a bunch of extra nights here, Turbo, so that's something to look forward to.
Oh, yeah. Super excited for more nights. And, of course, thank you so much, Bits, for coming out and interviewing with us.
Thank you.
Well, as we wish Bits and Bobs and Manny and Reeves some of those good luck, we're going to be getting right into the next matchup. So it's the end of Group A coming up into this next one. So with the Knights now recomposed and looking a little bit better, they've already feel like, hey, let's take on IRSC. But on this particular note, we're going to be going to IRSC against West Florida. So West Florida, the Argonauts, they are now, I hope, up to game speed. You were hoping commit, maybe you would be able to commit up for a couple extra tries. What does this team have to do ultimately to be able to match and maybe master working against the likes of the Pioneers?
I'm looking at my notes. And this is a matchup that I actually saw a couple weeks ago. I saw both of these teams was actually fortunate, able to cast that series between IRSC and West Florida. IRSC took it 3-0. But that doesn't tell the whole story, because as the series continued, West Florida got better. And that was also their first series of the day. So if trends are any indicator, we know that West Florida needs a little time to warm up. They continue to ramp up as it goes. And when I'm just looking at the scores from Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, it was 4-0, 3-0, 3-2. It means West Florida nearly took a game off of IRSC, and now they're warmed up against the Knights Academy. They're looking to bring that heat to IRSC, who just won 3-1 over Knights Rising. So good to see that Knights Rising were able to show up, but also showing that gods can bleed and that IRSC have a few weaknesses that can get exploited by the right squad.
We saw that a little bit before as the UCF Academy really started heating up in those latter games. A nice floor pinch. Taco Stash will be able to put it through. Actually, don't even have to secure it. He just waited to see if that ball would squeak out. Seabass, though, is able to beat that third man. A bit of an overcommit. And IRSC, they don't often miss when they aim to punish.
No, not at all. Seabass, one of those players, sees an open net, will score the open net. As West Florida, you cannot get away with those kinds of double commits in the midfield when you're up against a team with the amount of control and precision as IRSC, where if there's a potential for an open net, they'll see that open net, they'll find it, as Seabass with a miss on his own half, giving a little space for Commit, who's gone through 3 car swaps that I can tell today. Just trying to figure out what's the right one. As moved over to the Dominus, looking for that flat car supremacy, and might just get a quick cut onto Taco Stash. Good block, dangerous position as Seabus able to float that one away.
It's the Bass Bus. Just a whole school of fish inside
Exactly.
of one person. You know what? That'd be awesome to see them in the battle bus. Seabass bus. I want to see
it's
that.
School bus.
It is, and they're schooling him right now, but it's not Seabass, it's Taco Stash. Remember those dunks we saw before? He could do it in open field space as well. And October's just trying to get the ball into passive territory, but Taco Stash steals it away, and that becomes the second goal for the Pioneers.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. It was looking like a pass to the corner over to Striding, but just not quite possible out of October. Was hoping that there would be that month buff now that we are in spooky season, but hasn't shown up quite yet for October. Looking for a bit of a carry. Will run out of boost, and that's another thing that we see whenever IRSC is up against a squad. They're great at denying your opponent's boost. They're great at just managing their own, and of course, we saw so many demos in that opening series. They're great at shutting you down as Seabass. A couple of quick fakes to route out the defense.
Striding takes up that top mantle. It's something to be seen whenever Slayer and Seabass, their job is made easier, which was said by Slayer whenever Taco Stash is just doing so well. So you have a great third that becomes a first that really just allows everyone to work in full synchronization, and a big challenge. Slayer is unable to negotiate that read from the outside angle, but does pick it up as another shot. No one on the opposite side except for Taco Stash, who comes crashing forward. Doesn't make a connection, but again, even with this clear, it's trying to outpace IRSC, which is so tough to do because they do everything well and they do it with velocity. A pick up from the midpoint of the pitch, but we're approaching the midpoint of game 1. It's still 2-0. Make it 3.
Make it 3. Seabass sinks another, as this isn't unlike what we saw in the first game against UCF Knights Academy as October. It was just rough, not quite able to find the recovery on that one. But still, we saw a pretty similar story. It was a 3-0 or 4-0 lead for Central Florida Academy at this point against UWF, and they started to bring it back. They started to read their opponents and find these moments. And again, this isn't the first time these teams have met. So it's a double-edged sword where you have a little more information on your opponents, but also they have more information on you. And a team like IRSC with a fantastic coach-turned-player on the pitch is going to be one that can take that information, use it to their advantage, and Taco Stash finds a fourth.
Even if information isn't much about strategy and it's more about just confidence, like, hey, we beat them before, we did it again, and we're actually matching. You said it was a 4-0 in that first game. Well, it's looking like not even looking like, it very much is and could be better than that in this first game. So confidence begets success, which begets even more onto the pitch. And the early part of this series is being dominated by the Pioneers.
Yeah, it is being dominated. As again, the last time these two teams met, it was a 4-0 scoreline at the end of the game. This time, it's a 4-0 after 3 minutes, so there's still more space for IRSC to score, but there's also time for West Florida to try and bring their way back, as Commit, looking for a bump on the back line, and Taco Stash with a quick cut is able to alleviate that pressure that West Florida is trying to create, as Striding shuts down Seabass, and these interceptions are working for a moment, but still not tight enough to turn into anything meaningful.
This will drop all the way back as well. I mean, you can just kind of see it out of everyone from IRSC. They step up to the plate. They then look for that disruption, and then they just kind of confidently maneuver into these zones. I mean, from all the way back at that midfield line, and then going for a screamer of a demo, and then Slayer puts it through. This was like everyone collectively from the Argonauts is in this corner zone. The deletion leaves no one, and Slayer just pinches it off the bottom side of that post.
Exactly, and in reviewing footage of that last set, something else I marked down was whenever UWF starts to fall under pressure, they will start to clump up, especially Striding and October will start to run into each other, whereas Commit does tend to be more of a solo player on this team and won't necessarily clump up as much, but you will still see those Argonauts grouping together, trying to make it work, as I think Taco Stash was going for a bit of a pinch off of his teammate's hood, but still Seabass going to pass it up. It is shut down for a second. Slayer puts in a 6th, and this is utter domination for game 1.
Yeah, it's 6-0, making just a exclamation point. Bit of a stutter here from October, who turned upfield. I don't know if they didn't have any boost, but maybe going for that quick flip tackle to at least just have a connection. They try to go for a smart, slow, methodical play, but it is all monkey see, monkey do, monkey hit ball. Return to Monk and return to having this shot going to the back of your net. An opportunity, though, as it finds itself off the back of a goalie. So Striding at least makes this 6-1. We're prepping for Brazil flights.
Yeah, there's potential we might get a one-way to Rio, but IRSC are going to try and solidify that one. But UWF, they still got a score on the board. They were able to get it a little chaotic, not as clumped up, and poke holes in the IRSC defense, as at this point, that's all you can ask for. This game is done and dusted, but what you can have is a little bit of that morale moving forward. I've seen teams get Braziled in Game 1 and answer right back with a 3 or 4-0 scoreline in Game 2. It's possible. Now, again, against IRSC, I don't know, but at the very least, there is the potential for this shift in momentum, for a little bit of that continued communication for the Argonauts. As you can tell that IRC are starting to have fun. They want this Brazil, but they're going to do it in style, as Seabass not able to find the Doomsy.
Yeah, it feels like the Argonauts are just trying their absolute best to make sure that they do not at least get to the 7-1 margin. They're aiming for the denial. This is no fun police time, and they don't want any more to be had by the Pioneers. That's a big demo by Taco Stash. It's already looking to stay alive. Seabass brings it to the ground. Hop, skip, and a jump away from being able to get up to that magical 7. Goes to the backboard. Striding's trying to plant it from that level. That's a pass over to Seabass. Keeps it up. It's a one-on-one. It's going to go to the sidewall. Oh, but he can't reconnect to it. So it will be IRSC takes a very, very, very dominant opening to their third match of the day.
Yeah, very, very well done. They're warmed up. They are showing it. And West Florida still reeling from that UCF matchup. This is still a team, though, that takes time to adjust, and they will continue to adjust. I just don't know if in a best of 5 and only having 2 games to go now, if there's enough time for West Florida to find their way back into this series. But 0-0, 5 minutes on the clock. This is how you start it off.
Yeah, I mean, you got to wash it away. Rocket League is all about being the most frantically focused that you can into a game for straight up 5 minutes, which is not fun some of the time, especially when it's at this level, but does present some fun whenever you can execute well. Through the first 20, you see a kind of a similar mirror of the previous game. Striding had no boost to adjust, so ends up dropping and taking away possession from his teammate, but it still does extend up the pitch. First half minute of play, though, IRSC doesn't feel threatened, and they start to extend.
And they are starting to extend back out into Argonaut territory, but look at this, Striding playing upfield, ready to receive some of these outlet passes. And that's the kind of adjustments that UWF needs to make. They need to have that member ready and waiting as a pass to the backboard. It looked like an attempted slot in from Striding, and commit with a 50, shutting down these aggressive opportunities for IRSC and finding some of their own. Solo play potential for Seabass, looks for the double, drops it down. Taco Stash finishes the job.
That is just a clinical air dribble to be able to get that one to the backboard. No one up there, as Commit tried to just be underneath Seabass for the takeaway and at least put that one off target, maybe to one side or the other, into a passive corner outside of the box, but just too fast and too focused on where they want to be able to put that ball in the first place. So that would be first drawn from the side of the Pioneers, but an immediate response out of the Argonauts will tie us at 1.
An immediate response is we saw Slayer and Taco both in the same position moving upfield, and the rotation back from Taco Stash just isn't fast enough. Can't get in and can't get ready to field that ball, and this is a 1-1 scoreline. UWF, they're answering to the pressure. They're finding their way back in and keeping this game tight, keeping it close, as Striding trying to score off this kickoff, and Taco Stash will send it away. Though you got to remember, you got to respect these Argonauts as they want to continue placing this pressure from Pensacola.
Ooh, maybe these Argonauts can extend to becoming Psychonauts and maybe have that next cerebral step. That'll go right in front of the goalie. It's able to just get right beyond that defensive line. 2-1. Pioneers get it back. What a sneaky stop on that 50-50. October was an inch, maybe, away from being able to get that connection, but it pops right in front of their face.
And what's so unfortunate there is that was one of the fastest shots you're ever gonna have. 70 miles an hour, insanely speedy off that kickoff. If it was 65, if it was just a little bit slower, October makes that save, and this is a 1-1 goal game still. Where instead now West Florida on the back foot again, but punching holes through IRSC's defense. The Pioneers are not infallible. There's some opportunities to be had, but Seabass wants to shut them all down.
This one started off with Striding being bullied by Taco Stash, who's just looking for a single touch, and then he has to be able to make an undercut one, which pops it high, and that ends up just being a vertical pass to Seabass, who's able to navigate the sky quite well. Seabass fish, I'm not exactly sure if they're able to fly, but, you know, just like a skipjack, they can at least get some air underneath them. So, under 3 minutes to go, Pioneers look in much better control, trying to be able to get a dunk off the rip. In a one-on-one, October is calling for commit to commit up, and it becomes a little bit of bumper cars, but that ball does not find the net.
No bumper cars, but Striding with a chance, and there's no one on the back line. That's going to be a quick answer. UWF keeping this within 1.
That was very cheeky because Striding just has to go forward. I don't think Slayer expected the rotating member of that party from UWF to come in from corner and then go back to net. He thought, okay, he's going to chase. Well, I've got time in midfield space. But, you know, unless you got eyes on the back of your head or all over, then you're going to be unable to see him. So at the midpoint of game number 2, this one's so much closer than our opening foray.
So much closer as oh no, that is so unfortunate, as you could barely see it in that last one, but you see Taco Stash takes the shot. It's saved away by October, but Commit just caught in the crossfire, accidentally taps it back in, and UWF now set further behind, 2 goals down, and they need to find a way back in, because going down 0-2 against IRSC is practically a death sentence. Even if you bring one back, they are so clutch. And Striding, oh my goodness, nearly had that pass to October, but better save from Seabass as he is swimming all over the defense.
I mean, you can tell there's execution still able to be had. You have to laugh that one off. Honestly, that particular play we saw before by UWF was a banger of a passing play if you really get to analyze it in its full spectrum. So they have a nice ability to score on either side of the pitch. Unfortunately, that point doesn't count for them as they are still in a 2-goal deficit. This one will be marked off by Commit, who sends it high. Bopping low, Slayer gets a demo on to Commit to thin out this defense, looking for any level of pitch. It's October, looking for November for maybe an expeditious December to be for all the presents they can have, but in the presence of mind will be Striding to make a save with 90 seconds to go.
90 seconds left, and this is where it all comes down to, do you have that clutch factor? Do you have that ability to find the opportunities that you got earlier in the game to shake off the mistakes that were made that allowed this to be a 2-goal game? As Slayer continuing with those demos, we heard in the interview, loves to use those demos as a way to make space, and now UWF are answering right back. A crucial clear, a shot off the post, and Commit can't get past Seabass, a great fake, but a solid steal from October. A minute left, 2 goals needed to force overtime.
That was a very ballsy commit, and that's going to be off target for October. Oh, goodness. He's even close wanting himself, as that was a full win in midfield. Looking for the dunk down pancake. Not going to happen. 4-2 has been the margin of difference in favor of the Pioneers for a good while, and it may exactly stay that way. October navigates uncharted waters in the midpoint of this pitch. A nice redirect just to put it threateningly into the box, but we're sub 1.5 minute here, J Turbo, and it could be RSC looking for another 3-0 to get through this group.
That's what they wanted. They said that they weren't going to call for a score, but we're just going to play their game, and Commit able to bring this within 1. There's 17 seconds, still a chance, and this is just some nice solo control, as it is going to be a matter of if that kind of speed can be found in the rest of this game in the next 17 seconds to force overtime, because if West Florida can find a way back into this game and can force overtime, it makes IRSC sweat. And sometimes in overtime, they're a team that, while they are often able to find that last goal, it still takes a lot out of them. There's still a ton of pressure. As 5 seconds left, you need to have that pressure for West Florida, as October trying to take it over. Commit with a nice attempt, but a better stop in the midfield as Indian River go up 2-0.
I was kind of hoping that they would tackle earlier when it came to that last possession play, because they actually had some free looks at it, but they play for the slow and they leave it to the man that was on the wall who had kind of no momentum, maybe half a canister of boost. So one solid challenge plants it on the ground. So we're at that 2-0 margin. Now, you had pointed out when we started this entire series, whenever West Florida played against IRSC before, that it was blowout, really close. We got blowout, really, well, much closer. Do we get to see, from your analytical point of view, this one be even closer from before?
I hope so, because it wasn't that IRSC was playing badly. It was West Florida finding shots and opportunities as Commit nearly slicing one in from the sky, as Seabass trying to turn around just as quickly, but saved away by Striding. And yeah, I want to see West Florida continue what we saw last time. Just a series of saves on this goal line. The Argonauts are really willing themselves forward, as IRSC have been the team to beat, have not lost a game yet this stage of the tournament, in this group stage. Did lose a couple going forward. Actually, they may have lost one to Knights Rising, so that could be the only team that shows those chinks in their armor. But still, at least on stream, we have not seen them drop a game, have been that dominating team in CRL East, in the South here at CECC, as West Florida are trying to be the ones to crawl back from this domination.
It'd be a very tough thing for them to be able to do. It's basically climbing over a small mountain, but a mountain all the same, to be able to reverse sweep to take their first win here. But so far, no dice. But no one's been able to score here in this third game. I think this one may come down to all of a single goal, be it of difference or just in totality. A takeaway. Commit is able to jump over one. Everyone is there in numbers for the side of RSC, and now going up to the top ladder. Commit, does he get a double flip reset? Not to occur. Seabass is going to try and take this away, but it's a passive angle, take it off his left side fender. Taco Stash looking for the 50-50, but it's a drop back over to Slayer, who finds the cherry pick position out of Seabash. Back to Slayer. Where's Taco? I'm starting to wonder where he might be, because the tackle forward might be able to crash the net. Instead, the defense stands strong for the Argonauts.
Defense standing strong, and actually Taco Stash, I don't think he wanted to go quite that far back into the midfield, as IRSC, they are doing well, and it's that kind of pressure that mounts. I was going to compliment UWF's defense, but you can only hold off this pressure for so long.
And October had to make a choice. He was being rushed by Taco. Either he goes up and leaves the net free and hopes that maybe in that half second someone fills the gap behind. But Seabass, as soon as he seeks and finds opportunity, he is going to run it down at an absolute blitzkrieg level pace. So, gotta see if the same thing can be pressed up by the Argonauts with sub 3 minutes to go.
Exactly. And we've seen them score quite a bit in the latter half of their games. As even the last one, it was looking like IRSC's game after that first score for UWF, as they were able to kick things off, but were immediately responded to. And that's what we've seen most of the time, where West Florida have always been put on the back foot by Indian River State, as now Striding trying to get a response. Instead, October will enable that, and Commit was already up. There's no one back quite yet, but no chance for another counterattack quite yet. And it's these risky moves that's allowing West Florida to have some of this pressure, but it's also incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, that one was made just the exact same. RSC having two into the corner where it was going to be cleared back, so they have a layer of press to be able to make that first strike and then the next as it is picked up by a defender. Seabass with a pushback. It becomes a one-on-one. Slayer, though, is very confident in those. Striding, trying to climb the ladder. Seabass is in position. It's a lot of ground goal line play. Not much that's able to be utilized from the backboard. A minute 45, still one goal of difference in total for the entire duration of this one. An adjustment looking to get made from the outside angle. October can't get there except late after Striding. And though they get it upfield, it just seems like they were trying to react in the moment and didn't have a plan.
Yeah, it was fake up and then fake down, as Slayer not going to be able to get that one. As this game is certainly more along the lines of what I was predicting, where it was just going to be so close after that initial score, as October looking to continue. And West Florida, they succeed when they can hit their target downfield, when you can have Striding or Commit be that lead member and enable your teammates to pass forward off these clears to really relieve that IRSC pressure with counter pressure as opposed to just a boom. But now West Florida stepped too far forward. Taco Stash finds a second and that might do it here as 1 minute to go. West Florida needs some answers.
As free as daylight through an open window and a cloudless sky. And I say that, but it's still done off of a pre-flip undercut strike to redirect that one through. That was a lot of big words to just say, man, that was open. So IRSC 2-0, maybe a third chip shot will go over the box, but with less than a minute remaining, Argonauts have fought strong to keep this close. They have not been able to break through as of yet. Flip reset on that pass, and it's just untimely of trying to get it to Taco Stash.
Untimely as 30 seconds left. It's still possible. And we're seeing crosses by the box for West Florida, but none of them are quite materializing, and this looks to be another chance commit able to take control for a second, and now actually might just be able to get this past the entire defense. October doesn't have the touch, and that was almost UWF's way back in this game, but Striding secures it back. At 17 on the clock again. They couldn't do it in game 2. Can they do it in game 3?
They've got a moment. They had this exact same amount of time in the previous game, but they didn't use the best of it. So will they be able to do better than history? As 17 remains on the board, they send up 2. Then they send Striding back already for some boost. Slayer's saying, all right, that's plenty of time for me to work with. And in fact, that's a lot of possession for IRSC to gain. It's going to be Slayer that puts it towards his own net, or rather towards his own half. That may come back to bite him. Commit is looking for a launch point. Seabass with a takeaway. They're just playing with their feelings. Hope and dreams is all it will be into memes. IRSC will go 3-0 in both this game and group stage play.
That they will, as game 1 was a blowout, but 2 and 3 much better showings from West Florida. As it's unfortunate that they've gone 0-6 on the day. When all of these series, it felt like if it was a best of 7, maybe they could have turned it around, or if they had just a little bit more time in a couple of these positions, or if there was 1 or 2 mistakes that weren't made, they would have had that chance moving forward, and instead, it is just IRSC doing what they do best, taking 3-0s.
You know what? That's something to be showcased as well, as we have a night fight going on the other side. I do wonder, because I'm going to look at our lovely little box to see if any of the Knights from both Rising and Academy. No, they haven't quite posted any results. I wonder who's going to come out the better of that one, because for all the teams that are facing off against this IRSC team today, Knights Rising, they got the 1 game. So, gotta wonder maybe what kind of firepower they can bring to the continuous duration of all of this group stage into bracket stage play. But for right now, we've got IRSC top of the group, looking good. Group A is done. Group B will be coming up, but not before we have an interview at the other side of this break. So don't go anywhere unless you gotta go somewhere. But then come right back, please. We'll be back in just a moment.
Go straight up in the air for Rob East, who's going to work Central Missouri into the offense. Flip reset's a good one. The pass down to Donkers, and he finds the net. A 3-goal deficit in game 3.
I gotta say, Curtis, it seems like after these two teams came out of game 2, right? Again.
In our next play, who needs to be able to see your enemy when you can just take a educated guess?
1-for-1 over towards Catwalk. There's still more where that came from. Iranium is next up, and he will take a couple too many fights. Solsta as well is going to be able to take a couple of fights, winning them both. It's 1v3, and Novacorium won't be able to do anything. Johnson, Wales.
At number 5, it's Saltonics with this huge flank onto Cole College to secure Temple of Anubis for his team.
It's got to be just destroying it straight up. Maybe with the Coalescence, maybe the Supercharger, but that Retire could just immediately rip through.
Here's that Riptire. It does move Joker, but it could have been a catastrophic play. Now Nightbolt is pulled all the way off the point, and that's an easy one. Tonic's coming in with the triple off of that crucial Rocket Barrage, and that is all of them off the point.
Now it's down to Joker just to get the touch onto the point. Tracer.
Coming back to the Bloomfield versus Keen matchup, it was a clutch finish from Zenipu as he finishes off Brandon without dropping a single stock.
One more lease on life.
Nissan life indeed for Brandon. Looking to hold the ledge, but a recovery from Zenipu. He says second time's the charm. He'll send him to the moon, and once again, Zenipu will not drop a stock.
Last packing our way into the number 2 spot though. It's a 4K from Butter to cement the lead for Providence College.
Back roads around the high ground to try and avoid that
Oh!
as much as possible.
Oh my absolute days! Here was me looking for that transcendence to counteract the grab, and no, it was just a big fat go button. In comes the pulse bomb, down goes SUNY Poly Wildcats.
Phil, I can't remember the last time I've seen.
Last packing our way into the number 2 spot though. It's a 4K from Butter to cement the lead for Providence College.
Not much more. That tap can go a long way in the latter half, right? Now Retna bringing out that stimmy, trying to get the opportunity to move the team in forward. Okay, there's that showstopper I was thinking about. It looks like D-Nuns is going to have that show stopped. Sal, not particularly far behind, a 4v2. But really starting to wake up here on the race.
Yeah, wow, so impressive. And 4K there, just going straight through the entire team like a bulldozer. Will not stop until all are taken down.
And in our top play from the last week of regular season play, it is a nail-biter last-second goal that will keep you guessing until the very end.
Your own open, a little bit of high pass, you angle it in, but it's just off the top of the goalpost.
Goalpost coming in deep. Matrix able to find something here. The demolition comes through. 7 seconds left for a true game win, but in overtime feeling incredibly likely. But tied out of a wide open goal. No! No! Orbital, the waffle iron has been flipped, and Farmingdale finds themselves up 4-3. 2 seconds left on the clock. The only hope for Louisville to win this out is with a kickoff goal. They cannot make a single mistake.
And with that, I mean, what more do you guys want me to say? It was a crazy week to wrap things up, but it's really just been a crazy season overall with the addition of Division A and what I personally think is some of the most competitive action here in collegiate esports. I mean, what a season, and there's only much more to come. With the playoffs starting on April 4th, you guys can expect to see a lot more action that will continue all throughout the month, and that will wrap up on the week of April 25th. Now, if you guys want to stay up to date on all of that, make sure you follow us on Twitter at ECAC_esports, or follow us on Twitch at twitch.tv/ECAC_esports. Mondays and Tuesdays matches will be lighting off at 8 p.m. Eastern. On Wednesdays, it is going to be the doubleheader of Rocket League and Overwatch at 7 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you guys are tuned in. And as for me and the rest of the crew behind the scenes that works on not only just the production, but these highlight videos for you guys, we just want to say thank you for joining us for what has been another incredible season. And we look forward to so much more that we're going to bring you guys in the next school year, in the fall and the spring and beyond. We've got a lot of great things coming, so stick around, don't go anywhere. Come back right here to this channel, to this Twitter, to this Twitch, to this YouTube, wherever it is you see this. Stay tuned, because even more is on the way. Thank you guys once again. I've been K-Tad. It's been a wonderful season, and we'll see you next time.
Hey, what's up? It's Honix back at it again to bring you the sickest clips from ECAC. But listen guys, here's the thing. Overwatch 2 still isn't out, and it's been so long that I understand what's happening in the Valorant clips now. I don't know how I could have let this happen. Anyways, let's check out the action from week 2 of ECAC.
Hey guys.
Hi everyone, my name is Heather Garozzo, also known as Sapphire. I'm so excited to join you here today. This is an initiative that means a lot to me. I've been involved in esports now for a little more than I want to admit, but about 20 years in many different facets. And when I started, I was often the only woman in the room. There were no women competitions. There were no other women on co-ed teams or women's teams. And that obviously has changed drastically over the most recent couple of years. Initiatives like this are so meaningful to getting more women involved and giving them a stepping stone to join those tier 1 leagues, to join co-ed teams, mixed teams, and hopefully become the best in the world. So I came to join today to just tell you a little bit about my journey, hopefully inspire you, whether you want to go down the path of being a professional gamer or a content creator, or you want to work in the industry. There's so many different options, and I wanted to share a little bit about my story with you. So first off, I'm actually at Valorant Champions in Istanbul right now. The match is happening like just behind the door from me, so you might even hear some of the crowd noise.
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready for a fun interview. If you didn't recognize them before, well, you're gonna do so now. It is Slayer from the side of IRSC. Thank you so much for gracing us with your beautiful face, as well as the performance that you guys were able to do out there. You were saying get 3-0s, get done. Were we correct in seeing, looking into the results for this group stage play, that you guys actually dropped one over to the UCF Knights Rising?
Oh yeah, no. We were just having fun and just messing around. I mean, they're a good team, but realistically, like, it's just a fun game. Like, we didn't really care to drop one. I mean, at the end of the day, like, it was pretty decent group. I mean, I think we got rewarded and blessed with a good group just because we did well in the qualifiers. So we didn't have to take it too serious. You know, obviously give each team their respect, but once we kind of knew how everything was going, like, it was pretty good. So just having fun, keeping the vibes up, and they were able to take a game from us. But I mean, overall, like, we know what we're capable of. So.
Yeah, the fact that you guys went 9-1 in this group is really a statement to how strong you are. And were there any moments sort of in that West Florida series where they were starting to claw their way back that you guys started to sweat, or was it still just business as usual? They tied the game up. We're just going to score once again.
Yeah, it was there wasn't really too much pressure on us. For the most part, we were just doing our own thing. I mean, might have got a little out of our actual like rotation there towards the end, but it's just because we were just. I don't know. It was a filling out process at the beginning, and once we knew that it was kind of free, and it was gonna go our way, like, we just did what we had to. I mean, we still got the wins, but I think tonight in the top 8, and especially tomorrow, top 4, it'll showcase a lot of like what we're actually able to do against more competitive teams, more competitive games, and you'll see like a lot more serious rotations out of us. But
I mean, looking across, I guess, into that bracket, now that you've finished group stage play, everyone will start to get seeded, but that's just from y'all's side. Group B will be coming up. A, B, and B, you guys are expected to be doing very well, especially because of what you did in the South qualifier to get here. What's your expectation? Maybe just Final 4, maybe Final 2, about what your team will be facing off against soon from that group. Who do you want to play against? Who do you expect to play against?
well, Group B seems to be pretty stacked, so it looks like I believe FIU is probably like the odd man out, most likely. So we're most likely expecting to play them, but I mean, honestly, any team where we're ready to play against, we feel confident against any of the Texas teams, any of the Florida teams, even Bruton Parker, we're ready for them. So at the end of the day, no matter where we play against any team, it's just same mentality, just go in, beat them, move on to the next game, and win this thing. So.
That's really good to hear, and it's great to hear that confidence. As looking ahead as well, you guys are planning to win it all, right? But is there anyone at all? Because I know you were mentioning, Bruton Parker, it's a stacked group. Is there anyone that you would really fear running into at the end, like Bruton Parker or UTA, or is it just everyone here is a threat and we're the best ones among them?
I think there's some decent teams, honestly. The Texas teams like UT Dallas and UT Arlington are no easy matchup, and neither is Bruton Parker. But for us, we have that confidence, we have that skill, and I believe we take any team for sure. But anything can happen, right? So we still got to come into the game ready, prepared, focused, take them very serious, of course. And as long as we do that, we play our game. We're very confident. But if that doesn't happen, right? Like if something goes wrong, like those teams are very capable of upsetting, right? But we're making sure that won't happen. And no.
You know what? You're a Slayer that's soft-spoken, but you mean very, very seriously what you do out on the pitch. And we are very happy that we get to have you not once, but twice in the booth off of great victory. You come out as the #1 seed in Group A. We wish you all the best of luck. Thank you so much for joining us. We can't wait to see you guys what you will do in that top 8 of the bracket.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Well, J-Turbo, we're getting ready for our next matchup. It's going to be into Group B stage play. IRSC, they have made their statement. They said, you know what? We're here to play. We are very businesslike, and we get the job done. But just like Slayer was talking about, this is a very stacked Group B, so this one's going to be just a wild finish to the very end.
Yeah, this is stacked to say the least. You're looking at, as Slayer mentioned, FIU, one of those teams that doesn't have the same national profile, but then you got UT Arlington, top 8 at World. You got Bruton Parker, one of the new fresh faces in CRL in the East. You've got UT Dallas, who have constantly been one of those Texas teams that you have to watch out for. And then Florida International, the Panthers, a team that we'll have to worry about later on. But now we've got UTD versus Bruton Parker, the Comets versus the Barons, as first peek into Group D, and we'll get to see how Group B really does want to work out. Early pressure, early contests, but players to watch on Bruton Parker, especially looking at Antics, and you're looking at Melodic, but can't count out Soul.
No, not one bit. I've seen Melodic play a lot. Kind of a overall just tournament warrior when it comes to looking at around the just overall kind of bubble scene, and then Antics. I've actually seen play in a couple of different amateur leagues as well. So these are squads that love to grind, not just in collegiate, but also on their own free time whenever they can give themselves some extra experience. On the opposite end of things, though, UT Dallas is made up of no slouches, and they have played Bruton Parker recently. We're able to take them 3-0, but it is in fact Antics that finds the first in this entire series.
Yeah, Antics starting off strong, looking real good, as that's just going to be a nice clear up off of the demo. As you mentioned, yeah, looking at how these teams got here, it was UTD in the qualifier that shut down Bruton Parker 0-3, taking that clean sweep. As now Bruton Parker with this first goal, really trying to make a statement that was a fluke in the qualifier, and now in group stage, we're here bringing our best.
You have to do that every single time, every single step. But for the time being, it is Bruton Parker that is just so affluent. BPC, nice and little juke step to be able to get a nice challenge in front, but it's another pickup by Melodic. He's looking for a demo, but the pickup by the defender will not be vertical. They will stay on the ground, and yet it looks like BPC, Bruton Parker, just consistently putting a shot forward, rotating back, doing it in pairs right now while they have that free space. They are demoed away, so this starts to have UT Dallas now push back upfield.
Yeah, and this push is what we really want to see, this constant push and pull, this back and forth. Is Luby with an advantageous 50. Melodic looking ready to try and take that, but it is just going to be a goal that comes back, and UT Dallas tie things up off of a quick clear that turns into a score.
So this is going to be how I think this entire group stage does pan out for Group B. That's kind of how it always happens. You have your #1 seed. They get to have a little bit more favorable seeding because of what they did in that qualifier. And then you have another group that you basically get rendered as the group of death. So I think that one could lend itself as a nickname to this particular matchup. Later we're going to have the battle for Texas. Right now we have BPC and UT Dallas that are at each other's throats. It's game #1, where both these squads have to get up to match speed, and it's a bit of a grinder just for them to find extended possessions over the midpoint of the pitch without giving it up for free.
Yeah, and you sort of mentioned I've got the Battle of Texas in this group, and how the last group was just all Florida teams. IRSC, 2 UCF squads, and then West Florida, all coming from the Sunshine State. As now we got a little bit more variety, a little more versatility coming out of group number B. Oh my goodness, messing up numbers and the alphabet shows how much I paid attention to in grade school. As now, Bruton Parker and UT Dallas got to pay attention to each other as Dallas continuing to use that pair push forward strategy.
Hey, you know what? The Romans taught us that letters can be numbers. So don't sell yourself short. You're just thinking on a different level from other people. They're very much associated, especially if I learned anything in algebra, which I did not. They're very much the same thing. So still tied around this 2-minute margin that's slowly ticking off as we get to have UT Dallas press up for some pressure. Dalton from this corner, but it's just kind of a loft and leave sort of mentality. Ghost goes up for a touch, brings it out to the sidewall, and there's some errant missing, just kind of being let to be better to be desired. A pickup by Dalton. It's a back pass over to Luby. They're just kind of leaving this continuously behind themselves, not really pressing up, but they're maybe playing for the bait against BPC.
Yeah, playing for that bait. We've seen it a few times over out of Dallas where they have a couple of light touches that can be challenged, but not super confidently out of Bruton Parker. As now Antics looking for that counterattack, set up for the double, shut down by the Dallas defense. As no one's had much of an advantage, it has just been a very standard game one, that ping-pong setup. Neither team able to put together too much. There's a few pot shots, some crosses, but each of them getting cut off.
So this one, a nice upcut touch. We don't have a single lick of difference between these squads except for what territory they hold at what time. That's a big challenge, though, as Soul is trying to be able to get back to it. But man, how quickly that's turned away. Soul's chasing after the would-be clearance man. It goes up to the top corner, and the drop-down dunk won't occur. Trying to pancake it, leave a spot, maybe into the box. A shot on target. It's going to be Melodic playing a new tune. And finally, BPC break back to get themselves the lead back.
That they do find their way back into this one as Melodic, the one you look towards on this BPC roster to pick it up when you need that last man to find those scores in the final seconds. But UT Dallas, they got 30 seconds, want to tie this up, don't want to say die in game number one. This is certainly looking a lot more competitive than what we saw out of Group A.
So far, 20 seconds left. It's about just these key touches. If they will be punished as they hang around in the box, I think that BPC, for Bruton Parker, they've had some just better overall forward lean against UT Dallas, whereas it's taken them a bit of a stutter step and start to even get these possession. Flip reset. That is some good patience, able to navigate into traffic and out of it true as well as Melodic finds the third. With 3 seconds remaining, it's doable, but not probable.
I'd say mathematically possible, but realistically impossible, as looking at this, it is going to be UT Dallas going down Bruton Parker. We expected that they were going to be a really strong team, but if we look at the qualifiers, it was UT Dallas that won the last time these two teams met, and BPC showing that was a fluke. They made their way into the groups. They want to show up and take game one off the Texas team.
You know what? If you want to be able to show up like this squad, you got to be thinking about how you can do something great now and maybe even next. So maybe think about the Army National Guard, nationalguard.com. Do more for yourself and your future. Soldiers in the Army National Guard can serve part-time, will get their degree, or even go working full-time. Accelerate your path and visit nationalguard.com. And the next generation is now. It could be you. It could be these players. It could be anyone that visits that little link right down below. So check it out. But when you think about what this team is doing, when you maybe not subvert the expectation, but maybe you overcome what was originally occurred between these two squads, and then you find your first game. It was a 3-0 sweep. I wonder what happened that day and what kind of speed was brought out by UTD, because honestly, it didn't exist in the opener to this series.
Yeah, this felt a lot like the top of the day on the other side of the groups, as it was just that slower start where neither team was able to find too much, as Bruton Parker nearly getting one off the kickoff. This time around, UTD instead trying to bring this one back, as this affair is looking pretty close. A near bouncer in to kick things off for the Comets, but unable to streak that one across the sky, and instead it's going to be Luby taking this back to the corner, gets a pinch, and shut down by Soul.
So another giveaway. That's a nice passing play to fall wide. Ghost gives it away over to Antics as they chop out of the box for side of UTD. That's gonna be an off of one into the other. So sweating it out is UTD. They're able to get away with murder for the time being. The Comets trying to streak across the sky and the zone pitch. Soul with good connection. BPC. So it's just a nice bit of midfield contention as Luby launches forward. That's a strike that doesn't ever come. It goes wide. So far, not good on the accuracy portion, but having a lot of pressure. Counterplay. Can Soul be able to navigate? They get this one as a 360 no-scope to the backboard, but, you know, it looked cool. Just didn't go into the net yet.
Looked cool, but not able to find that score as we're going to reach about the first minute and a half come and gone, and a lot of pressure. And especially, as you mentioned, UTD, they have some great ideas, but that precision isn't quite there, whether it's the backboard or the post, constantly shut down on these shot attempts. As a flip reset in the midfield to no avail, as Melodic looking for more, but a good 50 by Ghost helps slow things down, and there's some real disruption in the orange box, and it's finally able to get cleared out.
Nice little game of leapfrog with moon shoes. So you get that extra just kind of jumping happening, and of course trying to dodge what would have been the otherwise bump attempt. This has been a low-scoring affair here, Turbo. This really has not found the net often, but the last bits when they do are lethal. Bar down skis will hit. It's a counterplay. That's a lateral edge rotation by UT Dallas that is punished, especially at that midfield portion, and Soul's the one that puts it through.
Yeah, and the whole team involved in that one, as it was just a quick pass from Antics to Melodic and then right down the pitch, as that's what it takes sometimes for Bruton Parker. They've got this fantastic counterattack. They're showing it off there, and now UT Dallas trying to find another opportunity, as we saw off of the last kickoff, where there was, again, nearly a goal scored, but have just not been able to have that same precision. As Luby's got a little space, is going to cut across, but there's no one ready to receive. Dalton on an awkward rotation that's sort of cutting off Luby's position and not enabling the aggressive positions that UT Dallas wants to have, as a pass down in the midfield taken away once again.
Yeah, Dalton was aiming to maybe have a sidewall play there, where that one was navigated to the top of the box, so no one's out on that opposite side edge. This is looking for a dunk. It will be denied. Good defense by Luby. Big takeaway, as Antics was looking for another shot to chop it straight into the net. And now you have this 2-on-1. What a counter to challenge by Soul, who really has been set fast. You know, we were looking so much for Antics and for Melodic, who were pop-off fiends in game one and have been several different instances, but Soul has been so good about opening up space for his squad.
That they have been, as clear out, and Soul, oh no, missed touch. Luby just barely able to make the readjustment and is able to find that goal. Oh, that is just rough from Soul. Gets caught on the crossbar and can't quite find the finish.
Soul doing that to me as soon as I compliment him. That's not cool, man. Look, we were boys, all right? We were cool with each other, but it actually was a very neat kind of double tap off his own crossbar. Just can't get any power in the pinch. A bit of a pop up to give it over to Antics. Melodic and Antics has been that dynamic duo so far, and looking for the redirect. It's going to bury itself into the corner, but all for a moment. Melodic from downtown. That's a far overcommit, and that's going to be Ghost that will be haunting the back of the net. That's UTD's first lead in this series.
And I'm just unsure why Melodic thinks he can go so far forward when you just saw two successive challenges out of your front players, your first and second man, go wide, and now you know that net's going to be wide open, and it's an easy shooting position. So unfortunate for Bruton Parker that Melodic, again, overextends, but UT Dallas, they want to answer this game back. They want to even off this scoreline and give us our first really competitive series of the day.
Yeah, we haven't seen a series on stream that has gone any different than 3-0. You can thank the likes of IRSC for that one. Antics gets a big demo onto Luby, a redirect by Dalton, as it is able to escape the Comet half. We'll allow this one forward, but it is a game of volleyball. Who can be able to dump and chase better, faster, stronger? Luby with a direct line pass over to Dalton, another 50 win, and a lot of this forward pressure and lean by Dallas could be able to keep them with that possession for longer, as well as just force them into a hole. Big save by Luby to keep this 1-goal lead.
And what a save that was at such a clutch moment Bruton Parker scores that, they've got all the momentum going into these last 30 seconds and likely overtime. Instead, Dallas keep control. They stay solid. Now Luby all alone on the back line. Another good challenge that just barely works out as the clock continues to tick down. Antics, though, finds the answer, and Bruton Parker want to send us to OT. Is now 10 seconds to go. Such a precarious position for the side of Bruton Parker College, as they were the ones who brought it back, and UT Dallas trying to score in regulation. Everyone lets the ball drop, and we got overtime.
Oh man, we're back in it as BPC wants to replicate all those 3-0s we had before, send themselves to match point early, but this one has been anything but decided for the long term. 10 seconds. Opening. That's a bit of a miss, but it's a call off as Soul is meant to catch it from the back corner for BPC. Bruton Parker, they're being bullied on their own back line. Antics is in a cherry-picked position he didn't realize he would be in, but it's the Comets that are trying to force this one out early.
That they are is a nice reset by Ghost, just not enough momentum to follow up as Melodic does send it back over into Comet territory. Although, pass forward, Ghost waiting for an opportunity, as this has been some great control out of Bruton Parker for the last, I'd want to say 20 seconds, and it's turning into a potential shot. Double commit, but still well done by Luby, not taking anyone out of rotation, instead just allowing this ball to keep pushing forward, as we are seeing both teams just go for these big booms, see if that creates an opening, try and force a mistake, double commit up, but there's no immediate response, and it gives time for Melodic to give his way back in, and neither team has an opportunity until that reset nearly gets it for Soul. It's just constant back and forth, tight moments out of each of these teams, as it's really just a matter of who slips up first.
Yeah, and they're sending a tackler down. That's going to be an open net, but Dalton wasn't out of position when it came to that backboard wall. They get rid of one factor while not being able to answer for the other one that is much more apparent and divisive for the player heading over to make a passing play. 100 seconds have been elapsed. Antics looking for a flip reset, looking for that aerial bump. The ball is on target off of just one little chip. Melodic sends this packing, and just BPC have been so darn good about lining these up, but UT Dallas, the Comets, have been even better about making sure they're not knocked down further into the back of their net. Soul keeps it on the offensive half, and we're more than 2 minutes into overtime, which has potential to put Bruton Parker on match point.
Exactly. That's what's really at stake. UT Dallas either evening up this series and turning this into a best of 3, or Bruton Parker threatening match point and forcing UTD to try and go for a reverse sweep. Very, very impactful. Demo in the box, and instead we're going to see the crossbar shut it down, and a better save by Ghost, as he's an absolute phantom on the defense, as now Luby looks for the setup. Soul shuts it down, and as it continues, every second that ticks by feels like it could be the last of this series, but the demos from both teams are proving to be enough to at least alleviate the pressure.
This is a grinder of a game. You have so many chances that develop in just it seems like it's hanging forever, and then it's shut away by a great defense that is not just giving it up. Bruton Parker has had the majority of shots. Yes, they have been sent away, but UT Dallas has been able to just kind of stand up as a wall, and every brick is made of not just concrete, but extra steel reinforcement. BPC, they're now all the way in their corners. This one's going to fall dangerous, but watch out! Shot on target. It will be saved by Antics. We're approaching 3.5 minutes of play here in OT.
Yeah, we might get an entire extra game in just this overtime, as it was nearly ended there, but Antics has been the one keeping this game alive for Bruton Parker. It was a 10-second goal to force this overtime, and then a goal line save to continue it after the 3-minute mark. As another clear by Ghost, and now an attempt by Melodic to drop it for a teammate, but no one quite fast enough. And it has just been a matter of their passes develop, but they're always intercepted before they can come to fruition.
Oh, this is a little bit awkward. Melodic had to go backwards on the wall, and we're looking for that single sliver of difference between these two squads. It's 4 minutes, dual laps. Maybe the difference is having no goalie, looking for a drop down. Oh, it's gonna be a floor pinch by Soul. They will be on match point. It took 4:04 to be able to get that one, and goalie not found, as it was either gonna be the bump, Antics slowed down Luby, and the floor pinch puts him away.
Just the threat of Antics getting that bump was enough to force Luby back and prevent that save from coming through. Fantastic team play to close things out, as that was a 9-minute game, and we've still got more in this series. It's a 2-0 scoreline so far, but UT Dallas has been in every single one of these games, and it's been so close, but Bruton Parker just having that extra oomph at the last second.
This is going to be one of those kinds of series that if it goes through 3-0 as a sweep, that's not the same. No, we've already had, nearly 3 games inside of 2 as we head to the match point margin here, where UT Dallas is going to say, okay, that was a couple of openers. We need to stand strong. I see them maybe being able to take a game off of this because there's barely any difference other than just execution. Again, for the mass majority of that overtime, it felt like Bruton Parker would flex back, go forward, flex back, go forward. Couple times they actually had to answer to a strike from the Comets, but ultimately they just kind of kept good upfield vision and control. There's a couple times they got slowed down too, but game number 3, it felt like I was about to say game 4. Game number 3 will tell us whether this thing extends or not.
It feels like game 4. I don't blame you for that one. We practically are on game 4. We hadn't 4 minutes straight. Again, as UTD, you've really got to be hurting after that last one. You had the lead going into the last 10 seconds. You had an opportunity, and you had Luby in a fantastic spot to try and open this one up strong, but instead it's the same as before. That precision not quite there. It haunted them in game 1. It shut them down in game 2, and now it's preventing their opening in game 3 as Bruton Parker are the first to score.
I like this call off too, because as soon as they saw the double commit, Antics is way back here. Look who's up first. Melodic says, come up. Antics says, I got it. And even from that distance, he had more speed because of the misposition by the double commit coming out of the box to be able to put it through. So in 21 seconds, Bruton Parker is able to put UTD on notice, and that has been the name of the game early on for every single one of these games so far.
Exactly. It has just been that early score, that early setting of tempo, as Luby with a weak touch is going to mean this is back to Bruton Parker's possession, as now Luby's starting to create some space off that demo. Missed touch off one, Ghost unable to follow. It just sort of floats around the midfield, looks for the flick off the crossbar. Where's the shot? Followed up, saved by Soul, as Dalton denied, and now Luby doesn't want to give away this opportunity, but the crossbar is that fourth teammate again, but Dalton finishes the job. It took, I think, 5 shots, but UT Dallas tie things up.
10 seconds ago, this was chaotic rotations that just kept circling around each other, and now it's just constant attacks. Ghost was able to start it up after he left the ball behind, got back to it, it went to the left side wall, and then looking for the option that is Dalton, who just follows it up with second effort. So, again, we are all knotted up at 1, or more than 1 minute, into this third rendition of this epic matchup. Honestly, this is a good classic, and it's all about who's able to just execute a little bit more clean. Melodic will drop it to the box, but this is looking like a counterplay that will have some midfield contention.
And I love some of these ideas we're seeing out of Bruton Parker. That right over Antics to Soul, and then Melodic nearly able to get that continuation. A lot more structure out of Bruton Parker than we're seeing out of Dallas, where Dallas, yes, on that scoring opportunity, there were quite a few passes that materialized between their teammates, but they weren't as intense, they weren't as programmed. But who needs programming when you've got power? Luby finds a second.
It's about speed. It's about power. It's about Luby hitting the shots he needs to hit. He can't hit the first one, but it's all knotted up on the second effort. He's able to make up for that miss for the game opener, but that does give the Comets now a game lead as they bring numbers in these instances, and Dalton is going to try and extend that one even further, but it's fended away by good positioning to the backboard.
Yeah, that good positioning allowing Bruton Parker to punish a lot of UTD mistakes, but it's still, once again, like in game 2. UTD up top, and Bruton Parker to immediately respond. Soul with a beautiful double to bring this one back, and it's only been 2 minutes. We got 2 goals apiece.
I need to know what Soul's just vision is. 2020, 2010, I'm just able to see that from a mile away, especially because there was just enough space to go for that double and just make that quick read. That is knowledge that your player has taken every moment to experience repetition of that sidewall shot opportunity. So we're tied again. Sub 3 minutes remaining here in this moment for game number 3. Both these teams haven't really let each other have a free moment, as the only time they have is when we are on goal replays. Antics trying for the disruption, but he had no boost, so he's looking for that corner that doesn't really exist. So this could be rough on the resource end for the side of Bruton Parker.
Yeah, it could be a little rough as those Bruton Parker Barons are starting to run low on boost. Melodic, with a risky touch, is able to let it escape the zone, as now there's that potential for a lethal counterattack. Good interception out of Dalton. I like that UTD is reading the moves that Bruton Parker is trying to make, but double commits like that are what's been really leaving the door open for so many moments, as Melodic trying to find that pass down and unable to. And it is this back and forth, 2 versus 2. Bruton Parker want to finish this series here. UT Dallas want to show that they've got some fight in them left yet.
They have a rival waiting for them in the state of Texas later on, and they got to be undefeated if they want to, have a little bit of extra pride on their name getting into it. But right now, it's an uphill battle. They've done well in their games, but they just haven't been able to do well enough to get that W on the board. Sub 90 seconds. Soul looking for an option. He's got an upfield man. It's Melodic. What a passing play! I thought maybe he'd go for the bump, be able to clear the net, but no. Tips it up, gives it right back to his man, and it's Bruton Parker with the lead.
And Melodic, just so intentioned, but it looks so small. That tiny moment of slowing things down just makes the defense so unsure of where this is going, and Soul just says, thank you very much, I will take that open net. And Bruton Parker look poised to take this 3-0 and do what Dallas did to them in the qualifier.
Little return to sender, but this time the address is known. Antics trying to leave it over to Melodic. Maybe another Soul taking away strike. Soul will put it between 3. And that's actually very advantageous for Luby. Tries to play for the pass, for the back step. That's a shot on target. It will be answered by a defensive measure by Dalton. But we're still 1 minute remaining here, J Turbo, and we've got a 1-goal difference. BPC is not going to, or trying to not let this go on and go to OT. They want to finish it, take a 3-0, be able to tell the comments, hey, did you one better? And we did it at the most clutch time possible in group stage play.
Exactly, and it could be that return to center. Could also be continuing that streak of 3-0s we've seen on stream today. Bruton Parker aren't ones to mess with tradition, as now Dallas, though, they want to have more games. They want to show what they're made of, as they are a really strong team, and they have been putting up these fantastic plays, and they've been finding opportunities, but Bruton Parker have made adjustments when they need to, as now the last few seconds go down. Dallas need to find something. They need that comet. They need to wish upon a shooting star, but it seems that there won't be any opportunity as Bruton Parker takes the 3-0.
You got to want Pinocchio to be a real boy later. For right now, Bruton Parker will be the Monstroso that will be able to take this matchup. It feels, like we went to 5 games in the first place, at least 4. And these 2 squads, it has showcased that this entire group is as deep as was said by Slayer. So, an ultimate win that goes over to Bruton Parker. The Barons looking really good, and they're looking at least a degree and measure above over the Comets. I need to know from you, Turbo, you got 3-0'd by them. Now you 3-0 them back. I mean, where does that kind of put their mindset, at least from our optic and yours, for where this team's confidence probably lies?
I think it's really high up there, because you look at the qualifier tournament, they made the top 8 after beating UTK, and then they get shut down by UT Dallas. And this is a team that has been competing in CRL, who made their debut this year, and now, once they get into the actual tournament, the regional itself, they shut down UT Dallas. They say, hey, I don't care that you took us to a 9-minute game. I don't care that game 1 was really tight. We wound up finding those couple of goals needed, and we wound up being able to shut the door. And I've got a feeling they'll be very, very confident now, just looking ahead towards their next matchup of the day, whether it be UTA or FIU.
Well, you know what? You guys will get to find out even more of that right from the horse's mouth if we ask the same questions or otherwise, as we're going to have an interview on the other side of a break. So be ready for the likes of the Barons. Make sure you're ready to sit up straight because they will be looking upon you right after this break.
Just happened, but so apologies if you hear that background noise, but it's all part of the vibe. It's all part of just being in esports, living and breathing esports. My journey actually started just as a player. I was a multi-sport varsity athlete in high school. For my MCL, was out on an injury, and then I found esports. My brother would have his friends over, and I didn't want my brother to be better than me at anything, and I just started playing. And this was actually Counter-Strike. Valorant wasn't out at the time, of course. And turns out that I was pretty decent at it, and so started playing more and more and more. Found some teammates, traveled down to the CPL, which was like the top tournament at the time. Thought after winning a bunch of tournaments in the Milwaukee area that we would come in and do really well. Turns out we were terrible, and we finished dead last. Lost to a Finnish team that was one of the best in the world. But it only motivated me to be a better player. So I kept competing. Eventually, I made it on to some of the top teams. I was in co-ed teams, played in ESEA Invite, which is now the equivalent of ESL Pro League, and also played on some co-ed teams. Played with teammates like Miss Harvey, Potter, who is now the coach of Evil Geniuses, Alice Liu, that played with Complexity's Valorant team. Some of the things that I learned in my competing journey, it's not just about my physical skill in the game, not just how quick you could react to something, but communication, teamwork. These things are so important. At Valorant Champions right now, I get the opportunity to listen into the teams and listen to their communication. It's amazing how they refine their craft and refine how they communicate with their teammates. It's something so fascinating. So I encourage you, one of the things I like to tell up-and-coming players is record your team's comms and listen back. Did you give the right calls? Could you have done better calls? Those calls have been shorter and more precise? Those are some of the things I learned as a player. Throughout that playing journey, one of the highlights was in 2012 when I traveled to Paris and competed in the Esports World Cup, which was the top tournament for women at the time. And we came in and we won the World Championship, which was so exciting. It's so amazing to play in front of crowds of thousands of people. They were cheering against us because we were playing against a European team and we were an American team. But that feeling is just like unlike anything else when you can raise that trophy and they play the national anthem of your country. I hope many of you playing in this competition will get to experience some of that one day. It's truly an honor. Some of the other things besides competing and winning trophies, I played in 250 tournaments over the years. I believe that's the most for any woman. It's hard to keep track in the early days. But beyond competing, I work in the industry. So I'm the vice president at Dignitas. It's one of the oldest operating esports teams. We had for many years one of the top women's teams in the world. I also founded a women's initiative called Radiant and operate women's esports tournaments just like this. And I've realized how important that is. A lot of people will ask, why do the women need their own tournaments? Why can't they just play with the guys? And my response back is, if you look at a game like Valorant, there's a reason why there are so many women competing in this game compared to other esports titles. It's because these women's initiatives exist, and they give women something to work towards, something to get started. It gives them a more safe environment, a harassment-free environment to kick off their careers. And I hope one day we don't need women's tournaments. That's the end goal, is because more women are competing and more women are going to start to shine in those tier 1 teams. My last point is, as I said, working in the industry, there's so many different job opportunities. You don't have to be the best player in the world. You don't have to be comfortable on camera and be a content creator. You can work in business side, marketing, advertising. You can work in PR. You can work even in the sciences. There's sports psychology jobs. There's team chefs. There's nutritionists. One of my positions is being an observer. Like I said, I'm at Valorant Champions right now. And, if you're dual monitoring and you're watching both this event and Valorant Champions at the same time, after this, I'm about to hop in and be the observer for Xset versus Fnatic, essentially an in-game director. There's a million different production jobs as well. But I just wanted to use this as an opportunity to hopefully inspire you to continue to pursue esports and gaming if that's something you love. And then my final comment is just a reminder that, you're going to be in games sometimes and people are going to say terrible things. I hope that ends someday, but just know that no matter what they say, you belong here. You deserve this. You deserve to play this game. You deserve to be in this competition. And I wish you all the best of luck. Thank you so much for having me. I can't wait. I know there's going to be some superstars. I hope I see you one day at Valorant Champions kicking ass. Thank you so much for having me.
First, can you just tell me a little bit about yourself?
Hi, so my name is Caitlin. I'm a part of Farmingdale State College's esports club. I am captain of the Valorant Greece team.
TTPS.
I can't. And that's so cute. CF, and it's really.
Hi, everyone.
First, can you just tell me a little bit about yourself?
Hi, so my name is Caitlin. I'm a part of Farmingdale State College's esports club. I am captain of the Valorant Greece team. I am a second semester sophomore at Farmingdale State College, and I'm 19.
Okay, do you like Farmingdale so far?
Yeah, it's really great. The program I'm in is very specialized, and it's not.
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready for an interview. I'm Hell Monkey Man in the booth alongside J Turbo, but between us is BPC Barons advocate and representative Soul. Congratulations, a 3-0 sweep. I need to know, how does your team feel? It was way closer than a 3-0 really represents, but how's the squad doing?
We're all doing pretty good. We feel really confident going into the rest of the day. Felt confident going into it in general. We're just ready to keep going.
That's good to hear. That confidence is key. Now, in game number 2, that 9-minute game, that 4-minute overtime, what was the comms like? How was your team able to navigate through all of that pressure and wind up taking that game?
The comms were pretty standard, I'd say. I don't think we did anything too major. We just kept our comms up. If they fell, we let each other know that we needed to pick up our comms, and we kept our focus. It felt really good. It was smooth. Despite how close the game was, I think we overall felt pretty dominant. Felt good.
Yeah, that was a very long OT, but it felt like there was so much offense still coming from your school that you were just able to control it for the majority of it. But I need to know, in the qualifier, you went down 0-3 against that exact same squad. You go 3-0 over them today, and it was very close. Was there any big differences between the last time you played them and this one? Was it just as close and, one team just came out the better, the same way as today?
I think the first time we played them in the qualifiers, they definitely played way better than us on the day. And they're a great team, could have gone either way today. But we put in so much work since the qualifier, and I think we're a much better team now than we've ever been.
And speaking on to that continued improvement, with you guys, this being sort of the first season on that national stage, how has it felt just getting to compete in so many different leagues and really showing up against these higher level squads?
It's felt really good. From the first time we ever played together, we've always been an okay team, but then In the past couple months, we've improved so much to where we can actually compete at that highest level and show people who we really are as a team. It feels really good that we can compete in CRL and all these other leagues and show everyone what we really are and what we can be.
You know what? You're able to show that today. You showed it in the first series, and though it was close, it's still 3-0. It's a W, and you guys were able to get that win. So round number 1 in the books. We wish you the best of luck going to rounds 2 and 3 for more of group stage play. And, thank you so much for joining us in the booth.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Well, J Turbo, it's just like we have all day long. We're getting ready to go to our next matchup. On the other side of this, we don't get to see a repetition of BPC. Instead, we get to have UT, is it D versus FIU? Is that, yes, that's what's happening.
Yes.
So, okay, so, Dallas, they were keeping track, keeping step. Comets look pretty good. And FIU, they actually just suffered a loss to UTA. So both these teams are reeling, but I feel like UTD has some momentum to bring.
Yeah, I definitely think so, because that was a very, very tight 3-0. That is, I think, the tightest 3-0 I have ever watched in my life, where you had game 2 that realistically was going UTD's way for 95% of the game, and then the last 10 seconds, Antics just says, nope, we're going to overtime. And the fact of the matter is, when you have those kind of moments, as UTD, yes, they're really tough to shoulder, but also you have to know you played really well. Whereas now FIU, they're coming together. This is a team that hasn't had as much national recognition as UTD or Bruton Parker or UTA. And for this team, you're going to look to Zernite. He's that team leader and will be trying to lead the way for Dursey and Frazzle, who tend to pick up the pieces. But Zernite really does try to be that big playmaker.
You know what? Big words have already been said by Zernite. They were in the chat, and they said, and I quote, and we'll take a snap of, in case anyone doubts me, they said, I will try. So maybe there's a chance. They said they will ultimately go out there and do their best. At least, I think that's what was being really annotated or pushed into those words. But game number 1, did I speak too much of you, Zernite? One way or another, you got to prove me right, wrong, or otherwise. It's going to be Dallas of UT versus FIU for game number 1.
Oh yeah, and I made a mistake. We got Relic on the pitch, and Dursey as well to round out this FIU team. As Luby, quick save. I do like this early aggression from FIU, and there it is, Zernite popping off to start things off.
I will try, says Zernite. It is in concrete. It is embedded into my skull. Try they did. A couple of big challenges and just darting forward for what went vertical came down as an opportunity. Oh, another quote. I got you. So these are strong phrases coming out of Zernite and strength already on the offense.
Oh, strong words. And the Panthers have brought their claws. They're looking. I don't think a Panther and a Comet have ever met outside of esports, but we're going to see which one comes out on top as Luby responds real quick for those Comets.
A Comet does burn very bright because it's going so fast, and when everyone is blasted away, there's no goalie there. Everyone kind of went up and aside thinking it was good, and then the defense just pushes them into a scatter plot, which was, hard to find a general line towards. Well, it's a line towards UTD getting something to the back of the net. So FIU, they do let one through, and they're trying to get another through, but a big save goes off the crossbar.
Yeah, big save coming through. Is now Ghost trying to create some space, but again, FIU not giving any away, as even though earlier on Slayer said FIU might look like that team that's the odd man out, they're keeping up with UTD, and they made it to this top 8, and they're here for a reason. They qualified through Lee's McRae, and now are trying to continue that streak of running into some fantastic players and finding their way forward. Zernite can't get the dunk, good control by Dalton, and Dallas keeps this a 1-1 game.
Yeah, you kind of get galvanized through a very tough matchup before. Luby, who was finding accuracy issues because of that defense being so strong on that previous match, is able to just put this one in a immediate banger. A little bit too much loft on that defensive attempt, trying to jump to meet the player instead of where the ball would be. So FIU let through 2 in a row, so the Comets are able to find their first trade of leads, and it's in favor of themselves.
Yeah, they are going to find that as Zernite trying to keep that pressure, but Dallas, they are galvanized. They do not want to give away games that they feel they should have won, as we saw in the last series. They want to continue. They want to show why they are a team to watch. Zernite unable to get that continuation as Luby is able to save it. And that's what I was hoping for this game, is that it would sort of be a Zernite versus Luby show. And so far, that's what we've gotten. As, again, another touch mid-air, and neither side able to get too much control as Relic continuing into this orange half.
Yeah, Dersey just kind of overcommitting onto this one. And one thing that has been done very, very well by the Comets, they've been streaking through the sky, not just to be able to go and get a ball challenge, but to get a player challenge. They've gotten a couple of key demos on this defensive half of FIU, and the Panthers really have been able to press out of their half too often after the first early stint. Good challenge right across that goal line. You're talking about the stud v stud mentality as Luby takes on everyone in the world on FIU, but UTD now on their own back half. They found so much space. That one goes streaking by just as if it were. Comet Zernite is punched in the face. Dalton's giving him a little kiss, a wink, and a nudge goodbye. And this is still a lead over the midpoint of game one.
Lead for game one is now FIU the ones who have to respond. This game's been pretty passive for the last minute, as neither team having too many real scoring opportunities. Has been a lot of this wrap around the side and try to put together a play from the corner, but instead it's just cleared away just like that, where this time, though, Relic able to find Ghost, but this is just a key for Dalton and Luby to press forward onto the offense, and won't be able to find much yet, but that respawn means Ghost can try and turn this around, but a double commit makes this dangerous. Looks for the dump, does Zernite, and there's just not the opportunity to bring that one back. Quick rotate, make sure there's no Comet score, but a minute 30, and FIU need to find a response as Luby nearly finds another.
Yeah, Luby it took too long to really develop that flip reset. Dersey with a pass over. Zernite looking to get it, but it will be cut down. Guess what? It's Luby looking for that wide angle play. Relic is able to just fake it out, get rid of the defender, Goomba stomp him, and Dersey gets this one tied up again. It was Ghost with the catch, and I think, yes, they were bumped out of the entire play.
And I love that physicality coming out from the Panthers. They're swatting them away and finding opportunities. FIU keeping this close. And we describe this as the group of death, and it is certainly looking like it with how close these games have been. Bruton Parker v UT Dallas being tied for so long, and now FIU and UTD, similar story. And this might be one of those A equals B, B equals C type equations that will materialize for this group.
Yeah, my earlier maths did not check out. It was more like A greater than B, B greater than C. This one is definitely more of an equals, maybe slightly less version, but sub 40 seconds to go. FIU trying to finish how they started. They got a brutal goal to be able to open things up against UTD. UT Dallas now on the back half. Luby looking for some boost. A counterplay developing. Dalton trying to get a flip reset, bring it to the corner, and that is fielded by one as Relic puts it out. A big save by Relic as well as they drop off the corner wall. We're approaching that final 15 here, Turbo, and we could be seeing an OT to start off this entire series.
Oh, that we could, and I think it'd be fitting for how these teams have played so far, but Relic trying to continue and find an opportunity. Cross across the box, and now a big clear. Good touch by Zernite, and now Dallas, they want to try and score, and grounded by the Panthers. Game one, and we got overtime.
Hey, you know what? This group is already as promising as it was meant to be, is said, but it takes 4 seconds. Ghost will haunt the dreams of FIU. The Panthers, they send 2, but the second delay from the Comets, and it will be the dunk slam in by Ghost that ends it very, very fast.
And a fantastic read by Ghost to just see exactly how the defenseman had to try and field that ball. Gets the dunk, makes sure that it's all good. And again, just 4 seconds for that overtime. We were hyping it up. We were expecting it to be this close, drawn-out affair like we saw in Game 2 of the last series. Instead, it's just UT Dallas closing the door on FIU, but they're going to be hungry for more going into this game, too.
And you have the difference of outcomes like that. You either get a 4-minute game, which is a banger of challenges, control, and being able to kind of send away shots, or you have a boiling point, which was reached with immediacy by the Comets. So we go into game number 2. Can FIU and the Panthers be able to just find more space earlier and midpoint of the game, because it seemed like UTD really kind of owned the mid and late portion of this just opener. But already early shots being made by the Comets.
Yeah, early shots, that early pressure, trying to continue that momentum from last game, as the Comets want to 3-0 the Panthers here. They don't want that last series to be how they're remembered. Good save by Dersey on the goal line, but still very dangerous as Zernite looks for the follow-up. Although I will say all these Comets together, it's pretty dangerous if FIU can find a counterattack. But so far, just 2 tight rotations out of Dallas, and FIU are just held in their own half, unable to make it out, unable to even find much boost. Although Relic, quick counter, closely saved by Ghost.
Does a group of comets flying together become shooting stars or a meteor swarm? I don't know what the better description is. Either way, I want to see that happen. Maybe as a showcase exhibition. Either way, it has been so far a trade of at least position on the pitch. Wow, a great pickup. Luby will be able to just take on the world. A demo onto Relic thins out the final defender. Look at this pitch and catch.
And this is just so well done again. It's pitch and catch, self-pass from Luby, and that continuation, keeping the momentum going. FIU just was not ready, and a great breakout play for one of the stars out of UT Dallas.
Man, just a nice trap and flick. Able to make it happen in a moment's notice, and that's something that is hard to respond to. You can teach how to get your mechanics good, but to be able to do that instinctually is almost unteachable. And Zernite looking for final challenge. He's going to have no boost. He's going to be looking to the opposite corner. There will be some there, but the attack is already pressed up. Zernite will be bumped by his own teammate. Redirect. Oh, that was slick. So smooth. Effortless.
Oh, that was so smooth. I mean, just look at this. Beautifully done. Dersey receives, parks his car, and just lets that deflect back into the net. And I just love to see FIU tie things up that way. It was such a good volley they were putting together. So much pressure, and just able to catch out a teammate on the rotate. Well done by FIU, tying things up once again. This is reminding me so much of last series, where it is just back and forth. Score for one, score for the other, as we nearly get another, and it will be Luby finishing the job. That's 2 in a row for this member of UT Dallas.
And just short of 2 minutes here into game number 2, and if history is going to serve itself as both a reminder and a pattern, then the Comets may be set to ultimately take this series. But that is a long-term conclusive statement for very little evidence, as we have still a 2-1. The 3-minute mark. Zernite is just going to be overran by Dalton, who says you're not going fast enough, and so Relic says, all right, let's clear it out. But Luby has been such a weapon in the arsenal of the Comets. It's tough to really overcome them. They have to send numbers just to stop them here.
Exactly. Is that linchpin member for the Comets is a nice touch from Dalton, carry over to Luby, as Zernite going to have to try and keep control and just hasn't quite been able to be that same difference maker that we've seen out of Luby. And oh no, what a slicer from Dalton to just ride right past the defense.
Relic was hanging out near side post, rotated back to the box, and then I think, yeah, that Zernite that came over. No, I apologize. That was Dersey that couldn't quite make the read, filling in the gap, but as soon as he got to the post, it was a great cut across the box and into open space. So UTD, they continue to elongate this lead. So this one's a little bit more of an open gap. It's getting wider and wider the more that the Comets fly through, and it seems like they're in much more control, but Zernite will delete one as they play for the fake out.
Yeah, Ghost taken off the pitch, just gonna have to revive real quick. Pretty used to that one, as now Luby receives a pass, and FIU just haven't been able to break out of their own half. Even when we looked to their score this game, that great pass from Zernite to Dersey, it was off of a counterattack that they just barely had enough boost for. As Zernite looking for the redirect, but Ghost is able to find the save instead. And this continued pressure, it's starting to work for FIU, but there just isn't that same domination. There isn't that same control, but who needs control when Zernite just slots it right over the defense?
This started with a double beat on the opposite side corner, and I think that was Jersey or Relic. Old man brain can't quite remember, but putting a bouncer into the box, no one expects it, no one can read it, as Ghost came off from the backboard to try and get into the midst of it. It goes right over him as he hits the floor too hard, too quick, too fast, sub 100 seconds, and it's now FIU showcasing that they're going to get back within distance. Got to tie this one up, but they have time at least.
Yeah, they're keeping it close. They got a minute 30, and now another chance in the box is Relic and Jersey both with shots, but neither close enough. Zernite throws that over to the opposing side as Ghost able to create more chaos in the back line. And now it's, again, all that pressure for FIU. Zernite pass mid. Luby able to clear it out again. Team bump could be dangerous. No punish quite yet, but that dunk not enough from Jersey.
Does at least get it to elongate this possession, but look at the control. Dalton says, all right, we can be able to do the same thing to you. Individual antics and dribbling are easily in our wheelhouse of variables that you must meet off to the backboard and off to the races. FIU goes trying to be able to get there, does get the takeaway, gets a small boost pad. Luby to the sidewall, we'll be able to get more. No extra boost, doesn't matter because Zernite and the gang of the Panthers are trying to just expend everything to keep this on the offensive half. Less than a minute to go, looking for the dunk. Everyone crisscross applesauce, but no one's able to take a strike.
And that was a good chance by FIU. The shot blocked, of course, but still, they're finding ways into this orange half. Dallas, now the ones who just have to hold for the next 10 seconds, and they'll be able to set us to match point. Again, this really does feel like the last set we had between Dallas and Bruton Parker, where it is one team is getting the wins, but the other isn't far behind, as FIU keeping it alive, and it's knocked down by Luby. As one more win, and Dallas will be able to count themselves among the game today.
So it was so close. And even though it was 3-2, and it was within one goal, it did feel like there was a better bit of confidence in favor of UT Dallas. Comets were more offensive. You had brief stays, trying to be able to make challenges on that defensive half for the Comets as Panthers were running it down. Zernite hasn't disappeared, but he has been limited, and I think that they really wanted to try that after they saw how influential he was early on in this matchup. So we go to game number 3, and J-Turbo, when are we going to get away from a sweep? We don't have one yet, but we're very, very close.
We are very close, and I don't know, maybe we're just going to see 3-0s all the way down, but this is still a good showing from FIU. They're one of those teams that doesn't have the same props. They haven't been in CRL before. They haven't competed in CECC before. They were, I believe, not even in the last South Regional. So to come out and get top 8 is still a fantastic showing from this team, but they are nowhere near done quite yet, as Relic, Zernite, and Jersey are keeping this pressure alive.
Ooh, massive doink by Ghost sets up Dalton. Luby's going to retreat, and Ghost actually, because of that positioning that he did it on the defensive rotation too, is able to get at least one more, so it's not a free net. And we're playing with some massive rainbows up here, but Skittles will not be at the bottom of it. In fact, the only thing sweet is the nearness of what you'll get a chance of taking a shot with. First minute of play comes and goes. No one scores. We had 5 goals in the previous one, and this one so far is a squeaker between these two teams. That one's a takeaway, but still no dice.
Yeah, we saw about 35 seconds of pressure from FIU, and now another 35 seconds of pressure out of UT Dallas as Luby got some space for a solo play. Doesn't have enough space for that double, but does have the opportunity for Ghost to create more chaos and continue to put these Panthers into their own side, as that might be another overcommit. All 3 members in this blue half. A very key 50-1 out by Ghost to give the rest of Dallas time to recover, and now for a counterattack.
Zernite waited until he saw the whites of the eyes of Dalton. Apparently he was leaning over into his dashboard real close. Could be able to see him straight through his sunglasses because he was cool, calm, collected. But Zernite is now trying to win a 50. Has all of one bit of boost. I was gonna say HP. It feels like that at times because sometimes when you don't have your boost, you feel like your life is over. A couple of dunks denied. Ghost gets the first one. The second one was errant, and they just couldn't put it through. Good defense from Dallas.
Very good defense by Dallas. That was nearly FIU taking the first goal of this game as we're nearly to the halfway mark, and neither side has shown much of a lead at all, but Zernite going for that touch might just be enough. That touch from Dalton, saved by Dursey, as what a shutdown to keep this game all tied up at 0.
And yet the offense is still here. You have 2 from the crossbar and backboard, and now all the way out. Dalton from the side, looking for an extra angle with the touch, and another save. Relic gets just up underneath it. That had speed, velocity, and lethality to account for to get to the back of the net, but it's denial from both teams that has kept this one even at nothing. We may get just that one goal that matters, and it could be coming very, very late in this game.
Yeah, this could just be a 1-goal game. This could just be one to decide them all, as Luby got some space for that dribble. And I love these moves that we're seeing out of FIU. Even though they're a little risky, they're trying, but Dalton finally is able to punish.
High risk, high reward. Luby forcing FIU to make a move, and then otherwise it punishes them if they don't execute well enough, and then outpacing them is Dalton. I swear he's taken the exact same path a dozen times throughout these last couple of games just to rotate into a very familiar form and force FIU to answer to him, and this time he was let go for free off of a big 50 win. Zernite has to make something work individually, and just Dalton shutting them down at every pass.
Shutting them down indeed. As a clear out to the midfield, left for Dursey is now Relic, keeping this one dangerous, but there's just not enough boost for Zernite to continue, although now with some space in the air, looks for the double, slides it forward, and with that strength, FIU are on the board.
Hey, you know what? That's some good looks by the Panthers. They're supposed to be pretty big cats. They're supposed to be able to take you down in a pounce. And that's that Luby v Zernite combo that you were touting. Well, they're spouting one out and in. And that's going to be the double dragons that come out tied up. 80 seconds and less remaining here in game number 3. Could be another sweep on the day, but for right now, both these teams are in lockstep.
They're in lockstep as that just rolls very, very slowly across the Panthers box, as now Dalton doesn't want this to go to OT, doesn't want another one of those 4-minute games that they feel they should have, as Relic nearly able to just carry it in, but a great save from Luby prevents that from happening, as Dallas have got to be remembering that game 2 against Bruton Parker, and now against FIU just want a clean sweep, and Dalton once again the only to score in game 3 and has been Dallas's savior.
Ghosts of games past looking to be extinguished. A wonderful strike off the backside bumper spoiler area of Dalton. No matter where it was on, it had some absolute power behind it off of that whip. So, can the Comets hang on to this lead? Shot on target. It goes bar down and in immediately with a splash. We're tied at 2.
Oh my goodness. We're just back to tied up. These teams are playing with my heart. I'm a Florida fan, and these Panthers are just playing with it. Oh my goodness, finding their way back in. We're tied up. UT Dallas now the ones who need to respond, or if FIU, whoever scores next, realistically, is probably going to win this game. But I said that a minute ago, and we had 2 goals since.
It's all about who gets the score last, maybe behind a caster's course or otherwise. Climbing the ladder. Zernite, big challenge, is not picked up. I believe that was by Dursey. Relic hanging out beyond the midfield line. Press up to the corner. One big mistake could either give this to a game number 4 or could be the end of all regulation and series play and give us a 3-0 sweep. UT Dallas, they're in chase. Big challenge. Dalton comes up to it. Seconds waning in this regulation time. OT, it could be an inevitable redirect, not going to occur. That is a big cherry pick position.
Downfield.
Oh, they have a chance. Still aerial. It's in the sky, lofting over. This could be a kill chance for Comets. They keep it up. 0-second time. Around the corner. It will go behind 1, but the Panthers trying to keep this series alive as well. 0-second time floating. Does anyone find it again? No, we hit grass. Whew. What a dramatic moment, but it still gives us the OT.
What a final 10-15 seconds out of both teams, just keeping the ball alive and trying to bring it back, as now we are in that golden goal situation. The last time Dallas was in an overtime, they fell, except for, of course, that game 1 that just got eliminated so quickly. That one didn't even feel like an overtime, as their other was 4 minutes long. It's either 4 minutes or 4 seconds. Dallas can't quite decide, as it's now up to the Panthers to keep their series hopes alive. As again, this isn't an elimination game, but it is still determinant for seeding. If they lose here and they were to lose again to Bruton Parker, that means that they'd be running up against most likely IRSC, a very tough way to start off your bracket.
You got to think that, in a way, it feels like an elimination game because of what that potential final opponent may be into full bracket play. A put-up by Zernite. Big challenge. He gets a save earlier. Oh, the strike forthcoming. Drop in and out. Another one by Zernite. But the X-Man is the X factor to keep the Panthers in it. It'll be bowling. It goes off the post. And luckily for the Panthers, that turns into a clear. Maybe a kill strike, but it goes to the corner.
And that is a painful miss for UTD, as that was an empty net. It just went right off the post. Good patience by Dersey, letting Dallas make a decision. And that's one of those moments you do just sort of have to play for your opponent's touch and not try to overcommit because of how high these stakes are. In a minute 30, that goes so low, but the crossbar still FIU's best friend, and Dersey with another denial. There have been so many moments that the FIU goal line have just been able to barely keep it alive as we're breaching 2 minutes of OT, and neither team has much of an advantage.
Not at all, but Dallas has held the majority of offensive pressure. Ghost is looking for a bump. Everyone's going to be retreating backwards, and Dalton's going to try and feed this back over to Luby, who has been the star-studded player for this squad. Stringing across, picking up. Doesn't get credit as a save, but it does ultimately give some space over to the Panthers. FIU on the press. Relic trying to do something with nothing in the tank. Now flip reset. Luby has it in the sky. He's going to put it through, and that will be a 3-0 sweep for the Comets. We continue our historical streak today, and Luby is able to get the Comets their first series win.
And the Comets coming off of a tough 3-0. This is just an exact mirror of what we saw earlier today. We saw IRSC 3-0 UCF Academy, and then UCF Academy 3-0 West Florida. And then here we see the side of UTD get 3-0'd by Bruton Parker and then go on to 3-0 FIU. It's just a constant pattern. And now this last game of the day, it's going to be our battle of Texas, I believe. So we'll be able to see who comes out on top between those two squads. But still, Dallas played a fantastic game. FIU were staying in it, but just couldn't quite keep up in those very crucial moments.
Yeah, this is a great group. It's showcasing that even though we continue to sweep on stream, they're doing other things otherwise, other places, but these squads are also close. So luckily, no one's being eliminated from group stage play, but is making a very big charge in a campaign for seeding when we go over to this top 8 bracket. But for the time being, we're getting ready for another interview. The Comets missed out on doing it the first time. Well, they get it the second time. So in just a moment, we'll be talking to one of them, but stick with us or else you're going to miss it. So be right back.
Aerospace professional pilot degree.
Oh wow, that's really cool.
Thank you.
So is this your first time on esports team?
No, so I've been a part of the Valorant team for 2 semesters, and this is my 3rd semester, and it's my first time ever being a captain.
Okay, oh, that's awesome. Can you tell me a little bit about what it's like being a captain?
So a lot of times I'm organizing the team, making sure everyone is properly set for upcoming games, getting scrims for our team, and kind of just making sure everyone is there, present, possible, and able to play the games that we're gonna, be participating in. We're participating in 2 leagues this semester, so it's kind of hectic.
Oh gosh, yeah, definitely. I can see that. How is it different for you as a player versus as a captain? Do you feel a lot of responsibility?
I basically have the responsibility of choosing who, really plays, what type of characters everyone's playing, and what positions and roles we are all doing, as well as being there not only as a team member, but also being seen as a leadership role and having that sort of respect there, and being able to delegate everyone's role in the team. So it's definitely a lot more different, and my voice is most definitely heard. So I like it. I like being a captain.
Yeah, that's really good. What games do you play, or what is your main game? I know you mentioned Valorant.
Right. So I play Valorant, but I started off with Counter-Strike, and I really always have been interested in FPSs. So that background has always been there. So my transfer onto Valorant was pretty easy.
That's cool. What have you done to improve yourself in game over time?
So one thing for my teams especially, I have open communication where we're able to really give our constructive criticism without taking offense. And me as a captain, especially being it being my first semester, I find it really important that everyone is able to come to me and communicate like, hey Kate, I don't know how I feel about doing this, or I want my voice to be heard about this specific thing. And just basically taking into consideration everyone's voice and having that open line of communication is really helpful, and that's something I find really important.
Okay, do you carry that strategy into your everyday life as well, would you say?
Yeah, communication is really important to me, especially in aviation with crew members. You're always trying to communicate properly and efficiently to get the assigned goal completed, and that works in video games as well as in aviation. So I feel like it transfers very well, and I put my 100% effort in everything I do, put 100% in the team and the leagues that we're participating in, communicating with opposing teams that we might be going against. All those things, I take it really important and can transfer very well into everyday life.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you think about CECC and just competing in general?
It's a lot of fun, and we're so grateful for the opportunity to participate. And you know, this is something that every single member of our team has said. We've never had the opportunity to really compete in a fashion where it's not only fun, we're able to make friends, talk to other people from different schools. It's just an amazing opportunity and something we would love to participate in the future as well.
Yeah, we're really happy you feel that way. When your team is competing with other teams, are there any specific teams or schools that your team kind of looks out for?
I think we all have the mentality of it doesn't matter who the other team is, we're gonna put 100% effort and we're going to maintain our mental even if the other team is full of radiance. It's not something we're gonna keep in mind because we will be able to beat them. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, that's a really good mindset. As you probably know, March is Women's History Month, and you, being a woman in esports, how do you think that has an effect on esports? What does it mean to you to be a woman in esports and as a captain? Just could you talk about that for a little bit?
Coming into being a woman in aviation, which is already really a niche type of thing, especially women in video games, things like that. It's just we're kind of the minority, and keeping that in mind, a lot of times you have to represent yourself properly because you are representing such a small community. So I feel proud and honored to be a part of the Women's in Aviation as well as being a woman in esports, and it's a lot of fun. And just understanding that us girls are here too, and we're as good as everyone else, and that we have the opportunity to be a leader in esports, and that we're equal to everyone. It's really important to keep that in mind because we're here, even though you might not see us too often.
I know you said as captain your voice is heard, but when you first started to be a captain, did everyone take you seriously being a girl? Was that respect there, or did you struggle with that?
So I would say initially when I first got on the team, I was put onto a support role, and you know, everyone knows that women normally play healer when it comes to going into any game, and now I'm playing more of a controller based or a sentinel, which is very crucial for holding down sites. So by playing that now and then having those semesters in my backpack of experience, everyone has treated me with respect, and I would hope it stays that way. And either way, I demand respect because I reciprocate that respect to everyone else. So it's definitely difficult, especially for girls starting out. That toxicity is there, especially even now whenever I play a game without my team there. That toxicity is there just for being a girl. But as long as you know, don't have that mindset of them affecting you because you're better than them anyway, it's fine.
Definitely. Well, that's good. I'm happy that you're getting respect that you deserve, and that's awesome. And thank you so much again for your time, and I really appreciate it.
No problem. I just wanted to add that our esports team, our esports club as well, started only with 13 students and 2 teams in 2019, and now we're up to 19 different teams and over 350 students in to date in 2021. Like, that progress is there, and even if you have such a small, like, if you think that things are so small, realize that a community is there for you, especially being a female in esports. That community is there for you.
Definitely. That's a great way to end it. Thank you so much And thank you so much for sharing your story. I really appreciate it again and take time. Just thank you overall. That's awesome. Keep
No
doing
problem.
it.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Of course. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
You too.
Thanks. Bye.
My name is Dusty. I'm 24 years old, and this is my first year at Bay State College and first year towards my bachelor's there. But I've been going to college for a few years now, or several years now.
Oh, what are you studying?
Right now, I am studying human resource management.
Nice. Do you like Bay State so far?
Yes. Yeah. It's been pretty good so far. It's only been one quarter, but I like it so far.
Where are you from?
I'm from SoCal. I'm doing it remotely from Southern California.
So what games do you play? What's your main game?
My main game is Smash Brothers, and that's what I compete in. So Super Smash Brothers Ultimate.
Okay, what character do you like?
Wii Fit Trainer is my main character.
So how has it been being part of a collegiate team at Bay State? Have you been on a collegiate team before?
I've been on teams before. I don't know if I've been on a collegiate team before. I think this is my first collegiate team, but it is really nice, and the teammates are really supportive, and I've met some cool people, so that's nice. But I definitely do have experience like with teams, so it's nothing like super new, but it's always good to be in a team, you know, have that support.
Fresh team. Yeah, that's cool. So how long have you been playing Smash?
I've been playing Smash for about like 7-ish years now. Well, I've kind of played it since I was like really young, but like competitively I played it like 7 years. I played since the release of Smash 4, which is the previous Smash game, and now I've played into Ultimate, so quite a while.
What has been your proudest moment since playing Smash?
That's hard to say because I've honestly had a lot of good moments. It's just I feel like every other week or every other month I have a new moment where I'm like, wow, that's the best I've ever played, which feels good and makes it, you know, I keep going for stuff like that. But every time I play a tournament set and it feels really good and I feel like I'm playing the best I've ever played, probably each of those consecutive moments. I just had a tournament a couple weekends ago in Las Vegas where I placed 9th out of nearly 400, I think, and I think that was one of the best I've ever played, and that felt really good, so that was a really big accomplishment for me.
So you would definitely say over the past 7 years you said that you've grown a lot in the game?
Yeah, I think I've grown a lot in the game, and I think I've also grown a lot just as a person too. Just like competition in general, there's a lot of learning, and there's a lot of, you know, a lot of ways to approach it. I've learned how to teach other people as well, because I do coaching as well, stuff like that. So I've learned a lot through Smash. Yeah.
How long have you been doing coaching?
Coaching, I've been doing maybe a year and a half-ish, maybe almost 2 years. I'm actually not sure on the number. I think a year and a half is probably closer to the right one. But yeah, that's been a lot of fun too. It's really interesting because it gives you a different perspective on the game, and not only are you helping other people, but you kind of help yourself in a way too, because you can kind of see things from a different perspective.
Welcome back, everyone. We're ready for an interview, of course, with UT Dallas, the Comets, and one of their shining stars in the form of Luby. Congratulations, a nice 3-0 sweep on this one, Luby, as you represented your squad very, very well. How was everyone feeling, especially bouncing back from that earlier loss into this big win?
I mean, I thought we were pretty good. I don't think we take losses too seriously. Never take wins too seriously. Kind of just like a game by game, series by series kind of deal.
Wow. It's good to hear some fantastic mentals coming out of your squad, but also with those with all 6 games that we've seen from you guys today, they were 3-0 series, but none of them really felt like that with how tight some of these moments were. Was that ever straining on just another day where you just have to tighten up and find the opportunities where they may lie?
I feel like it's more of like sometimes in the series the goals fall and sometimes they don't. If it's a close series like that, it's a 3-0, we know it's not a 3-0, we just move on with it. No reason to hang up on it. We can look back on it if we do some replays on the series, but sometimes they fall, sometimes they don't.
from looking back to, I guess, for that first series, I mean, you guys, you just treat it as business as usual. Let everything slide off, especially because these are seeding matches. But I mean, we saw that in the qualifiers, whenever you guys ran into BPC, you were able to be the better team on the day. 3-0 of them. Today it was 0-3. Expectations. I mean, it's basically a best of 3 of best of 5s if you end up meeting them again. Is there any big adjustments to really be made, or is it just about executing better if you end up against the Barons one more time?
Probably just execution better. Like y'all said, it wasn't a 3-0 series based on the score line of each 3 games. So maybe when we play them again, our goals will fall and theirs won't.
Yeah, and my last question is just, you just faced Bruton Parker and you just 3-0'd FIU. Now going in up against Arlington, how are you guys feeling just running into one of who many consider to be the best in the West?
Best in the West is a shout. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, UTA, we're all good friends with them, like all 3 of us. So it's always fun running into them. It's a little weird because when we're in a specific like CRL series, we've taken all those, but when it's outside of CRL, like smaller leagues like this and other stuff, we tend to not do so well against them. So we'll see how it goes.
Okay, well, the battle for Texas is forthcoming. Arlington, Dallas. One of you has to be able to prove you're better than the other one. Maybe the comments will shine tonight as streaking stars. But either way, Luby, congratulations. You're able to take a 3-0 win over the Panthers, and we look forward to your match forthcoming in just the next couple of minutes. Good luck going out there, man.
Thank you.
Of course. Well, Turbo, man, a few words out there with Luby, but he means everything he says, and he's going to be playing just the exact same way as they are, in fact, going to give us that collision course between maybe the best in the West, maybe better than the rest, but UT Dallas is here to try and upend those expectations. Says they, why do you think that actually measures up that sometimes in CRL they do better, but outside of CRL it just kind of falls flat?
I don't know. I think it's a matter of mentality, how you walk into those different tournaments and those different events. Is it something that you just entered with your buds and you're like, oh, we'll just see how we do and we'll have fun? Whereas if you're playing on CRL, you might be on some of those major streams and you have all those eyes on you and you're a statement for your school and there's all of this extra pressure that goes into it. So you might try to be that much more precise and have that much higher of a level of execution going forward. And in those smaller leagues, again, it's just a matter of how's the team doing on the day? And one thing that I really love to hear from Luby, as you said, few words, but still said that their team is not one that shoulders losses or wins, especially when they're tight too heavily. And it's not that they're necessarily walking away from the FIU game saying we played fantastically or walking away from the Bruton Parker game saying we played terribly. They're just saying we managed what we could do. The goals fall where they did. And now against UTA, it's going to be a matter of seeing, do the goals fall or do they not?
It's a very kind of logical pathway to also give no extra fuel to any opponent's fire, no chips on the shoulders. If you're hearing someone just be like, yeah, we'll play again, we'll do it. It seems like, all right, I want some entertainment. I'm a caster. That's what I want. But it also gives no motivation, no advantage to your opponent at all. It's not quite robotic, but it's clinical in a way. So we will be getting into this best of 5. It's the final matches here for group stage play. Remember, after we are done with groups, we are getting to have at least one game out of the round of 8 going to that big bracket where it's all single elimination. Through the first couple of rounds, in the 8s and the semis, you will have best of 5s and then that grand final. All that stuff that we get to see tomorrow will be best of 7. It's an extension of 2, but we go from the sprints of best of 3s that we didn't have to have through this. Oh my goodness, we had it in the qualifiers. Best of 5s that are kind of like a jog, and then it's a marathon when we hit best of 7s. So everyone's prepping for that through these seeding matches. But I mean, Turbo, right after this, they're going to be in elimination time, so the mentality still has to stay strong.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to keep those blinders on of just moving forward, where now your last match of the day before that elimination game, you want to get as good of a seed as possible, so that way you're not running into your IRSC or the UCF Academy. You maybe want to run into Knights Rising or West Florida if you're cross-group, anything along those lines. As now we're going to get into game Battle for Texas here, UTA versus UTD. Which squad is better on the day? We will see, as Adverse looking to start things off.
there's ever a player that you want to measure up to and see if you can do better than, it is going to be one that does not run away from adversity, as Adverse will be the first verse in this curse that can be cast upon Dallas, able to take everyone and go at him. Oh my goodness, it is a 1-0, 9 seconds in for UTA.
9 seconds in and just complete speed. Adverse with a nice little carry, and UT Dallas just weren't necessarily expecting them to go for it right off the bat, as now with that early lead, UTA going to be that much more confident to try and step forward and really use Adverse and Samba's mechanical ability to try and create some openings, as Nava with a nice contest in this orange half, and Ghost forced to pass it up to Luby. And I love this team play that we're starting to see out of Dallas, but so swiftly taken away by the Mavericks.
It's a matter of dictating tone and pace. We've talked about it before, but it's always been one squad able to do it a little bit better. Now, UT Dallas, they did just recently win, so it's kind of this weird like X's and O's, onesies, twosies, who's able to take the win next. And so we're actually outside of that weird predicament, as UTA, they started off with early pressure, a shot put back, and another big save. That one will be deflected off of the near side post. In the first minute, still owned by Arlington. Dallas kind of stumbled onto the back heel, and it's not without trying, but they do get it over the midline here.
Yeah, they're finally able to break out in the midfield, and a good tackle by Nava keeps that one out of danger, as Adverse, we're constantly seeing him as his first man, and that's why just cuts right past the defense and sees the opportunity.
UTA into this one is, in fact, 2-0. They dropped a single game a moment ago to BPC. So got to see if they will be able to come out top of the group. A win here, I think, gives the top of the group. It's between Dallas and UTA for that margin. Actually, you can end up with kind of a three-way tie, but Dalton says, don't worry about that right now. Through the first 90 seconds, there's been 3 scores, and we find ours here.
Exactly, and this is such speed out of both of these teams. A couple kickoff goals for all of them, for all those involved, really, as now Dallas just need to find one more back, and then we're back to even. As the longer this game goes, though, the more comfortable UTA are going to be with this lead, as a couple of these little passes in between is now opportunity, and Dalton goes for something a little fancy off the backboard, can't quite find it, and it's a quick counterattack from Nava, looks for the double, not enough boost to find it.
These players, I mean, there's some personality in them. Samba is able to find and get their own. The first couple have gotten by Adverse, and then Nava with a great pass. Instead of going for a direct line shot, they put it into a gap that Samba was just waiting in the corner thereof. And you know, we were talking about these two just apparently being friends as well as opponents from each other. Well, it showcases through the quick chats, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, absolutely. You can tell that these guys play together and that they're having fun. No real toxicity, just bunch of this is Rocket Leagues and some oops whenever there's that mistake. Still, UTA with that 2-goal lead, looking to extend it. Samba to Adverse. These quick infield passes, what they're really known for is, another shot just barely missed by Samba. As even in their misses, UTA have still been keeping most of the control this game, and a tight shot from Dalton shut down and finished off by Ghost as UTD keep this within 1.
Ghost with a great pass over to Dalton. That one was actually sniffed out, but Ghost just keeps to that rotational line of that right side corner where it went to in the first place. And so this becomes a 3-2. Lots of this is Rocket League. And I wish you guys, actually you can see it. It is live. Haha. So you're going to be able to enjoy seeing all of this. UT Dallas has been able to just shoulder a lot of weirdness that comes out of UTA, individual plays. And again, Adverse trying to do it again. He has a flip reset. He's going to wait till the last second, and it takes 2, 1 top, 1 low to be able to take that away. We're beyond the midpoint of game number 1, and it's a putback. Guess who? Adverse.
Adverse again, and UTA bringing that precision they're known for. Just look at this stinger across the box right over to Adverse, and no one on UTD can respond to that. It is just so quick, so precise, and that's why UTA are looking to top this group.
So UTD continuously playing from a differential not in their favor, trying to come back from behind. Good control by Dalton. You're really looking at the Luby Dalton combo right now. Like, Ghost was able to make it happen, and Luby is the forward man that finds that back press. Gotta see where the defender went here. It was Dalton with a takeaway from Adverse, and then just can't quite make the read as Nava.
Yeah, Nava just doesn't quite get that read, winds up being a little awkward. And from here, I really like that UTD are always able to find their way back in, but it's never quite fast enough. It's one goal back and forth, and UTA always wind up coming out on top, as it is going to come down to whether or not UTD can break through this defense early on, as there's only a minute 40 remaining, and we know that UTA can hold on to these leads if they need to, or just continue to extend them, as this has been a pretty high-scoring game, and Ghost wants another crossbar up. Luby brings it down, and a minute 30 left. We're all tied up.
They forgot Ghost was hanging out at the back of the midfield line, and that one just becomes an opportunity that Luby cannot pass up. So 8 goals. You say we only have a little bit of time remaining, but they've been able to put up 8 in the first 3.5, a minute and a half, and it could be just as daunting to keep up with the offensive streaks both these teams are going through. Luby bumping Adverse. This is a 1-2 combo. Dalton looking for the aerial drop and dribble, but they do extend it, and it's looking to get a counterplay all the same.
Looking for that counterplay, and look at that team play. Samba and Adverse. Just a nice little carry up and over. Pass up, backboard down, and a beautiful double.
That was just so smooth. And 9 goals between these two teams. There's still plenty of time on the clock for more. We may be able to get double digits of totals, but that's a put off by Samba. Adverse trying to be able to find it. He has to accept these two. Nice quick juke step by Dalton, but you do have Nava filling the gap from behind. And now we're going to go out to the midfield line, and Dalton will hang out into the box. Luby getting pressured by Samba. Adverse does that against 2. Ghost doesn't have too much boost. Doesn't matter because no touch happens from Nava. They do call up Samba to fill the gap. 45 seconds remaining. Shot on target, and it will be the 10th to be able to get them a 2-digit lead.
Yeah, 2-digit lead for UTA. 2-digit scoreline across the board, as we've got 10 goals scored so far. As a far cry from what we've seen earlier today. Some really low-scoring games, and this one just a flurry of scoring. And it does just come down to those last moments of precision. Although Dalton doesn't want to say die quite yet, nearly finds a shot. Luby not able to find the pass. Dallas keeping this competitive. Tap down. Where's the finish? Dalton is there. 30 seconds to go, and they just don't stop scoring.
They don't. They do not. There's 11 goals in 4.5 minutes. It is chaos in Texas. Arlington, Dallas, they're not too far from each other. They're neck and neck all the same, both where the cities lie as well as where the schools are in this matchup. A half minute remaining. They got to make something good happen here in Dallas on the kickoff, looking for a chance, but that is a booming clear. Adverse to the other side of the pitch, looking to center it up. It will be slightly bounced, and that gives Luby enough time, enough space to get it to his teammates. They have 15 seconds to go.
And there was no one to receive on the opposite side of the field, as Adverse now with a quick dunk keeps this in the orange half, and UTD have to play so carefully and try and get this all the way across the pitch. They got to go post to post to tie this one up and try and bring it back. Drop from Adverse, kept alive for a second, kept alive once again, and downed by Samba. As, you know, they say everything's bigger in Texas, and UTA and UTD certainly shown us with the personality, with the scores, with the goals, all of it just huge going into our final group stage match of the day.
Yeah, this is, I think, combined between both these teams, we nearly had 30 shots. We had 11 goals. There's a lot of offense going on for these two teams. And it's not like there's not defense happening. It's just that it's happening so quick. So from the word go, there was a score. Adverse showcasing that they can get a hat trick and more for this squad. And of course, one of the biggest reasons that they are a weapon, not only on the bubble teams and more that they are able to be on, but also on this UTA roster. So the Mavericks starting off strong. We're going to game number 2. You know, this may be, maybe if they stay consistent, the only, at least one of the few matches that we see today that isn't a sweep, but UTD has proved me right.
Why are you going to say it? He's speaking into existence? Now it's not going to happen. You're going to cast or curse us already.
I mean, maybe, yeah. Sorry about that, everyone. It's a sweep. Sorry.
There we go. Is now Nava continuing that pressure, and Ghost barely able to clear. No, but I would like to see this one go a little longer, because UTD and UTA, they know each other. These teams are comfortable. They're friends in real life, but also they just practice against each other. They scrim constantly. Is now pass forward. Luby trying to find his teammate, unable to do so. And UTA keeping the pressure alive as expected.
Downtown Dalton over to Luby. That's a shot, and it will ring off the pipes and be able to ring and sing as Dallas's first lead over Arlington. It was a great pass, but just trying to find that space, it hits nearly every single part of the perimeter.
Yeah, it hit the entirety of the inside of that post. Fantastically done. A fantastic shot, as Luby really has been that difference maker, really has been doing the most for this UTD team as Adverse tries to find more. But remember, if you want to be like Luby and also just do more for yourself and your future, soldiers in the Army National Guard can serve part-time while getting their degree or working full-time. Accelerate your path and visit nationalguard.com. The next greatest generation is now, as Luby trying to be the next greatest player in Texas, as Adverse with a quick save, and Ghost able to keep this one dangerous.
Trying to guard off that net as best they can. The 1-2 strike combo, boom, top 90. 2 up on the board for the Comets. They are streaking both across this pitch and into the net. And that's just been the 1-2 buckle my shoe that's been working all day long when they get some free space and aren't challenged in the midst of their pass.
Yeah, 3-4, and they are shutting the door as UTD get their first 2-goal lead now of this set. And really, since facing FIU, of course, is now Samba wants to cut that in half and bring this back to a 1-goal game.
Just Nava with a great takeaway. What a challenge lane. Finds it kind of off the top of his car and is able to just drop it down Samba in that back corner and becomes a great response. So UTA starting to let, the Comets run away with it, but the Mavericks, they ride strong and quickly into a net that lets them cut this lead in half. But again, from distance, it's still Dalton to Luby, and that one just a little bit high.
Yeah, and I love that UTD are getting these midfield passes down, and UTA haven't been trying to disrupt them. Earlier in Game 1, they were relying on the chaos and just the back and forth for Adverse and Samba to allow their mechanics to shine. But now that UTD are a little more comfortable, these passing plays that are really, really well structured are giving them so much success, as now Luby might just be able to receive. Instead, a stinger across the midfield and just barely shut down by Luby.
Got a flip reset pogo to be able to make that one go, go, go. That one was just a margin of difference away from going behind the third defender. But Luby is going to try and set it up over to Dalton. I didn't recognize he changed cars, but he's looking pretty slick in that red. That one's going to be streaking all the way across the way, and Ghost will make this right back to a 2-goal lead at the midway mark of Game 2.
Yeah, not even sure exactly what happened here. Looks like it was just Adverse too far forward, a demo onto Samba, and then Nava nowhere to be found, as great recognition made the open goal happen, and UT Dallas are up by 2 at the halfway mark.
A little bit of physicality, especially on these demos, always makes your best plan just become null and void. Adverse, just need a little bit more boost from the rip, but that's going to be a rip to their initial shot. Samba, fake out, no one going for it. Luby will, aerial carry, and they'll be bumped out. The 2 minutes coming up. UTD has been able to play from ahead this entire game. And when, you were talking about the chaos has been just calmed and nullified, UTA really don't have an advantage, at least with all this quick 1-2 passing plays out in midfield.
Yeah, not much. They have had that advantage through those quick passing plays, but it's the mechanics that UTA want to leverage to their advantage, as Adverse with a double attempted, not quite on target, showing what UTA likes to go for. I wouldn't be surprised if, as this series continues, we don't see some clears out to Adverse or Samba and have them continue forward, as Samba to Nava, and now Nava back to Samba once again. They're doing a little dance between each other, but can't quite finish the job, as UTD keeping this one in the blue half. UTA need to strike soon.
Oh, that looks like they're at least setting themselves up on the width of this net, but above it as well ends up just arcing away. Nava's playing with a lot of time, gets a flip reset, is able to extend it, but ultimately Luby's just waiting and waiting, says, all right, man, that's really cool, but freestyling is for private matches, and you're looking like you're playing in silver. Lobby, adverse with a direct line. Oh, what a beat! That one goes to the opposite end. We're at 45 seconds left. Still down 2 are the Comets, or rather, the Comets up 2. And it looks like they may be able to coast, but they just have to keep that pressure moving forward.
Just have to keep that pressure moving and grooving as Samba can't quite receive, but Adverse just gets a nice little floater, and UTA keep it competitive with 34 to go.
Where'd they go? This is okay. Wait, ceiling. Okay, everyone just went for it. Dalton was already floating to the net. Nava gives him a "This is Rocket League," and everyone just kind of missed. So Dalton and Luby just can't be able to navigate that one. It gives a chance to the Mavericks. Arlington, right, can they be able to get back over to it? Nava, it will be challenged by Dalton, playing for the low side 50, playing for another 50. This will come out from a 45 angle, and getting right back to it too soon is going to be the Comets to disrupt. And now UTA will play from behind with less than 15 to go.
They're playing from behind, and now just 10 seconds to go. Indeed, Samba needs to make a save. It was off the post anyway, but now Nava keeping it up. Adverse wants the shot. A big whiff means that UTD just need to let this touch the ground. Luby should be able to do so, although Nava still with a touch. Dalton looks for the ground. It's still live. Samba out to Nava, and this continuation is dangerous for the Comets. Oh! What a shot! A stinger out of Samba as we go to overtime.
Oh my goodness, I thought they were just playing with fire, but they were the fire. Straight to Samba, all of it inch off the ground. It hits his hood, and we have 0-second, third point time. We go OT in the Battle of Texas.
And that, you couldn't write a way to go to overtime. That was a fantastic 0-second goal. It was just capped up for so long. UTD never able to ground it exactly how they wanted, and UTA just slicing it across Samba's hood. And there's nothing else to say, but that was perfection. As now Adverse wants to end this OT early, and UTD once again go to overtime off of a last-second goal when they had so much control. It's a flashback from Game 2 against Bruton Parker, and you don't want the same result as that.
Been able to win one quickly. Can they win a long one as well? And going against a rival, a brother-like opponent. It's tough to say if they can. Right now, we're kind of a neutral fighting as this one goes up on the upfield side. You have Samba on the back end. Nava's going to let him go. This one's going to go to the backboard. Good pickup as Luby sends it a mile down. Now he's left on in that third-man position. Dalton on the opposite side corner. Samba with this just strike on that is well fielded. They have 2 defenders, all 3 now on that goal line, and everyone is in recovery stature, but that means Dallas is way back looking for the counterplay to get set up.
Yeah, looking for that counterplay again. This is reminding me a lot of that Game 2 against Bruton Parker where UT Dallas just need to find one opportunity, and it is this back and forth. Neither team having too much possession, but still UTD, they've been keeping the pressure alive. Nava easily able to slow this ball down, but now Dalton with a little bit of an opportunity, as it is just a matter of who makes a mistake first, as UTA have been pretty flawless in this overtime on their defense, and same with UTD, with neither offense having quite that oomph needed to break through. As, here's the opportunity. Adverse with a shot. Adverse off the post. And 2 minutes come and gone. This overtime continues.
Nava actually got a bump to open up that gap, but it was Adverse that couldn't put it on target. It fell just short. So with 2:10 coming up, Ghost actually is going to be able to steal that boost away and force Mavericks to have to peel off. Shot will go wide, and Samba will be under duress for all of a moment, but they have a lot of boost back here by Adverse and Samba. So rather, Adverse and Nava, Samba, waiting out in the midfield, using that ceiling to their advantage. Get that flip back as Adverse. Handoff over to Luby. He's going to cut this corner, cut it tight. Samba goes up. That's a double commit. Shot is forthcoming. Looking for that double touch. Can't be found by Dalton. No boost. He'll have to go on a recovery rotation, and that'll be a big clear. He's going to be the first one to it.
And that was UTD's best opportunity that we've seen so far. That double commit left the goal pretty wide open, but it was such a difficult ball to respond to that no one on UTD had a clean shot, as now we enter our 4th minute of overtime as 3 have come and gone already. And Adverse once again just waiting for these big booms. Dalton avoids the mid-air bump, and that allows for UT Dallas's defense to continue. In the back line, Luby keeps this one clean, and it is just hanging on a razor's edge as the clock ticks down and continues to tick. It's 3.5 minutes here. Samba was the one who scored to take us to overtime, trying to finish it as well. Instead, it's just a big booming clear, and Adverse will take his time, pick up some boost, and look to break forward as a demo onto Dalton.
It's going to thin out this defense. Adverse is already in the opposite side corner. This one's hanging dangerously above the box, and Nava doesn't have much in the way of boost, so he's going to let it roll up and call up Adverse, who can't quite navigate that angle. They don't have much either. They're looking for that opposite side 100 corner. Nava, it's a pass, but it finds its way over into Dalton. This was the 404 mark that they ended up dropping against BPC. And guess what? 2 seconds later, it's the same result for UTD. UTA taking an OT.
And that is just so painful. UTD were playing so well for so long, and then there's this fantastic play out of UTA. Cannot take that away from them, but still, it was so close. And they were keeping it so close. And then Samba and Adverse just put together some trickery to get that goal. And the fact that it took a passing play like that to find that score just shows how evenly matched these teams are. But still, it's a 2-0 scoreline for UTA.
That was 25 shots. We were about 2 shots short of game number 1. How dare they? And it took OT for that to happen. But Nava puts on a redirect and a half down dunk. That was beautiful to watch. But you know, if you're the Comets, you just kind of wish that you hadn't made that big booming clear that you did at the final second of regulation play to give that 0-second play any kind of berth. So now it's a possible sweep. They scoffed when they said, or when you said it was best in the west of UTA. Well, they may have to bite back some of the laughter as UTD has to reverse sweep.
Exactly. But of course, here at CECC, we're not in the west. We're in the south. It's Texas, where it realistically is in the southern region. Showing up here is both of these teams want to try and be that titleist to come out tomorrow on Championship Sunday. But again, the seeding is what matters now, and we'll get one of those first round of 8 quarterfinal games after this series to see who continues on to tomorrow. As UTA trying to continue the trend that we've seen throughout all of groups, constant 3-0s, and instead UTD want to break that trend and secure themselves a better seed.
On the opposite side of our group stage play in this round, BPC was able to 3-0 FIU, so you will be coming out as that lower side seed, and right now it's about who comes out in the middle, second, and top of this group. There's a chance for a 3-way tie, only if UTD is able to win out over Arlington, or else it'll end up in a very mathematical and easy to decipher ending. But you know, chaos is still in front of us. Luby make the nice chips way into the corner. Doesn't have much in the way of boost. Does, in fact, though, steal that corner. But this is a lot of players up for the Comets as the Mavericks are trying to break out. Big takeaway by Dalton, and they get back to work.
Big takeaway. Now, Nava needing to find an answer, but again, this is reminding me a lot of what we saw in overtime, honestly. This feels like a continuation of that same game, where it is just pressure back and forth. No one able to have enough space to go for anything mechanical, but UT Dallas have been completely shut down in the midfield, and that's what gave them so much success in the last game. It was being able to use these midfield passes to their advantage, and now that UTA have started to really take over and be more chaotic in that midfield, it's been working out for them as they've had most of the offensive pressure, even though it's still 0-0.
Honestly, UTA have had a couple of chances where if they were maybe a car length or 2 back and maybe had 12 to 20 boost, they would have gotten 2 scores. It's that much pressure. But look at this bait. Samba rolls away from Luby. Shot will be wide. Adverse sent back flipping, but he knew that it was mostly secured from outside the pipework. Adverse looking for a 50 win. I thought that was a pass over to Nava, maybe Samba, anyone that ends in an A. What in the world's going on at the goal line? Samba finds a save.
Not sure what happened there, if I'm being completely honest, as it looked like UTD was about to have a scoring opportunity, but instead Samba just able to hold strong and get that one out of there. Is now a demo, and the quick counterattack means Nava puts UTA on the board.
Nava, grinder between the Samba and Adverse combo, but a big demo that opens it so wide. So when the net is vacated with less than 2 minutes to go, which, by the way, this game has just completely ran away in terms of time. There is not much left for UTD to get this one started.
Not a ton left to get it going, and Samba looking to put even more pressure down, 2 in the last 10 seconds out of the Mavericks.
Oh man, you had a statement maker on that shot from Nava. Whenever we looked at overtime, they get another off of a great team setup, and then Samba says, oh, the ball's coming, cool, backflip, bang, put it in, minute 50 to go. Comets, did they expend all the extra light that they had to burn, or do they have something else in the tank? You bet. Dalton comes in, top shelf, and they'll split this lead in half.
We have 3 minutes with no scoring, and then we have 30 seconds with 3 goals. What are these teams doing? It's these constant kickoffs, finding goal after goal, and I love that it's UT Dallas able to bring this one back, keep it within 1, reminding me of game number 1, where it was that constant back and forth and eventually reaching that tie. Now, of course, this isn't as high scoring, but still, UTD, the need to score to continue this series.
Samba right up underneath as Nava tries to go over top. Adverse waiting at the midfield line just to try and keep this one on the forward half. But look at this one. Caught out of position. That's on target. Samba and Nava not ready. You know, you're talking about how recently they're getting these scores. It takes forever for them to be found. And then in short succession, 40-plus-ish seconds, you get 4. We're tied at 2 apiece.
Yeah, nearly 70 miles an hour on that shot as it just stung across the defense. And they, as you said, were not ready for that kind of speed. And that power shot coming out of Dallas is now all tied up. A minute 10 to go. And we could be in another one of those golden goal scenarios. I said that in game number 1, and then we had 3 more goals go after I said that. But still, this game has been a lot slower, a lot more measured. And now Adverse trying to work with some space, shut down by Ghost as he's looking to continue that spookiness and wants to bring UTD away back into this game.
Seen the chaos. We've seen these teams be able to make comeback scores, 0-second plays, long OTs. How many checkboxes do we need to continue filling out? I think we nearly have every single one. Just a final stage win with 30 seconds coming up. Battle for Texas has not been one-sided, but it seems like it when you look at the series board. Samba with a turnover, looking to get it over to Nava from the outside angle. He gets full boost tanks, playing with a bit of off pace. Adverse and Samba will retreat, though. They're playing much more passive. Maybe we're looking for OT.
I don't know. Maybe they are looking for OT where they think that they can just slightly edge out UT Dallas in that war of attrition as we saw in the last game, or potentially looking for another one of those last-second goals because of how tight they can be. But now Nava, so far back, does just want to play safe, make sure that nothing goes down, as touch out to the corner is just going to be left by Adverse. We go to overtime. UTA won the first one, and now we'll see if UT Dallas can find the second.
Dallas trying to get themselves some better OT, but it's only short-lived ones that they've been able to profit from. Samba looking for a low side 50 off of his wheels, but Ghost in a one-on mini. High flick, pass over to Luby. Lubzy is going to be leaving it for Dalton. Dalton can't do much more than catch it, give it back to a teammate. Really pressure against the Mavericks is very much left to just a passing play. Nava to the back wall, maybe for the win. Oh, it's a big takeaway as that's going to be shut down by Ghost.
Some good interruption by Ghost, but now UTD leaving a little too much space. Good response from the defense, but a bigger demo out of Nava. Great space made. Dalton looks for the shot. Dalton finds it, and the curse of 3-0s is broken as UTD take game number 3.
Well, you know what? We have sweeps all day. Why not make it another one? But That one is actually not happening. 2T Dallas is able to find themselves a breakage in the carnage, in the chaos, and in the history. So it just had to be a counterplay the other way. And we go from 20 plus shots per game to 5? What? Like, well, okay, 10 total, but this one just as close. Actually, that's a fairly high percentage for what these guys are doing. So finally, Comets hit pay dirt. That's the first step towards victory, maybe forming a little bit of concern for the Mavericks, but we also jump right back in the fray. These two teams love playing each other, I swear.
Oh, absolutely they do. As Adverse looking to step forward and wants to strike first, is I know that the Mavericks, while they're okay with this not necessarily being a clean sweep, Adverse wants to punch their ticket in quick, want to top the group, and with an early goal will certainly look to do so.
Adverse just backing it up. Back it up. Much like our hero SpongeBob said, back it up, and able to get that backside corner 8 seconds in. Just put it in the box. See what hits. You know, sometimes a good shot is just one you tried and didn't know that you were going to put on target.
Exactly. Sometimes it just be like that, where you back it up and you find the shot. Is now Luby trying to get a redirect and actually winds up just going straight over to Ghost. Dalton doesn't get the power necessary, as that was a great idea from Dallas. As a quick counterattack, Samba isn't able to find the shot. Popped up. Where's the response? Nava doesn't go for the risky touch, and it is just going to be sent back to the sidewall as both teams reeling from that attack out of UTA.
UTA continues to put them into a whiplash sort of situation. Challenge after challenge. Adverse is called off by Nava, who's looking for a tackle. Maybe a flip reset to get to a double tap, but no. Now finds his way all the way to the backboard from distance. How is Adverse? He's able to slot it in. That finds 2 for Arlington.
Yeah, and look at this. Just a touch out and a power shot right back. Now that's the return to sender as it goes from the crossbar to the top of the net. 2-0 for UTA.
Okay, so we've seen the situation before, and then it was UT Dallas that was able to grind it out, get a couple goals, and ultimately we turned into an OT. So Dallas has been able to win a couple, lose a couple in the bonus time of Rocket League. Great aerial control. Nava calls off Samba, says, no, I can be able to extend this one. Adverse can't quite negotiate his time in the air very well, but Samba has no prisoners when it comes to taking this control out in open space. Nava, though, be able to boom it up. Samba looking for the drop down. Can't quite reach it to his undercarriage. The defense is left staying on the goal line. They have to be able to make a read. Nava will catch it, but that's all for a delay. This one will be cleared out.
And that was so close. As now up and down from Dalton keeps Dallas in this one, as Dalton has really been my MVP of this series so far for UT Dallas, finding the clutch moments just like this, a quick double tap to bring Dallas back into it.
Dalton really does seem like that guy that, I mean, Luby and Dalton have been kind of that 1-2 between each other, but Dalton has been a little bit more consistent, I think. I mean, we've seen both of them be just massive weapons for the Comets, but, I mean, interchangeably, I think that you have the slightest bit of difference. Dalton maybe is that bit. Nava will try to get it away from him. Luby trying to shut up my slight bit of bias, but sub 3 minutes to go. Mavericks currently in a defensive posture until Samba finds a great piece on that 50. Nava trying to lay it up, maybe backboard play. Have you noticed they've been going almost strictly solo plays? I mean, obviously shots from distance, but they're trying to open it up without the direct one-to-one shots.
Yeah, I have been noticing that they are trying to use misdirection to the best of their ability, or just not having any expectations, as Nava just takes advantage of some chaos on the goal line, brings it back to a 2-goal lead with half the game to go.
This one, it's a tough catch by Dalton. Luby was looking to boom it out, but as the one player that was going to get to the ball first, it's the reactionary touch by Nava that's able to be that difference maker. So this one looking a little bit more favorable for Arlington. As the Mavericks press up, midway mark of game number 4. First time we were able to say that today for reals. Is looking pretty good for UTA. And trying to put it through. This one just bouncing around, and Adverse trying to find his best way to get to it.
I was so confused with what was going down, and Adverse tries to turn it into a solo play. It was just 3 members constantly streaking across the goal line and no one able to score, as all 3 Mavericks are within this attacking third. So any strike out by UTD is very dangerous, but UTA have been keeping the control and preventing any shenanigans. Nava low on boost. Samba as well, and that results in a score for Luby as brings it back within 1.
Nava had a good idea for a split second until it was a bad idea. I'm not exactly sure why they tried to combo with Samba on that attack, because when they were rotating initially backfield to go to their net, that was the correct choice. Samba was already coming out of position, or out of the 3 to the 2. So bit of a brain fart. Turns into a sneaky bit of business, and that turns into a counterplay, and it's going to be a tying goal. Just when I think UTA is able to take a step away from UTD, Comets streak right back to a tie.
And this is what happens. Wasn't a midfield pass from UTD, but still the midfield player fielding one from Nava. Going to say thank you very much for that, as we're all even, 142 to go, and UT Dallas trying to put together this reverse sweep.
They've at least found the first piece, which is a Game 3 win. Game 4 has been a comeback and a half, but don't call it a comeback until you've made it happen. It goes up, down. Where's Samba? Nope, no dice. Adverse goes right back to it. Nava trying to be able to make a shovel dig and can't quite get there in time. Samba hanging out in this corner, and we'll keep that at least disrupted, but this could be for the other direction. What? It went to the post, in, out, and it hit a defender, I guess.
It looked like Nava got a tight touch around the corner, and that works out. Not sure why the save wasn't credited, because that looked 100% like a save to keep that one alive, but it was just dancing around the inside of the net, and nobody able to score, as UTD going to feel robbed off of that one, and now UTA want to finish this in regulation. We know how strong they've been in OT, but still, UTD got the last one. They're going to feel confident, as now a ceiling shot for Ghost just pings it off the ground, and will be sent right back over to the orange half.
Nava on a solo extension. Will we find yet another OT for this battle between the Metroplex of cities, Arlington, Dallas? Not quite Fort Worth on the UTA side. It might as well be. If you ever lived there, you know what I'm talking about. Ghost trying to get it through. That's a freebie on a demo. Nava clears out Ghost, sends them straight back to the graveyard. They'll be haunting them for a while. Ghost waited too long to be able to get in contention with this ball. If you can't collect it, it's going to head straight to your box, and that's going to become a score.
Yeah, just a little bit of panic, and I think Luby diving across the goal line too quickly, not waiting, where if he just held it back post for a second, then there might have been a way to save that, but instead it is just adverse with control, and now 10 seconds to go for UTA to finish the job. They just need to keep this one out of their own net, and with this passing play will certainly do so as it starts to get knocked down. Looks for the double to finish it off, and that would have been another goal for good measure, but still UTA picking up the series. Even though it was a 4 series, it wasn't a 3-0, and UTD put up quite the show.
Oh, they did. This was a great matchup, and of course these two squads are basically brothers in arms, as good as friends as they can be, and also share a very close proximity to each other in terms of schools. So the rivalry is real, the friendship is real. And what's very real is there was a lot of shots and points put up in this series, and we were finally able to escape it. But we're gonna escape from this right here, this moment, because we're gonna go to a break. We're gonna be getting ready for a nice interview with a Maverick that will be riding up to meet us. Don't go anywhere unless you gotta, but we'll be right back.
Definitely more of a competitor. Ever since I was young, like I remember playing like board games with like friends or something. I think I was waiting for them to play, and I think some of them were playing like just like house rules or whatever, and I was like really young, and it like made me upset. I'm like, you guys aren't playing it the right way or whatever. But like I've always been a competitor, but at the same time, like you have to have fun, because if you're only a competitor and you're only competing and it's all seriousness, like it's there's like a limit to that. So like you have to have fun. So definitely both, but I definitely lean towards the competitive sides of things. So I like optimizing things and seeing the best thing you can do. Because it all started out with like it all started out with it just being fun, because when I was younger I played different games, and I originally just played them for fun, and I played them all the time, but I played them so often and I got so good at them to the point where it just started to naturally lean into the competitive side of things, and I was so good to the point where I was like, oh, okay, what can I do to make myself like better, and how can I see this as like something I can improve at? So it kind of made like a transition a little bit, but so it's both.
If you were to give someone advice who may be looking into joining an esports team, but they're kind of on the fence, what would you tell them?
My advice would be to really like think over what they're looking for, like in not only in the collegiate esports team but in school as well, and like see like exactly does this line up with what they really want, and just to figure out what they really want and if it's going to be a good decision, you know, from like a scholarly standpoint and from like a financial standpoint, because there's a lot of things to consider. You know, like I thought it over a lot before I realized, okay, yes, this is a really good decision, I should go for this, you know. So that's something that should be considered. And also like the time frame as well, because if you commit yourself to a collegiate team, it could potentially be a long time, you know. So just consider it and think through like all your options, and don't ever make it like don't ever make a decision just off like an emotional reaction or anything like that. Just like think it through, I guess.
So for you personally, how many hours do you think you game a week?
That's a good question. It's actually way less than it used to be, but before I would be putting in probably several hours a day into Smash. But about a year ago, I was like really grinding it and put a lot of effort into it. But lately, like my priorities have shifted just a little bit, just because there's other things I need to focus on. Like I started working again recently and stuff like that. So it's taken a little bit of a backseat, but it's always something I focus on. So like, even though I'm not necessarily playing all the time right now, I still try to get at least 30 to 60 minutes in a day, but I've been really busy lately, so it hasn't been looking like that lately. But if I'm not doing that, then there's still other stuff that kind of goes into it. Like I do a lot of research on mentality stuff and like stuff like meditation and stuff. So if I'm not gaming or whatever, there's still other things that I feel like is going towards my improvement at the game.
Could you expand a little bit on like meditating and how that helps you?
Yeah, so with a game like Smash, it can be like really volatile, and one of the reasons why I pursued Smash is because, well, I've always liked it since a young age, but also it's always been like really challenging. Like Smash 4 came out, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna start competing with Smash 4, and I started playing it. For whatever reason, when I started playing it, like I realized that I was getting frustrated, you know, like I was like kind of getting a little bit angry, and like anger is something I don't really feel very often, so it was kind of like a challenge for me. I'm like, okay, this is really challenging, this game is really hard, I want to figure out how to do this, like I want to challenge myself. And that was a lot of reason why I did that in Smash. Just like some other things, like it can be comparable to kind of like chess and tennis in a way, with like mentality aspects. And I used to play tennis in high school, and I was never really like super good at it, but I was really into it whenever I was playing for some reason. And there was a lot of frustration in that too back in high school when I played. So it was figuring out how to manage that frustration and how to like get it under control and actually channel it into something useful. Because one of my goals is always to be like, I want to be like a calm and collected person when I play, you know. Like, even though I'm an emotional person, I can be an emotional person because I'm passionate and I care a lot about it. But that's kind of where the meditation comes in, because it lets you kind of be more like at one with yourself and in your emotions and how you feel and stuff like that, and also just kind of eases your mind a bit. And it can really help in those situations. Like if you practice meditation and then you're in game and you're playing, and there's a situation where it's like super high tense situation, it can kind of give yourself the advantage, because you might be a lot more calm than your opponent if you do practice stuff like meditation. And it just has a bunch of other benefits as well, because with something like Smash, I try to be like the best I can be in game and like out of game. I think there's a lot of factors that go into it, and I feel like if I improve everything that I can to the best of my ability, then it gives me like the highest chances to win in the game.
I know you speak about frustration and anger, but what about nerves? Do you get nervous?
Every now and then I definitely do get a little bit nervous. A lot of the things, like my nerves I kind of quell at this point, because I've been playing for like so long, where it's like if I go to a tournament and I sit down, it's just me in the game, like it's just me in the match. That's the goal, and it's just trying to learn and just play what's in front of me, you know. But sometimes there are a little bit of nerves, like for example in Vegas, because I'm not very often playing on like big stages. Sometimes it's smaller tournaments, and at Vegas it was a bigger stage and there's a lot more people watching, so it was a bit more of a unique situation that I wasn't always in, and there was a little bit of nerves there, although it was a bit under control. But I think I definitely have the nerves mostly under control. And if there's a new situation like the stage one, I feel like just having more experience with that kind of stuff kind of help quells it. And also it's just because there's also other methods too, like telling yourself like, uh, like self-affirming stuff. I'm this is what I do. I'm just gonna go up there and play the game and do my best. And telling yourself that kind of stuff helps with nerves a lot too. So.
As a coach, do you tell those things to the people that you're coaching as well when they're nervous?
Yeah, I try a lot to practice what I preach, and I do in my coaching. There's a lot of mentality coaching too, because I feel like I feel like it's a really interesting part of the game and just a part of life too. And I feel like it's not something people focus on a lot with coaching. I feel like a lot of coaching, they're focusing on technical aspects, in-game aspects. Like what can you do in this situation that could be better. But sometimes like mentality comes first, and they're not going to be able to make those steps and make those leaps without like making a change in their mentality first, or at least trying to make an improvement somewhere there. And there's a lot of different like perspectives for it. But yeah,
I really admire your mindset. That's really cool. A lot of the gamers that I've talked to are like aggressive. It's really cool to hear that. Switching gears a little bit, how do you feel about the CECC? What do you think about it, and do you think your team will go to Atlanta?
so far I think it's been good. It's been fun, and I do think there's a very high chance we would go to Atlanta. With my mentality, like I was talking about before, sometimes I just go into it and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna do my best and I'm gonna play, and that's really what comes down to it. But I am really confident in our team's ability. I think we have a really good set of guys that put a lot of work into it. So I'm very confident that we would likely go to Atlanta. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, and it just go from there.
Well, those are all the questions I had. So is there anything else that you want the world to know about you, or anything that you would like to end with?
I don't know, for anyone watching, like just try to find like a balance like in life, and try to find like who you are truly, and like follow that passion. Because just for like reference, I worked somewhere for 3 years, and then I felt like I wasn't being called to work there anymore, and like Smash was something I always cared about and always wanted to do. So I quit work, and with the money I had saved up, I pursued Smash for like a year and a half, and like that phase just kind of ended. And I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all. Like I wasn't like making a lot of money through it, but it was something I was passionate about, something I wanted to do, and I'm really glad that I did it. And I hope that other people can consider like following their passions like that, but also with proceeding like with caution, doing what is available to them, and just finding like who they are and what makes them happy, I guess.
Thank you so much again for your time and doing this interview with me. I really appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you for having me.
Well, my name is Darian Wheeler. I'm a junior at Cornell College, and I play for the Overwatch and Smash Ultimate team there. I also play football, and I enjoy playing Ultimate Frisbee as well.
Wow, how do you have time for all that?
I have no idea.
Just gotta prioritize, right?
Yeah.
So how long have you been playing Overwatch and Smash, you said?
Overwatch, I started playing the summer before I came to Cornell, which was in 2019. And since then, I've gone from bronze to master's ranking just by being on the team. In Smash, I started when the game first came out, but I haven't played the game competitively until around the end of last year.
And what made you want to start competing?
At the time, our esports coach, we just started getting into like big tournaments and stuff. And so we went to a tournament where one of the PGR, one of the top 50 players in the world, was appearing, and we played him, and it was not pretty. It was, we got stomped into the dirt. And so that I didn't like that. So I said, you know what, I'm gonna get better. I'm gonna play better, and I'm gonna figure out how to beat someone like that. So that was not fun.
And what have you done to get better at the game? Like, what kind of strategies do you use?
We have weekly practices. We have Monday, Thursday, and Friday. We practice. I play by myself, of course. I go to tournaments, and from these tournaments against good players, I take the film that I get and I VOD review it, learn what I could have done better, and figure out things like positioning, usage of abilities, that type of thing.
So, what do you think about your team? How does it feel to be a part of an esports team? And do you guys all get along? Are you guys friends?
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. If we're all in the room together, we're just joking around. Which sometimes makes it hard to practice because it's very hard. It's hard to get serious when it's really goofy like that. But I love being on the team. This was like one of the reasons I stayed on the esports team, because we had a director change. Despite the director change was because I just love the team.
That's really good. You guys support each other and all that. That's awesome. You said you've gone to competition and stuff. Well, how often do you think you game a week? How many hours do you think you play a week?
Maybe over 24, maybe 30 hours. It's a lot of time.
You play Smash and Overwatch. Which one do you like better and why?
I like Smash better. Fighting games have always been my thing before shooters, so that's part of it. And I'm much better at Smash than I am at Overwatch. Overwatch is more of a team-based game, so your individual performance matters a lot less. But Smash, everything that you do, it's all on you, so you can always improve on that.
And I know you've been to competitions and stuff before, but do you still get nervous when you're about to compete, or are you pretty confident?
Oh man, yeah, I get nervous still. It's
Welcome back, everyone. You've seen group stage play for the CECC South Regional, but now we get to the big time. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside J Turbo. We have been your masters of disasters, your MCs that have seen everything that you have seen, but it's now down to single elimination bracket stage play. Turbo, we're getting ready for the Elite 8. Well, the 8 that were here in the first place. So it's the quarterfinals, that goes to semifinals, that ultimately goes to a grand final. And the first one that we're being treated to is a team that, well, we're very familiar of, and that's the Mavericks of UT Arlington. They're going to be taking on the Knights of UCF, Knights Rising. Rising didn't start off the day with much, but, they've been able to get here, so now they have to face off against a very strong squad.
Yeah, very, very strong squad. I think they were forced to FF their first game against West Florida, and then went 1-3 up against IRSC, and then 0-3 against their sister team in UCF Academy, and now we're running up against the top seed from Group B in UTA. But this Knights Rising team, they're the only squad we haven't seen today, but they're also the only squad we've seen to have taken a game off of IRSC. So that is a statement to some of their individual ability. When we're going into this game, we just saw UTA. We know how everyone is a threat. Adverse, Nava, Samba, all of them can just run up to you and go crazy. But for this UCF Knights Rising team, you're really going to want to look out for Scully. Definitely the player to watch for this squad.
Yeah, if you do not keep your eye on them, then they're going to be able to run away from you. But even more so, I mean, we saw that every single player can make an impact from this Mavericks team. So is Scully gonna be enough? Are they the tip of a spear that's sharpened deep enough and chiseled to just a fine point to be able to get beyond the ultimate shield that is really just made of multiple swords and spears? Honestly, the pointiest thing you've ever seen out of UT Arlington. They're coming out as number 1 seed from Group B for big reasons. And again, yes, this is the only team we haven't seen today. So welcome to the stream, UCF Knights Rising. Let's kick it off.
Welcome in, Knights Rising, as we've got, as of course said, Scully, Sir Fruit Bowl, and lost the name of the last one, but still, very strong team. UCF, you got to respect all their members, all fantastically talented, and of course, UTA, we just saw them, Nava, Samba, and Adverse, and of course, to round out UCF Knights Rising, we got Bren.
Hey, it's a simple name, simple man, simple ideas. The player that's going to try and take on the complexity that's in front of them. It was UTA that had to play against their brother school, and there was brotherly love and antics the whole way down. But right now, early pressure. Nava's going to give that one away as Adverse tries to clear the deck by getting a bump onto the near side post defender. Does not happen. Samba will stretch backwards, and that is Scully. You would call them out. They're kind of an initiator right now to get some extra space, but Adverse does the exact same thing for their squad.
Yep, Adverse and Scully going to be a battle of those two front men, so to say. Although, it's going to be a question of how the rest of UCF can step up as well. We're seeing a lot of aggressive challenges out of Scully, and Bren and Sir Fruitbowl sort of been playing that third man, taking a little bit more time, a little bit more relaxed, and now just Adverse on the goal line, gonna have to get past, crossed over with Samba, as Bren unable to find the response. A quick touch, and Nava will open things up.
Finally, it took nearly a minute and a half, and that one, is one of the longest stints I've seen UTA not be able to get a more lethal shot. But that 1-2 becomes an 81-mile-an-hour ding-danger that'll go into the net swiftly, and so that will be the opening volley that gets us opening score for UTA.
Yeah, and now UTA very comfortable when they're ahead, as we see a bit of a ceiling pass across, but just too much space given over by Bren as Adverse tries to get the flat side of the car to find its way to the back side of the net, and instead it is just going to be continued pressure from UTA, feeling hot off their game with Dallas, and Bren just barely keeping the Knights alive for now as a quick counterattack possibility shut down by Adverse.
I swear the recovery rotation speed of UTA is just, it's too fast. You should get a speeding ticket in Rocket League for how quick you're able to get back. It's almost first killer of FaZe Clan like. It's very swift. So they're able to make sure that anything that could be punishable on their aggressive rotations is in fact not. The midway point coming up here of game number 1. Remember, in these rounds of quarterfinals and semifinals, it's still best of 5. So everything they just did before intergroup stages seeded them here, but it's the same format for the most part. Sir Fruitbowl catches the midpoint crosshair, but there's way more boost in the form of Samba, and that's going to be a setup maybe to a third man in Nava.
Exactly, is playing towards that third man, playing towards that continued reset of passing as Adverse wants to bring this one around. Nice little ground pinch, but is still just stolen away. Is now Bren in a 1v1 situation. Sir Fruitbowl for the relief. Instead, it's Nava to get past both. Continue this pressure alleviation, although this isn't the high-flying, high-scoring we saw out of UTA in their game 1 against UTD. It's just been one to separate these two squads, and as I say that, another scoring opportunity, and Samba just pushes it past the goalie.
I want to know what speed this one in at. 10 miles an hour. I thought it was even less than that. Samba was able to force it through, but it was just a roller. Scully was just that close to being able to get back to it and full stop Samba. But Samba's never full stop. He's go, 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 go. Gotta go. Chasing every car that they can. Like a dog, but just looking for a bumper to bite. Sub 2 minutes remaining. UTA up 2.
Exactly. Samba's just gotta dance. As now Scully trying to send it forward as Scully and Samba, a couple of S names running into each other, bumping each other out. As I want to see the side of Bren and Sir Fruitbowl look for a couple of these demos, because UT Arlington really succeeds when they can use their team play to their advantage, unless it's Samba just once again bringing it forward. He hears me talking about teams and says, no, shut up, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, there's no reason for the team. I'm the tip of the nose, baby. Talking about spears, I'm the longest one. I'm the pointiest one. I'm gonna be able to find a corner like I can there. So 3-0. I don't think he has a southern accent like that, but maybe he does. I'm not sure. He is in Texas. So sub 90 seconds and UCF Knights rising. They are currently falling. A big save as that one will fall away. One player that I think has maybe gone a little bit more soft-spoken, at least in terms of their overall performance, and wasn't known before. Scully's great, but Bren is really a shining light that is really getting the repetitions in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say, Bren has certainly been showing up for me this game, has been creating quite a bit of space, has been taking it to UTA. Scully been pretty silent so far, where I was expecting him to be a little bit louder. I was expecting that off of that win against IRS, he was probably a really talented individual performance, looking for some of those individual plays, but instead it has just been all Bren finding opportunities, alleviating pressure, and taking it to the defense of UTA and making them sweat for a few moments, at least in the first half, as now it has just been all UTA after that 2.5-minute mark.
They really love to grind down their opponents if they can. A big aerial bump play set up. Samba does get a demo onto Scully, but that's stolen aside. Scully gets 2. Bren is part of it. Looking for the flip reset to double. Can't quite get it. Nava says, I'm here. Cleans it up. Becomes 4 with just over a quarter of a minute to go.
Just a quarter of a minute to go, and that's going to seal the deal, as you said. And now UCF Knights rising. We know that this team is definitely someone that you have to respect, but still the bottom seed out of Group A, which we already saw all of these teams being quite competitive, except for IRSC really standing far and away that best squad coming out of that group.
3 seconds. The Knights, they are right now having to just match up to a speed that they haven't seen since IRSC. Got to be able to stand up where they can to try and match to that pace. But it is Arlington that continues this lethal run. One shot. That one was found by Scully. 12 to the side of UTA. That is definitely a difference maker when you bring the ball upfield. Can't really ever put some threats to the net, and UTA just kept bearing down upon them.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we never saw out of UCF. We never saw those carries up the sidewall turn into shots. We never saw these midfield breakout attempts turn into more than just a bump that would happen later on down the road. As UTA, a very convincing game one, keeping all of that control, as it was pretty close for that first half of the game, just separated by 1 goal for most of it, but Adverse wants to prevent that and just score within the first 7 seconds.
He said, "You guys are talking about Samba too often. Let's talk about me. Where's the me at? It's right here." Nice shot too, because both defenders were just streaking from behind to try and stop it, and was able to just slot it kind of between and in front, right where they were unable to make it to. So early leads have dictated the pace of play, and a putback, and the heart-shaped waifu comes out as Sir Fruitball is able to tie us up within just a few seconds.
And just a nice little power shot off of the wall right towards that corner. Samba not fast enough, and good read off the kickoff. We're all evened up. It's basically the game starting over once again, just 12 seconds less.
Oh, and maybe another? No, I thought Adverse almost powered slid a little bit too far. So, okay, UCF can find moments of opportunity to pounce upon, and Sir Fruit Bowl gets one back. I wonder what majority of fruit ends up in that fruit bowl. There are correct answers to this query, but I'll let that happen later. Adverse actually gets a flip reset. It does not continue that play, as this one will streak out for the Knights.
We'll streak out, and I just wonder what they can do to try and crack into this defense. Again, their only goal so far has been off of just a reaction off the kickoff, a little bit of luck, if you will, as it was well placed from Sir Fruit Bowl, sure, but it wasn't necessarily structured. It wasn't a solo play. It was a stinger that you were able to take advantage of because of how players start their kickoffs. And now it still has been primarily UTA with the possession, with the control, as good interrupt from Scully, but where's the follow-up? Sir Fruit Bowl with a nice continue. Bren as well, set up for the double, not able to do much with it, and Adverse will carry this one forward.
Scully's going to have to wait on the rotation, gets a full boost pad. Look at Adverse all the way in the corner, just waiting from that sidewall. That actually is a feed to Bren, which is a dangerous individual, especially with Sir Fruit Bowl in front of him like a bulldozer they are. Scully looking to just extend this as best they can, but through the first 100 seconds of play, we're still tied. The first couple of scores came in the first, 12 seconds of play? So we've used all of 12% of that beginning. UT Arlington, redirect forthcoming. We've seen Nava be lethal in that capacity. Nice passing play. It's going to be slowed down as it is caught at the top of the box and more. Bren trying to climb that ladder, and again, it's boomer ball for Arlington as they're just forcing the Knights to be stymied on their approaches out, but they do find some open field space.
Yeah, and when we looked at that last drive, there's another one materializing for UTA, but all 3 Knights were just caught in the box. And this is a statement to how UTA just applies so much pressure. Now there's actually no one on the back line. Where's the double attempt missed by Sir Fruit Bowl? And what could have been a real opportunity for UCF to try and take a lead goes by the wayside.
So on the toss on, a big undercut by Sir Fruit Bowl. That one was keyed up to bounce in. Nava was looking to slow play this one. It's a double in the making, but no, unable to make that read from Scully. So they'll go hacking as there was no defenders there. Really tough to make that read in transition like that. Sir Fruit Bowl, great win over Adverse, but Nava fills the gap from behind. We're at the 2-minute mark here, Turbo, and then this is a much better setting for UCF. You called up that they were able to take one off of IRSC, so it's looking like they at least could make this challenge one-on-one. Talk about a challenge. Bren is able to juke them right out of their shoes and leaving their axles behind. The Knights grab a lead.
And Bren really stepping up for this Knights Rising team, as is just able to take that little 1v1, dive past the defense, and Nava, you can see him on the pitch just sort of stuck, just like, yeah, you beat me. And now it's up to UTA to find their way back in. It has been mostly their pressure, but still, both sides were getting a little desperate as, oh, we've got a rule 1 between, I believe that's Bren and Samba. Now it's going to be a 2v2 Nava and Adverse up against Scully and Sir Fruit Bowl. As who's got the better 2v2 skills? It's looking like it might have been UCF for a moment, but some great recovery out of Nava.
Oh, Nava. I think either of these teams have the type of teammates that can fit into a 2v2, but Bren is pretty good. So taking him right out of the works. Sir Fruit Bowl works into that 3v3 capacity. Scully, he's going to treat this exact same way all of my teammates do whenever I play twos. And they'll say, all right, let me run forward and you stay back. Now Fruit Bowl comes up late. Good deflection. They're going to try and play this wide. I like that they're playing it not just for where this ball is bouncing, but also to get away from that locked-in rule 1. And it becomes a good goal for Scully as the Knights extend their lead. Respect across the board.
Respect across the board, indeed. UCF find this goal, but still UTA were the team who forced, I think, 2 Rule 1s in their world sets. So really showing that they are dedicated to that, showing that they respect Rule 1 above all else. As now, with just a minute left, UTA need to find a response, else this goes to an even series, as UCF Knights Rising showing how they took a game off of IRSC and looking to do so against the Mavericks as well.
Bracket has Knights of both school or of the same school, both on the same side of it. So it'd be interesting to see if that plays out into this kind of elimination obstacle. But right now, it's just going to be a venture towards a possible tie. Samba looking for the pickup. 20 seconds is remaining, and we've seen Arlington score in a hurry, but the defense being of keen mind and focus for UCF, that's all they got to do, and they're doing it well with that bang all the way downfield.
Bang downfield, and no one's able to tap that one quite in for a 4th goal, although maybe Sir Fruit Bowl will get the finisher. 4-1 score line in this game, as this is a completely different Knights Rising than we saw in Game 1. Not shut out, not held to only 1 goal, instead setting the pace, finding 4 goals, and making UTA scramble during pretty much the entire second half of this game.
Yeah, and so this is a different look we sent out of UTA. It was similar to what we saw as a finisher with UTD, their brother school, but this time around, it is Knights Rising that do rise to the occasion, and with about 9 shots to 6, they did it efficiently as well. So, okay, again, I think I asked this like way at the beginning of the entire broadcast. We see teams come back against expectedly better teams, and at that time I was like, okay, is it flukish? This one seemed like Knights Rising met the pace of UTA. Do we expect a major bounce back where they just do the same thing unto them that they received here in Game 2?
I think it's possible, especially with what we saw out of UTA, where if their solo plays aren't working, then they just jump into the midfield, and you'll see Adverse and Samba just receive these booms downfield, have these lethal counterattacks, but instead Scully just too fast on the kickoff. UCF start things off hot.
Starting to believe that it's for real skis. Nava and Adverse just go a little bit too soon, and Scully recognizing he's got a bit of good fortune as well as opportunistic positioning. Also, that spooky goal, that's pretty great. I love Saw, so shout out. Good stuff.
Oh, yeah. Gotta love that goal. Gotta love the collab.
Yeah.
As now, Arlington behind early and not where they're used to being, as Bren with another follow-up. Very well done.
Backboard of Reed will be there. Oh, it is short of the post. It's able to hit it straight on the front face, and Adverse is usually the one that's able to take that to the house and more. It wasn't exactly their toughest, but a long aerial carry also will hit the perimeter. Old Ironsides playing as the 4th man in favor of in favor of UCF, and opposite, it's a paid game. UCF is able to use the opposite side, and the post says, "I got you, buddy," and clangs it in.
Oh, man, and UCF, we are on upset alert. people, up 2-0 in just 38 seconds against UTA. Remember, both teams took a game off each other. This is a best of 3. Whoever wins gets on match point. Nava says no more. We're stopping the bleeding and we're finding one back.
Scully just couldn't quite be able to get to that midpoint touch or be able to get back to Nava. So get one away. We've seen a lot of high scoring inside of early terms when it comes to these games. UTA is very kind of streaky at times. It seems like they'd be the more dominant squad overall, but I'm very happy to see what UCF is currently putting on the table. We saw flashes of brilliance out of Bren, and we've now been able to see a full composite of good teamwork from all 3 players. Scully takes it from the pancake touch by Sir Fruitball. Look at this, just taking away from Nava.
Oh, man, and Nava actually uses a secondary backboard to bounce that ball off of keep it dangerous, and UCF keeping their 2-goal lead. This reminded me a little bit of Game 1 of UTG versus UTA. High flying, high scoring, and we wouldn't have it any other way.
No. If you have it other ways, it'd just be boring. This is, for real skis, the most fun way to see Rocket League. It keeps you on the edge of the seat, and you get concerned because it becomes tough to be able to keep up what is going right and what is going wrong. Right now, UTA is not dealing with the adversity very well that the Knights are able to put up into them, and UCF has been able to at least posture for continuing to have the Mavericks uncomfortable on their own back half. So you keep with that mindset, you are able to just make your opponent uncomfortable, who is more used to getting challenges and making their own opponents uncomfortable. But it's UTA that's able to get at least one and keeps us a 1-goal difference.
Yeah, able to find one back. Not entirely sure what happened there, as now, quick touch up by Samba. Sir Fruitball is not in position to find the shot, so at the very least, UTA keeping this within 1, and big miss from Scully, still picked up by Bren, has certainly been that difference maker in my mind, whenever there's a hole in the UCF defense, it's Bren. Whenever there's that one extra touch that's needed for a pass and can turn into a goal, it winds up being Brennan. While Scully's been able to pick up 2, it's still been off of this setup, and the team play is what has allowed UCF to find their way back into this set.
You know, I like high-scoring games, but it also makes you understand how long a game feels whenever you are just seeing continuous replays, and that we're only 2 minutes into game number 3. Match point available to the victor going into this one, but as great as it is to see offense kicking up, you want to see the defense also find a good level of approach. Samba to the back wall, good control to bring it there in the first place. Sir Fruitball, chip shot into the corner. This will actually go into a great spot for Bren, who has a flip reset. No, he's not able to really utilize it, and this is adverse, and Samba 1-2 goes to the backboard. He can't quite bring that flick down.
And the crossbar has really been against UTA this game, 100% favoring UCF. We saw 1 goal go in by the post. We saw 2 denied from UTA. As you see a couple of things go differently, UTA's got a convincing lead. Instead, it's UCF still up by 1, and now Scully continuing this pressure.
A nice little level into the box. Samba will streak from right to left across it just to make sure that no one can crash through and get a shot on, be it a dunk or otherwise. Adverse will be that third man telling Nava they got to escape, but that is going to be a great challenge to take away that would-be lethal opportunity to tie this one up. Sub 100 seconds to go. Redirect. Nava's not on target, but they extend it to the sidewall. Samba again. It goes perimeter, and it finally bends against the post. They put so many dents into it. We're tied at 3.
And Adverse, oh my goodness, I saw Samba miss that shot, and I was worried once again. I was like, UTA, not again. You can't just get shut down by the crossbar. But instead, it's going to be Adverse using the post to their advantage, finding an opportunity. Fruit Bowl not able to get the recovery once or the speed needed to find an opening goal, as we're all tied up, minute and a half, and we know how UTA can clutch up, but UCF have still been able to find and create opportunities out of nothing, really squeezing water out of stones sometimes when they need to. As we saw in last game, they had less shots than UTA. They had less possession, but were still able to come out with the win.
For Fruit Ball, you make that tackle and slow things down. Do we see another OT? UTA seems to love OT. I guess. Why not? Just consistently find themselves in bonus Rocket League. They play the game they love, and they love the game they play. Bren with a takeaway, but it really just delays what could be the inevitable of an opportunity by Adverse, and it's a dart through traffic by Nava, and UTA finally find themselves in control.
And Nava doesn't want to go to OT. Samba or Adverse, maybe they get a little more time to show off their mechanics, but Nava just clean and clinical there. And it was so rough. I see Sir Fruit Bowl just backing up in the net, and it is always a bad sign if you're having to pump your brakes and go into reverse, as another near opportunity shut down by Scully. But still 30 seconds, and these Knights have got to rise to the occasion and find an opportunity to bring this one back. Otherwise, it is going to be UTA with match point.
Samba will play it slow, at least chip shot it to that backboard. Not able to level it with a touch is Scully. 15 seconds remaining. Adverse chasing this one down from side to side. You can't let these untouched balls go around for free. You got to be able to get back to him. Arlington is controlling this push. One extra. Sir Fruit Ball. Is anyone near enough? You have Scully. Keeps it aloft. Maybe 0-second time. Arlington has seen this before. They've done it themselves. They've written the rule book on it. Oh, an OB. UTA that's able to get to match point. UCF Knights rising. They're all of one extra degree away from maybe giving us a game-tying overtime sending goal.
Yeah, and Bren just a little too far forward to try and notch that one in. I think if Bren was a little bit slower on the approach, there's a world where that goes in and we go to overtime. But instead, it is UTA bouncing back from game number 2. But still, most of that game was under UCF's control. So it's a statement of how UTA are starting to falter, but also how UCF are really playing up to their opponents, and how bottom of Group A, still a formidable opponent.
Yeah, this is this a whole holistic view of what this South CECC regional is able to provide. They got here for a reason, able to top their groups through qualifiers and through the early rounds in the bracket qualifier. Well, they're right back to the same format, longer games and series of best of 5s, but this one now is all the marbles. You want to be able to get to that semifinal into tomorrow, well, then you got to beat the Mavericks of UTA. This is your moment to force a Game 5. We've not seen one of those tonight. This will be the second time we've gotten to a Game 4 here live on stream, and I want to know if the Knights are able to dig deep and be able to take on one of the best teams in this entirety, including some that might say even CRL, but, you know, they're always fighting for that seat of control. It really feels like they were reeling, but it doesn't feel like this is the type of team that lets that kind of pressure affect them in UTA. We go to the first 5 minutes. Well, maybe the last 5 minutes of the day.
Exactly, as this is our final set of the day. One game out of the round of 8. As we started the day with 8 teams, we will end the day with 4 and come back tomorrow for more. As UCF, a couple of shots, none of them able to find purchase. And it is UTA surviving for this opening 30 seconds.
Verse is a 1v mini, just like he likes it. Able to get a flip reset. No one there earlier as Samba comes in a step 2. And keeping up, UCF is trying to be able to do even more with it. All the way back down. UCF Knights kind of stuck on their own back half early in the first minute of play, which is about to tick off the clock.
Yeah, we're about to finish up that first minute as Bren and Scully with an opportunity are just going to find that score and are the first to strike, as this is just a moment where UTA, Nava, and Adverse are together and there's no one on the back line.
So a nice redirect. They punish when they can. Arlington often overcommits themselves positionally. So the Knights, they're playing a little bit more measured of an approach where speed is the name of the game and execution is the same. UCF wants to try and do something even more. Great counterplay, a second by Scully.
And this is really big to have UCF starting off so strong, and just off of some great passes between Bren and Scully. I've been very, very impressed with Bren. We've seen him improve and continue to show up all series. And while UTA have match point, we have to remember this is a team that was top 8 at the Commissioner's Cup last May in Atlanta. And for them to potentially, fall to at the very least Game 5 against the bottom of their opposing group, a B or C team from UCF, that would be a real statement to this squad and a statement to Knights Rising and how far they've come as a roster. as now Sir Fruit Bowl shut down, and there's continued pressure by UTA. They want to answer back, and they want to do it soon, but a beautiful save by Bren keeps the Knights going and a quick counterattack.
That ball was about just nearly halfway in, but it's now all the way out, and that's what matters the most. UTA, they were fighting against 4 different people when it came to their offense before, as Old Ironsides kept them off. But Adverse says this one's easy. Dropped away. Who kind of gave it up? It was Fruit Cup, or sorry, Fruit Bowl. My apologies. You're a Knight. Sir Fruit Bowl to you. Oh my goodness. Mr. Sir, like Lord PhD Dr. Fruit Bowl, is just kind of gives one away though.
Yeah, and that's just unfortunate. Can't find the 50, can't get that continuation on the clear. But now Adverse with a nice carry, shut down by Scully. And this time, Sir Fruit Bowl is going to be able to find the continuation and keep it up for Scully, as they continue to move upfield and continue to find themselves in the Mavericks half. But another booming clear not found. And actually, this one might just go all the way back. Who's there to respond? Nava just barely cutting across the net.
Oh, Bren to the side. UCF, they would love to be able to hang on to this lead, but they got to really build upon this lead, because UTA is one of those kinds of teams that hangs on to this chokehold of pressure. Brent, great extension. Even if that forces 2, that's a setup pass. A off push flip, but that's Adverse that is covered by Samba, as Nava gets a demo. Does this go all the way beyond the 3rd defender? A nice extra turn by Bren is able to make sure they're fine. Scully doesn't get an extra boost. That one spawns right as he leaves. He's still looking for something, and they're getting more on the UTA side as the Mavs get 2 in a row and tie us.
Yeah, as the second I saw Adverse just alone in this corner surrounded by 3 Knights, I knew it was a brutal position to be in for UCF, as they just were caught off guard, not able to get the touch they needed, and eventually ran out of boost when it mattered, and Samba just easily able to find that as Sir Fruit Bowl slows it down, looks for a solo play, cut off by Nava. Good contest.
1:55 on the clock. Flip resets, mechanical extensions, and interconnections between teammates. That is the key difference. Arlington, when they need to execute, they do it well. Stepping up is Bren, thinking that one will drop, not thinking that the next pass will be forthcoming. And that is how UTA does it. Sub 2 minutes to go.
Oh, absolutely fantastically done to find the lead for the Mavericks, as all they got to do is continue to hold this pressure. UCF now the ones who have to respond, but so many members so far forward for UTA. Good run back from Nava, and it's just barely enough to hold on for a moment. Sir Fruit Bowl keeping the ball dangerous, but with that pop, it'll mean that the side of UTA can recover, and while Bren is trying to cause some chaos, won't be nearly enough. As Sir Fruit Bowl sends it to the side, right to the waiting wheels of Nava, as an interruption from Scully now could turn into a UCF attack, but this ball just cannot get past that midfield line.
Samba is causing a little bit of nuisance issue. Got to make this read. Scully will be able to tie us at 3. That is a hat trick. 64 seconds to go. That was a fantastic challenge. Adverse able to keep this one upfield, but not until Scully gets in his face. And then we have this all knotted up. The Knights will not go down without a fight. They're trying to force a fight to game 5.
Oh, they absolutely are, and they want it. They know. They've seen that these Mavericks can bleed, and they are pushing into those wounds with their swords and their lances and are trying to power through. As I mentioned how it felt like it was impossible for this ball to reach the midfield line with UTA holding so much pressure, but that also means that all 3 members of Arlington were sitting in UCF's half, and this means you get 1 good clear, 1 good double, and Scully's going to score every time, as Nava trying to keep this pressure alive, but now Scully with some space in a 1v1 against Samba. Adverse cuts across and manages to turn that one around, but still, UTA can't get over-aggressive, otherwise it might bite them in the behind as 20 seconds to go and it's anyone's game.
They don't want a behind here late in regulation either. 10 seconds coming up. Nice extension. Nava to Samba. That will be a dance all its own. Scully to the corner. He's going to have to chase after it. This will be a shot. It goes too high. Adverse is deleted as a piece of this puzzle. Nava, though, is trying to just lay it up for one last opportunity here in regulation. Overtime, forthcoming looking for the kill to tee the distance all the way through game number 4, tied up 3 apiece. Who will be able to either in this series eliminate the Knights, or will UTA be forced to go to game 5?
And if UTA is forced to game 5, that would be their first time today. Not even a brother school was able to do that. As Bruton Parker, I believe, took 1 game off of Arlington, but still Nava just barely able to keep that one away. As I love this Knights Rising squad that we've seen. I wish we could have seen more earlier on, because they're such a fun bunch to watch. As Samba all alone. Sir Fruit Bowl, a little space. Good contest by Nava. And every single contest that goes a little too far, you get worried for either team that it could be it. This could be the game as Scully tries to break past, but it's shut down.
Ren slowed up underneath that ball. Good catch, but it'll be a challenge. Samba is able to dart through. Adverse is going to get a credit for it because it went off the sidewall. Fruit Bowl was backwards, and they couldn't collect it on the undercarriage of their car, so it will deflect over. That'll be the kill shot. Arlington will eliminate Knights Rising. Like you said before, I wish we'd been able to see even more of them. They were so fun to watch, but even more so, the Mavericks showcasing that they can put games away when they need to, punish opponents that are not ready for when they pounce. And they'll be moving on tomorrow to the semifinals.
Yeah, they'll be moving tomorrow, but still, Knights Rising put up quite the fight. Was not expecting them to come out the gates swinging. They were charging forward, and even though they're my university's rivals, I'm still in college. Even though there are traditional rivals, I still got to say hats off to all of the UCF teams that played today. Really represented Florida and did a fantastic job. Couldn't have asked for more, and UTA certainly earned their spot in the semis.
They did, and showcasing that #1 seeds, got to be able to put up with a lot. So this night's school, at least this half of it, as Academy, we'll get to see what they're doing on their side of things. They will be out of the competition with that elimination. Up on the top side, I do know that Indian River State College and Bruton Parker Barons are able to make it into that semifinal. So the #1 versus #4 seed do occur. So it's all about what happens with UCF Academy as going up against UTD. We could have the battle for Texas going to the semifinals tomorrow, but we have a battle to get to our final interview of the day. So we're gonna take a short break to make sure you stay excited, keep that hype, and we're gonna get into this one after this short moment.
Especially if I'm going against a player who I know is very high ranked, very well known, very good. In tense situations, I just get nervous, and it just doesn't go well if that happens. Yeah, I still get nervous.
Yeah, I think that's natural though. Are there any specific teams or schools that your team kind of watches out for, or that you really want to beat?
Iowa State, their team is crazy. So they have most of the top ranking players in Iowa. So those guys they have a big target on their backs.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you think about CECC, and do you think your team will go to Atlanta?
Currently, our team we're going over a massive overhaul because we're down a lot of players to transfers and other things, but it's still possible. I think we can do it.
Okay, yeah, we hope to see you there. Backtracking a little bit, what are you studying in school? What's your major?
Biochemistry.
Okay. Jeez, you do it all. What the heck? What do you plan to do with biochemistry? And do you ever see any overlap between what you're learning in school and esports?
My initial plans were to possibly go into medicine, but I'm leaning more towards biochemical research. So I don't know if that overlaps somehow, but if it can, that'd be great.
Would you ever want to be an esports coach?
Of course. It's so fun. It's so fun.
Yeah, when you're not doing medicine and you find time between football and the ultimate frisbee, maybe you can be an esports coach.
I'll find time to do it all, I guess.
Yeah. Are there any players on your team that stick out to you, whether it be a success story, their growth, or even yourself, that you want to talk about?
Let's see. Well, of course, myself is a good success story, I guess. Because when I joined the Smash and Overwatch team in 2019, I was garbage. Like, it was bad. Like I said earlier, I was bronze rank in Overwatch, which lowest possible rank. It's terrible down there. And then from there, I went to Masters, which is the second highest rank, which is just ridiculous. And then in Smash, I was also bad. So, and now I'm one of the top ranking players in Iowa. So it's pretty good.
So what has been your proudest moment or specific moment? I know you jumped ranks there, but has there been any specific moments in game or tournament that really you're proud of?
It was last year during we had a Smash tournament, Smash Ultimate tournament. It was a Wi-Fi tournament. To qualify for the national national part of it, we needed to beat this one school, and the school had some really good players. Like I think they had a Link player, and I forget the rest of them. But we were losing. I fumbled hard. I lost all 3 stocks, and I didn't take any. It was bad. And then my team rallied, and we beat them, and the whole room exploded. It was fantastic. Everyone was jumping all over the place. It was a great time.
Can you imagine the energy? That's really awesome. So my last question for you is, do you have any goals for the rest of this school year that you want to accomplish?
Well, for Overwatch, I do want to rank up again. I want to get GM. And for Smash Ultimate, I want to get a higher rank. I think, so in East Iowa, I'm ranked 4th or 3rd, but I want to be 1st. I want to be the top of the ranking. I don't like being under 2 other people. It doesn't feel right.
Well, I'm sure you can do it. Is there anything that you would like to add about your team or you before we go? Anything you want the world to know about you?
Join our team. We're great people. I don't know.
Good. That's good. Well, thank you again so much for your time and doing this interview with me and fitting me in your schedule of all the stuff you have going on. I really appreciate it.
No problem. No problem.
I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you.
You too.
My name's Jacob. I'm 21 and it's my first year in this school. I already been to community college for the last 2 years, but I transferred here. It's a whole new program.
What made you transfer?
I wanted to do something different. I already have an associate's degree in business administration and I wanted to come to this school and do audio production, just like music engineering.
So what do you want to do with that?
The main goal is to work in like music studios and like help with like the music creation process. Anywhere kind of in the audio recording realm is fine with me.
And do you have a go-to genre of music that you like?
I don't know. It's all over the place, to be honest.
Yeah, no judgment.
It's all over the place.
So how do you like the program that you're in now? Do you like your school?
Yes, I really do like this school, and with this whole esport thing, I think it just made it a little bit better because like it's new, you know. You don't do it. Not everyone has it, and it's something that I'm very interested in and have been interested in for a while.
You didn't have esports at your old school?
I want to say there was a club, but I didn't know anything of it.
This is your first time being part of the collegiate esports team, then?
Yes.
And how do you like it? Like, how do you feel about it?
I love it, to be honest. Growing up, I played baseball. Through senior year of my high school, I wasn't like doing anything traditional sport-wise in college. It wasn't until this year that I was like, oh, because like I saw it, like I saw like a poster hanging up. And I was like, oh, esports. Let's just go do it. I really like it though. It's something cool, something new. My friends like it, so like cool.
What are your games that you play?
I play Valorant for the school. On like the side, I've been playing Fortnite recently, and I play Osu sometimes.
So how does it feel being a part of the team? Do you like your team?
Yes, I do. I pretty much made friends with all of them. Obviously, I have met them. Since a lot of things have been remote recently, I still have met them, and they're very nice kids. Our arena is being built at the moment. The Valorant team should be getting in there first, so I'm very excited to play in there.
what do you do to improve yourself in game, and do you take that strategy into your everyday life as well?
For in-game, I try and play every day. That's kind of like the one thing I try to do. Even if I have like a little burnout from it, maybe from like the previous day, I still try to get on and do something. Of course, you watch YouTube. There's a million of things that you can watch on YouTube. I like to watch different content creators in that niche, just to like inspire me to play a little bit more. You know, do I carry it into my everyday life? I do. I'm very into like music production. There's a lot of things you can do like the same thing. You do it every day. You watch YouTube in that niche. You take things you learn and you apply it. There's a lot of similarities of things like if you want to do something, you very much have to dive deep into that niche of things you want to do.
If you had to guess, or just kind of spitball here, how many hours a week do you think you spend gaming?
Honestly, I've never thought about it. I'm on my computer almost every day. It's up there. It's up there. It's up there. Between playing with friends and kind of just doing stuff by myself, it's up there.
You spoke about burnout when it comes to playing, and you play every day. What do you do to kind of get yourself back into the zone, or what do you do when you're experiencing burnout?
It kind of goes back to like watching content creators, like the people I watch on YouTube. I'll see if they post anything new, or I'll just watch whatever they have, and I'll get inspired to do it, and I'll just be like, all right, time to hop on. Even if I don't, not feeling it, I'll try to do something.
Would you say that there's anyone on your team that really stands out to you or kind of motivates you to play?
Yes. One kid on our team, his name's Alex. He is Diamond 2. Diamond 1 or Diamond 2 in Valorant. So he's up there. He only really plays with us. He plays on his own, but he plays with us during games and sometimes afterwards. Trying to be at his level, I think, would be very the goal. So it kind of like inspires you to kind of like keep going. Anyone really that's higher ranked than you kind of inspires you to like, all right, you want to push yourself to be where they are. And that's kind of what I've been doing recently. There are people like that.
For you, since this is your first time being on a collegiate team, do you have any advice to people who may be looking to join a team or aren't sure if they should or not?
I say just go for it. When I saw the poster in the school, I was like, maybe they have like, Valorant team, whatever. At the time, I kind of doubted my ability, right? I kind of doubted my ability because like I was a low rank. I know I could hold my own in the game, but I didn't know how I would like compare. But I think you just have to go for it, because if you don't, how would you know if you don't go for it?
Would you say that the people on your team helped you out?
Yeah, for sure. I think people who are higher ranked than you, like they teach you. You obviously learn on your own, but there's a lot of things that you can get taught from your teammates and just how they play.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to do this with me. I really appreciate it.
https://twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close? Should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. I have to like hold my keyboard like the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis and I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. Like this guy right here, he's got his keyboard like off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. Does it get
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for our final interview of the day. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Jay Turbo, but also with the winner from UT Arlington, the Mavericks. It's Samba. Danced his way straight in the booth, said, hey, I'm here. I'm good to go. Samba, congratulations. You guys were able to win in your first group of 8 to move on to the semifinals. How's the squad feeling after all the stuff during today?
Good. It was a really long day. Like 4 best of 5s. We had a really difficult group. I think our group is definitely stronger than the other group. But yeah, we were kind of glad how we performed because, we got the lower seed. We were able to take them down.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And you guys were able to take down UCF Knights Rising, but still those last 2 sets we saw from you guys, the battle for Texas, and then this one against UCF, going 3-1 with some tight games in there with some really clutch overtimes. What would you say is sort of the secret that helps you guys clutch up in those really tight moments?
We just don't really get nervous, and we just stay calm. Try not to panic at all, because that's like the worst thing you can do is panic, and then that's when everything kind of goes downhill. So yeah, just staying calm, and just keeping our comms up, talking a lot.
Well, we did get to see you guys stay calm in the moment and be able to really just showcase that you can keep yourself going strong and be still creative alongside yourself, Adverse and Nava. I need to know, whenever we saw the Battle for Texas, yourselves versus UTD, you guys seemingly are kind of brothers from opposite schools and maybe friends. There seem to be a lot of good, I guess, competitive vibes going on between y'all.
Yeah.
Does that persist all the time whenever you guys get to play each other often?
Yeah, it's pretty normal. We all talk a lot outside of the game. So yeah, it's always fun playing them. We're all good friends. Yeah, but it's nice to win, obviously, because there are competitors. But yeah, always a good time.
And looking ahead to tomorrow, as you might be forced to face have another Battle for Texas run back. So I've got sort of two questions just to wrap things up with. For one, assuming you get that Battle for Texas again, do you expect it to go the same way? And then assuming you win those semifinals, there's a good chance you might run into IRSC for that title. And the last time you ran into them, it was a pretty tough series. So how do you feel going into tomorrow, and do you expect to take it all?
No, we feel good. Last time we played them, we weren't playing very well. They kind of caught us off guard as well. We'd never played them, but now we've actually scrimmed against them a couple times as well, so we kind of know what their game plan is. And yeah, I mean, obviously for ETD, same result. I'm not gonna say we're gonna lose. That'd be weird and the wrong thing to say. So yeah, hopefully I get 3-0 this time. We should 3-0 them. I'm just hearing that UTD lost in Game 5, so never mind. Looks like we're playing the other UCF team, so we'll just take down all of Florida by ourselves.
Wow, J Turbo, you gonna take that sitting down? Like, come on.
I mean, I will say anyone who gets to take down UCF, it's a win in my books, because they're our main rival. I still support them at times, but still, best of luck tomorrow against Academy. Going to be a tough team. And now, knowing you're going up against Academy, how do you feel going up against that team? Same result, just going to take that 3-0, take down the entire state of Florida?
That's the plan. We already took down Florida International, took down UCF Academy, and UCF Rising. Next is the Academy team. They're gonna have to suffer.
Ooh. Well, you know what? Adding an extra gem to the Infinity Gauntlet, we get to see you guys become the Thanos that will snap all of Florida out of existence, and it will float aimlessly away into the Atlantic. J Turbo, I really hope you have an oar to paddle your way to safety. Maybe just at least give them some heads up notice. You have done so here. Congratulations, Samba. You guys are able to move on to the semis tomorrow. I can't wait to be able to cast and see you guys be as talented as you were today. Tomorrow, any final shout outs for any fans or friends or maybe even family out there that have been supporting you guys along the way?
Yeah, shout out to Noah, our esports director, and any other people watching from UTA, and then shout out Adverse, and I think that's it. Not Nava.
Oh wow,
not shouting him out.
Not Nava.
He deserves what's the opposite of a shout out?
And silence out?
Call out?
Yeah.
He deserves to be banned. That's what I think.
Oh my gosh. Well, you know what? You heard it here first. Nava, you're done. Your career
My own teammate.
over. Yeah. Get out of here. Again, thank you so much, Samba, for joining us. We can't wait to see you tomorrow, and enjoy the rest of your night.
Thank you.
Of course. Florida has been put on notice. FIU, UCF, whatever is left. I don't know. There's a lot of schools out there.
West Florida's already gone. They got beat by Bruton Parker. I got IRSC and UCF Academy. I hate it. I got my main rivals, and then I got a team that my school is gonna have to play against in like a week. And I gotta root for one of them for Florida Pride. Come on, putting me in such a tough spot. But still, I just want the best team to come out on top. I'm gonna give the neutral, unbiased response, take my Floridianness out of it. But still, today was an absolute blast. There were a lot of 3-0s, but a lot of 3-0s that didn't feel like 3-0s. And we just got to see some fantastic Southern Rocket League played. And that's all that you can ask for on a day like today, where you get 8 fantastic teams facing off against each other.
Yep, that's exactly what we asked for. They did a qualifier, they came to the big stage, and they're able to do it in a big way, but day 2 cometh tomorrow. If you want to see more of this Rocket League that'll be happening, same bat time, or rather same bat channel, but slightly different time. We're going to be doing it later as our championships will be starting around 7 p.m. Eastern. But if you want to see the entire day starting off, it's going to be 10 a.m. So, see a whole bandwidth of FPS and car ball go fast, everything else. But we're going to be throwing it over to our main man, the host with the most. That's able to bring a lot of that energy. Thank you so much for seeing us today. I'm Hail Monkey Man. That over there is the wonderful J Turbo. You have been awesome. But we're going to send it over to Poly Hype.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for that interview, Hail Monkey Man and J Turbo. That was the conclusion here at the CECC South event. I'm your host, like always, Pauly Hype, and we've just seen some amazing college Valorant and Rocket League throughout the day here for day number 1 of the South Regional. That all took place here on Esports U. I just want to kind of update everyone on the standings. I know it's been a long day of competition, so I do just want to take a minute to update everyone on the standings on what we'll see tomorrow here for day number 2, the finals. Remember, the winning team will be invited to our CECC Mayland 2023, the largest collegiate esports event series ever. And as we take a look at Valorant, it looks like Texas A&M University Maroon came through in the upper side here. They'll be going against Winthrop tomorrow to start day number 2. And then we have Blaine College stepping it up in a big way for the 2-year anniversary, 2-year colleges, and they'll be going against Georgia Tech Gold. So those top 4 teams will be competing in the semifinals starting off the day tomorrow. That'll be for Valorant. Now over to Rocket League to catch everybody up. The semifinal action is some amazing one here as we have IRSC. They'll be competing against BPC tomorrow in the semifinals, and then University Texas at Arlington will take on University of Central Florida Academy team. So Academy just beat UT Dallas in the quarterfinal, and they will be advancing against UT Arlington tomorrow for Rocket League. So that's going to do it here. Thank you so much to the casters. We had Chad Lantis and Nerdy, Hail Monkey Man, and J Turbo for day number 1. Tomorrow is day number 2 for all the finals action right here on Esports U. It has been an amazing night. Thank you all so much for tuning in to the CECC South Regional event presented by CSMG, Esports U, and the Army National Guard. That's going to do it. I'm Pauly Hype, and we'll see you tomorrow for some more professional collegiate action right here on Esports U.
So it doesn't matter. It's not live, but like you and I know. Yeah, we know. I'm not gonna tweet it. Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climber? No. Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game. Is it? Did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is it them?
No.
Is it them a second time? No. Okay. All right. Oh, is it one of the links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try? Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer? Oh my god! I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give all your strategies. Over under?
What do you mean over under?
Like, do we think we're gonna podium? Do we think we're gonna come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place.
Certainly not last.
What about like 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable? That's winnable? 3rd place? That's where things get dicey.
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place? That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my god. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my god. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-snap each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never played Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's gonna hold that against you. Who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game? Yeah. Isn't that crazy? Come on, the LEDs, it looks just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see
The
it.
Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise. Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow. I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazi.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
It's maybe.
This is a death match. I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me. I want to like approach somebody, but no one can hear. They all have both their headphones on.
What's up?
How do you think we're doing?
I think we're doing pretty good.
What's your KD?
We're looking at 10 and 6 right now.
Oh, hey, that's third, dude. That's better than I expected. Who's bottom frag right now? I want to go talk to them. Ian? Hey, how do you think we're doing so far?
You know, it could be better.
Could be better? You one of those rough days?
Well, you know.
Let's go find more people to harass. Yeah. Where's Boise State? Who's your favorite to play?
Oh, right now it's got to be either Chamber or Breach.
What country is Cypher from?
Oh, dude, it's Moroccan, right?
It is Morocco. Oh my God, I didn't think anyone was gonna get that. Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, see you later. Let's go harass Boise State more. Who is this? What school is this? Boise?
This is Boise.
Oh man, that's okay. Boise's still got really good odds. A large bagel, one of their tank players, Nerdy Bird, they're off tank. Both of them not here. A little bit scary, if we're being honest. Getting warmed up, getting ready to cast some players. No, okay, not cast. Interview. Change your mindset. Change your mindset.
Words.
No, but last words until we come back.
Oh, okay.
If we're leaving.
Enjoy.
Oh, that was good. That was good. Anything from you?
How you doing, Polly?
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time. I can't say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend. Somebody's going to have to explain to TSA whether they're coming home with an extra trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And oh, are we ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day one. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. Let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're gonna interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's gonna rain, and the suit is new, so. Oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's gonna be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You're Jen? All right, we're gonna interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm gonna ask you a couple of very simple questions. Okay. Are we ready? All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area, wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you. Nick, come back.
If he's over 100 feet away, he can't.
You were whispering something, and he started smiling. I'm like, are you whispering?
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
Bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my. Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I get really embarrassed when I get yelled at.
30 is
Okay. Wow, it's not 10:30 yet.
It's only barely 10.
Woo! All right, it's gonna be a long. Hey, what's up? Surprise interview. Join me over here, though, so we have a cool backdrop. What are we here for?
Rocket League.
Awesome. I'm not gonna ask what school you go to because unless you swapped hoodies, that seems pretty clear.
No, you know I got my jersey on with my name on it.
Oh, you do? Show us your jersey. Look at John T. Turbo here.
Yeah,
that's not his name. I just keep calling him that.
Yeah.
His name is John, but
My name is John Turbesi.
Yeah,
That's
not John T. Turbo.
Yeah, I get the message that I'm going to Nebraska where I met you.
Oh, that's so crazy. So context, if we're probably never gonna use this, but we're gonna talk about it. Turbo and I met at a LAN like over a year ago. That's so crazy. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I am Sebdolence, joined by a man I have interviewed probably well over 10 times. It's gonna be my good friend Neb, here from Bay State Overwatch team. Neb looked at me before he started his last series and he said, "We are not dropping a map for the rest of the day." And so far, he has lived up to that title. But Neb, is there anybody you're thinking, we've got to get them out of the way, we've got to take them down?
No.
No? Just looking at it, each fight's its own, every game, going into it, just taking it as it comes?
I have the confidence right now that we're not going to drop a single map.
I love Nev because not only is he confident, but he's correct. Bay State is one of the best Overwatch teams I've ever seen. So it's always good to hear. I love the confidence, and I love Bay State, so I hope they do a great job this weekend. So what qualifier, did you win a qualifier to get here?
At large bid.
We're looking at Rocket League, we're thinking high odds, low odds, where do we think we're walking away?
I think pretty high. I think we're doing pretty good.
Is there anybody that you're looking at, you're like, please do not let us go up against them unless we absolutely have to?
I mean, really, everybody's good competition, so.
And sorry, what was your name?
Ethan.
Ethan from Mineral area.
Yep.
Very exciting. Well, Ethan, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. What kind of pass? A player pass?
Let me get you one.
No, you actually have to like tape it to your chest, like really awkwardly with masking tape. Okay. And it's gonna fall off. Yeah. It's gonna be uncomfortable, I promise. That's a guarantee. Okay, cut that, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, good. I'm great, everything's good.
Who do we interview? Who should we interview?
I don't know, I'm just here. I need caffeine.
That's so cute.
UCF, and it's really cute. So I'm gonna move down here. How do we feel? The odds for UCF? What are we thinking?
They got it.
No, we got this. We got this.
Go Knights, charge on.
100%. My friend Nick is behind you. He's gonna record it. Don't look at him. You'll ruin the shot. Don't look at him. Don't look at him.
Come on.
Oh,
Let's go! Let's go!
My smile's probably really creepy. I was just being weird.
Oh, I love being in the shadows, though. Big shout out to the shadows.
We could interview Dilly just because I think he's handsome. You weren't supposed to hear.
Here's the thing about the event. I'm the greatest that's ever lived.
Literally true. I know him.
I think everyone knows that. I think everyone's aware of that.
Hey, do you have a VIP access badge on?
I actually have an all access.
Oh, an all access. I thought it said VIP access.
And that's only available for the best.
That's true. He's right. That's a main stage TO right there.
If this goes live, I'm suing everybody.
It's all right. A video of me, the first clip is me saying, don't put that in. And then it was the first, cut the cameras, cut the cameras. Oh, you're recording already? Great. So this is this is Bay State versus UCF. I believe something that we saw yesterday on day one of the tournament, but instead we're gonna have that run back here. I think they're fighting for a spot in Grand Finals. Anarchy, one of the best Greninja players in the United States, currently struggling against a Terry. Terry notorious for that DLC privilege, being a very strong character with some very strong abilities. Greninja, not so much, considered one of the weaker characters in the game. A Falco player, one of the best in the United States, and he just got spiked by a Terry. Same Terry that took out Anarchy literally minutes ago. UCF still up by 2 stocks. This guy is looking to rip this team apart single-handedly. That is, I mean, nuts, to say the very least. Absolutely absurd. That was a disgusting spike. I cannot believe that happened. Will you hold the microphone so I can sign this? Sorry.
For context, he's got a fan. He's actually signing something. He's so excited.
What was it like to not hear my voice for 2 minutes? For 30 seconds, maybe. What was it like? Probably bliss. I was signing a mouse pad, which is really cool. I've never done that before. Nobody's ever asked me for a signature, so I'm going to start blushing, but I'm really excited about that. And then he wants a picture. Can you take a picture of us? I said, is it bad? She went, no. I'm going to go ahead and take that as a yes.
Turns out I can't tie a tie sitting down.
What do you think is the appropriate face-to-screen ratio for a Valorant player?
Face to screen, like how close I sit?
Yeah, like how close should a player sit?
Personally, I play really, really close. I think it depends on your eyesight, but for me, I like playing close because it helps me focus on my crosshair.
Is the value of sitting close to the crosshair being the only thing in your line of sight?
Yeah, that's pretty much the main benefit of it.
It's so funny how close some of these guys sit. Oh my goodness. What do you think is the healthy face-to-screen distance for a Valorant player?
I think it's all kind of personal preference. I guess I would consider myself like pretty close when I play because I like to like zone in on my crosshair.
It is the second person to say that. It's all about the crosshair. And then what's up with the horizontal keyboard?
I don't know, like it just kind of fits like the form when I'm close to monitor. Like I don't know, it might sound cringy, but I like to like be one with my gun. You know?
No, bro, I feel it. I feel it absolutely. What is going on, everybody? I am here with some UCF fans. How are we feeling about UCF? Let's go! Let's go! got a bunch of UCF fans in the crowd right now. UCF, they're up by a single game. They're looking to find their third and possibly final, secure a spot moving forward. Things looking great for them against Northwood here today. This guy's playing Minecraft right now. He keeps double building instead of placing the dirt. Pressure's on, man. Everybody's watching. Just kidding. Just me. Cameraman's not over here. Just kidding. He's behind you. There's actually always cameras on you if I'm around. Do you double build all of those? No excuses, bro.
I can't play Minecraft.
Your college esports Minecraft team absolutely rolled. L after L here. Let's hope UCF has a little better luck on stage, huh? What is going on, everybody? I am Septulence. I have the honor of welcoming you to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup here in Atlanta, Georgia. All right, that was good. That was good. Good content. Good content.
Hello, hello, hello. Happy New Year's, everyone, and welcome back to the CECC Esports channel. As always, my name is Kyler K-Ted Tando.